Tantor Audio presents Plague of the Undead by Joe McKinney. Narrated by Todd McLaren. While walking in the tall grass that has sprung up around the city of Troy, Balzo Snell came upon the famous wooden horse of the Greeks. A poet, he remembered Homer's ancient song and decided to find a way in. Nathaniel West, The Dream Life of Balzo Snell. Part 1. Killing Jerry. 1. As Jacob Carlton crossed Main Plaza, his boots crunching on the frozen grass, he was thankful the woman had finally stopped screaming. For the last 2 weeks, ever since her husband's sentence was handed down, Amanda Greeter had been living in the street outside her husband's cell, crying for someone to come to their senses and show a little mercy. It was February, and it was cold, and most mornings found her hair and clothes crusted with ice. She'd stopped eating, stopped taking care of herself. She couldn't be consoled. Her friends tried to get her to go home, even tried to pick her up and carry her home at one point, but she would have none of it. After that, whenever they tried to touch her, she fought them. And then the screaming and wailing would start up again, and it would carry through the whole town like a sickness, laying everybody low. There was talk that the law should make her leave, do something with her for her own good, for everybody's peace of mind. But so far, Sheriff Taylor had held off doing that. Jacob didn't understand the old man's reticence, but he knew Sheriff Taylor had his reasons. He always did. Jacob braced himself as he turned the corner onto Jackson Avenue, where Amanda had set up her temporary residence. He said a silent prayer that he wouldn't have to deal with her again today. Every morning he had to pass the little makeshift shelter where she kept watch. He'd try to walk by unobserved, but then she'd see him. And no matter how cold or hungry she was, no matter how shredded her voice was from howling all the day before, she always seemed to have a little extra just for him. She'd get up from the sidewalk and rush at him, screaming that he'd made a mistake, that he was wrong about her husband. As sick as her accusations made him feel, he knew he wasn't up for enduring that gauntlet today. Not today. Not the day of the execution. He just didn't have it in him. But to his surprise, and this shamed him, for he was relieved, she wasn't there. The blankets and baskets of food well-meaning folks had brought for her were still there, but she was gone. He let out the breath he'd been holding and tried to collect himself, but his nerves were a jangled mess. His skin felt hot one moment, cold the next. His stomach was twisting into knots. He had the jitters, like he'd drunk too much coffee on an empty stomach. For 2 weeks he'd felt this way, and he suspected it was making him sick. Not only heartsick, but actually physically ill. But as sick as he was, he had to keep moving. If he stopped, he'd lose his nerve. Looking into himself, he knew that. The way things were piling up inside his head, all it would take would be to stop moving. If that happened, he'd likely as not turn tail, run home, and hide his head in the toilet as he vomited away his jitters. If indeed that was even possible. So he ducked his head against the cold February wind and shoved his hands into his pockets and slipped into the constabulary office like a villain. It was early, and Steve Harrigan was the only one in the office. He was standing over by the filing cabinets, and when he heard the door and saw Jacob standing there, he looked genuinely surprised. "Wasn't expecting to see you this morning," he said. Jacob nodded. "Where's the bike checkout log?" Harrigan studied the younger man for a long moment. He closed a metal drawer, and it shoved in place with a heavy clank. Harrigan gestured toward the back wall with his chin. "Should be over there on the shelf, behind Harris's desk." Jacob crossed to the shelf the older deputy had indicated. The bike log was a red, hard-bound memo book that was almost as old as Jacob was. There were entries going back as far as his school days, when he was taking his first lessons in the code he now enforced. He turned to the back and quickly scribbled his name on the next open line. "Gonna try to clear your head?" Harrigan said. "I was thinking of going for a ride, yeah. I thought I'd go check on the new construction over on the east wall." "Still draining the wetlands, from what I hear." Jacob nodded. "Where's Taylor? I noticed Amanda's gone." "He's with her in his office." "Oh, God. Really?" "Yeah. They've been in there for about an hour now. She finally stopped crying just a bit ago. Poor woman. She's coming apart at the seams." "Is he going to let her be in the square today?" "Can't tell her no. It's her right under the code." Jacob could tell the older deputy was sizing him up. Harrigan was a real cop, trained in the old ways, from before the world fell apart. Not like Jacob, who had sort of stumbled into the role of chief deputy, a kid trying to figure it out as he went along. Harrigan was an affable, lanky man with pale skin and thin gray hair and liver spots on his face, always quick with a smile. But of course, that smile was gone now. He put the file he was holding on his desk, lit a candle, and shook the match out. "We're almost out of these," he said, and dropped it into an ashtray. "The ones they make over at the school don't hardly ever work. We go through 'em so fast." "I'll tell Frank Hartwell to get some more next time he's outside the walls." Jacob put the ledger back on the shelf and turned to leave. He was almost to the door when Harrigan called after him. "Hey, Jacob, a moment." Jacob stopped in the doorway, looking back at him over his shoulder. "I'm not much in the mood for a speech, Steve, if you don't mind." "No, I bet not. But I know this is tearing you up inside. You wouldn't be half the man I know you to be if it wasn't." "I don't feel like a good man right now, Steve. All I want to do is go stick my head in a hole and hide." "Same thing Arthur went through when he had to do it." "And how did Arthur handle it?" "Spent the whole morning throwing up." Jacob nodded. "Sounds about right." "Nobody said it was easy." "Easy," Jacob said, and laughed in disgust. "This is the right thing to do, Jacob. I believe that. I believe in the code. It's us against the world. We have to trust each other. Any man who steals from his brother breaks that trust. And that man has to die." "That's the same thing you told me when you were teaching my code class back in school. You need to get a new line." "It's not a line, Jacob. It's what I believe in. It's what everybody in this town believes in. The code is hard sometimes, but it's what keeps us alive. Think on that while you're riding." The older deputy didn't cow Jacob. Not these days. In his youth, all the first generation had seemed hard and determined, like iron. But he was 35 years old, and he'd faced most of them in council meetings and in the living rooms of the homes when things went wrong. So Harrigan's words didn't rattle him. They only made him tired. He'd heard the same thing every day of his life since the time he was old enough to understand what was being said to him. And he'd always thought he believed it. But now that he was going to have to kill a man he'd known since they were kids, belief came a lot harder. "I'll be riding the east wall," he said. 2. Jacob got one of the bicycles from the shed and headed east, into the sunrise. During the summer, Arbella felt crowded. Nearly 10,000 people, all of them crammed together in a town that had once housed barely 4,000 before the first days. Many of the first-generation families still had their own residences. But elsewhere in the town, as many as 3 families shared a single 3-bedroom home. To meet the rising demand for food, nearly every lawn had long since been turned into a vegetable garden. The stoplights had come down because there weren't any more cars to stop. Just young children with sticks and dogs by their sides, driving herds of goats or sheep into the markets in the center of town. The Pecan Valley Golf Course out on Southton Road was now a dairy farm. The peach orchards out on Interstate 55 were now home to thousands of pigs and turkeys and chickens. And even the wetlands that stood between the town and the river to the east were being turned into cropland. But with the coldest days of winter upon the town, there wasn't much going on. Most of the shops were still dark. Jacob saw lamplight in a few windows, but only a few. Save for the horse-drawn milk wagons coming up from the dairy, he had the town of Arbella pretty much to himself. Just his thoughts for company. Steve Harrigan was right, of course, about the code. Jacob hated how simply he'd put it, because it made the code sound like a platitude. But for all that, he was right. The code really did keep them alive. It was their moral core, the center around which their entire society orbited. Arbella was an island in a world that quite literally wanted to devour them. And the code they lived by helped them to not only survive, but thrive in that world. They worked for each other, giving freely of their skills and their goods so that all had a chance to survive. You had to trust your fellow citizens. You had to believe that, together, you were greater than the dangers of the wasteland. You had to believe it, because anything else meant surrendering to the fear and pain and death that lurked beyond the walls. Jacob's thoughts turned to Jerry Greeter, Amanda's husband. It wasn't just some stolen jewelry, he told himself, thinking of Amanda's pleas for mercy for her husband. Jerry hadn't just stolen some young girl's beloved locket, but rather the trust from the entire community. Jerry Greeter wasn't just guilty of burglary. He was guilty of contaminating everything the people of Arbella stood for. What kept them alive. Jacob pedaled faster, the biting wind on his face the only thing that kept his tears from bursting loose. He was almost grateful for the sting on his cheeks. It felt good to hurt, because it was the only thing he could think of to convince him that he was still human. He'd known Jerry Greeter since they were children. How in the hell was he going to put a gun to the man's head and pull the trigger? He just didn't think he was going to be strong enough. Gradually, he tired of the hard pedaling and coasted, letting the bike carry him along. His face and knuckles were raw with the cold, but he didn't care. He kept going, watching the sleeping buildings, thinking about his home. 30 years ago, before the first days, Arbella was a little town nestled comfortably on a bend of the Mississippi River, known as New Madrid, Missouri. Sheriff Taylor led the first generation, a little over 1,000 of them, out of Arkansas and into Missouri, fighting and dodging the undead the whole way. They happened upon New Madrid and found the place deserted. They put makeshift barricades up around the town, and over the course of 4 months, fought the zombie hordes to a standstill. In honor of their victory, they renamed the town Arbella, after the flagship of Governor John Winthrop's Puritan fleet that had settled the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It was from the deck of that ship that Winthrop delivered his famous City Upon a Hill sermon, and it was in that same spirit of shining a light on a cold and hostile world that Jacob's mother and the other members of the first generation turned an abandoned hamlet into a home. The barricades became sturdy 20-foot walls of wood and razor wire, wide enough for the lookouts and the sharpshooters who continued to guard against the zombies that sometimes wandered too close. The empty churches were turned into grain silos. Dairy cows took over the golf course. Babies were born. Lives were lived. And very quickly, Arbella turned into a self-sufficient island of peace in the wasteland. Jacob was 3 when that happened. He didn't remember the time before the first days. All his life had been spent in and around Arbella, watching it grow, watching it prosper, watching it swell at the seams from the bounty the town made. The original 1,000 members of the first generation had since had children, and taken in those healthy few who now and then happened upon the town and were willing to work hard. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 became 10,000, and more were being born every day. Jacob watched daylight spread over the rooftops of the town and over the gardens. It dappled the metal roofs of the water purification stations like molten copper, and in that moment, Jacob swelled with pride for his town. True, he wasn't there at the fight that ended the first days, but he'd helped to build Arbella. He'd served it as a citizen and as a member of the salvage team sent out into the wasteland to gather the things the town needed, and, most recently, as the chief deputy of its constabulary. He was 35 years old, and in line to take over the leadership of Arbella when the first generation was ready to pass that baton along. In that moment, proud of his town and of himself, he found it easy to believe in the code again. Its values were his values, and the town it protected his home. But the quiet didn't last. A raid siren filled the cold morning air, sudden and shrill. Jacob was on Oberlin Street at the time, near the intersection with Yale, the east wall still about 3 blocks away. Within seconds of the siren going off, the streets filled with people. Men and women came down from their porches to the edge of their gardens and looked at one another. The raid sirens were hardly used anymore, for there hadn't been a sizable zombie horde at the gates for more than 12 years. "Jacob, what is it?" He turned and saw Linda Moffat standing by her front gate, a dish towel in her hands. He was about to tell her he had no idea when the hue and cry came down the street. "It's Jim Lehman up on the wall!" A woman ran into her yard. "Somebody make him kill that noise!" "He's lost his mind!" somebody yelled back at her. Jacob stood up on his pedals and rode hard for the wall. A crowd had gathered in the street beneath Jim's lookout station, and it was getting bigger by the moment. Some were yelling questions at him, others frantically trying to get him to cut out the noise. Nobody seemed to be getting his attention. Jacob saw a ladder leaning against the fence and scaled it. Jim was the very model of the code. At 84, he was one of the oldest citizens of Arbella, yet he manned a lookout post on the wall 3 days a week. Everybody works. Everybody pulls their weight. That was the essence of the code, and Jim lived it. He had set up a comfortable workstation for his day. There were jugs of water at his side, a basket of food a little ways off. His binoculars hung from a nail on the railing. There was even an umbrella for later in the day, when the sun came out. He had heavy blankets over his shoulders and across his lap, though now the blankets were coming off as he leaned over the raid siren, working the hand crank with everything he had. Jacob ran over to him and put a hand on the crank to stop it. "What are you doing, Jim? Stop it!" "Look!" he shouted toward the river. It was a few hundred yards away. Jacob could smell the warm, sweet decay of its muddy banks and the upturned earth where the dredging teams were draining the wetlands just outside the wall. The clatter coming up from their pumper trucks was tremendous. But he didn't see what Jim wanted him to see. Not at first. And then he saw movement in the darkness down by the river. Jacob squinted, straining his eyes to see into the shadows. "Oh, no," he said. From below, someone shouted, "Hey, Jacob! What's wrong?" He leaned over the railing and yelled at the crowd. "Zombies on the wall! I need sharpshooters up here now!" Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. They just stared up at him in shock. "Sharpshooters!" he said. "Send up the alarm!" It took a moment, but once a few members of the crowd scurried off, the others followed suit. Jacob turned back to Lehman. "Where's their sentry? Why aren't you using your mirror to signal them?" "They ain't got one." What?
They ain't got a sentry.
What do you mean? Where is he?
They ain't got one. Just workers.
That was a huge violation of protocol. Nobody but salvage teams ever went beyond the wall without sentries to cover their backs. That was never supposed to happen. I need to get down there, Jacob said. He pulled the ladder over the wall and hurried down it. When he was on the ground again, he pushed the ladder into the grass and ran for the workers. The noise from their pumper trucks was deafening, and all the men wore ear protection. It was no wonder they'd failed to hear the warning siren. Their foreman was leaning over a table, looking at a map scroll. Jacob grabbed him by the shoulder and spun him around.
"Shut off those machines!"
he yelled.
"Shut them down!"
He heard Jacob. Jacob knew he did, but he didn't understand. Jacob pointed to the machines and drew his hand across his throat.
"Shut them down! Right now!"
He still didn't understand. Jacob grabbed him by the shoulder, shoved him toward the front of one of the trucks, and pointed toward the river. A herd of zombies was coming up from the water's edge, pulling themselves along through thick mud.
"Shut off your machines!"
Jacob yelled. Now he understood. The foreman jumped into the cab of the nearest pumper truck and hit the kill switch. As the pumps wound down, workers looked up from their hoses in confusion. The foreman made frantic X's with his arms across his chest, and within seconds, the other 3 trucks went silent. Men turned from their work, pulling the earplugs from their ears.
"Go to the wall!"
Jacob shouted. He pulled his pistol.
"Go! I'll cover you!"
They seemed as confused as the foreman had been until Jacob leveled his weapon at the approaching forms materializing out of the fog that clung to the river's edge. Once the moaning started, they all ran. The trucks had big floodlights mounted on top of their cabs. They threw a blinding ring of light on the area the pumpers had been draining, and it kept Jacob from seeing anything beyond the light with any sort of clarity. A figure staggered into view less than 20 yards away. More stepped out of the fog on either side of him. Jacob raised his pistol at the first zombie and, for a moment, locked up in fear. He'd seen zombies before. More than most, in fact. During his time with the salvage teams, he'd seen at least 100. He'd even put down a few. But he'd never seen one like the undead thing facing him now. It was covered in river scum, mud dripping off its frame. Jacob couldn't tell if it was man or woman, much less what color the thing's skin had been. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, he had no clue. When they decay that badly, they all look the same. All Jacob saw was river gunk dripping off a skeleton wrapped in a wrinkled leather sheet. The thing could barely walk. With every step, it looked like it might collapse. But walk it did, and it closed the distance between it and Jacob soon enough. The zombie raised its hands to claw at Jacob's face, and in that moment he got a glimpse of mud-covered bone showing through the decayed skin of its arm. Jacob raised the pistol to its face and fired. The thing's head snapped back, and the next instant it folded to the ground in a heap. "Whoa," he said, and clawed backwards toward the lit work area. More zombies staggered into the ring of light on rickety legs, all of them covered in river scum, all of them badly decayed. Jacob scrambled to his feet and was about to turn toward the wall when he heard someone yelling for help. It was an 18-year-old kid named Winston Roberts that he had arrested at least half a dozen times for fighting and public intoxication. Roberts was tangled in a nest of heavy hoses and wires, like a man wrestling with a giant snake. Jacob ran over to him and helped him climb loose of the hoses. "Go that way," he said, pointing with his gun toward the wall.
"What the hell, man? What is this shit?" "Go!" Jacob said. "Get moving!"
Some people, even when it's for their own good, just won't take orders. Jacob had just pulled him from a muddy pit of hoses. He could see the zombies closing in around him, but all the kid heard was a cop telling him what to do. It was like his mind switched off. He bowed up like he wanted to fight him. Jacob turned and shot 2 of the things in the head, felling them at his feet. That was what it took to knock some sense into Roberts. He scrambled out of the mass of the hoses, the horror playing on his face.
"Go!"
Jacob yelled.
"Get to the wall!"
In the mud were the 2 zombies he just put down. The others moaned as they closed in around him. But Jacob didn't move. He was still staring at the 2 zombies he'd put down. He'd never seen any so badly decomposed before. There barely seemed to be enough muscle tissue remaining to haul the things around. A muddy hand fell on his back, grabbing at his shirt. Jacob yelled and spun away from it, breaking the zombie's fingers as he twisted. He tripped over a hose and nearly fell. His right foot came down hard in the mud and he sank up to his calf. From the wall, he heard people screaming, and all around him, the blood-curdling moans of the dead. Mired in the freshly turned river soil, Jacob pulled on his leg with everything he had. Come on, he muttered. One more pull and he was free, his foot coming loose without his boot. But there was no time to go back for it. The workers were gathering at the base of the wall, pushing the ladder back into place. Most of the zombie herd was closing in on Jacob's position, but a few were making their way toward the panicked group of workers. He had to cover them. Jacob ran for the wall. The workers were shoving each other and yelling.
"One at a time," Jacob said. "Move quickly. I'll cover you."
He stepped away from the crowd, putting himself between the wall and the approaching zombies. There were more than he'd first thought. 60 or 70 at least. Most were still recognizable as men or women, but some were barely more than skeletons, with only scraps of muddy cloth left of their clothes. Jacob looked down at the pistol in his hand and tried to remember how many shots he had left. There hadn't been enough ammunition for him to top off his magazine before he went into work, and he'd fired 4 rounds already.
"You guys need to hurry up!"
he yelled over his shoulder at the workers. They were climbing the ladder 3 at a time now, and Jacob could see it shaking and bowing under their weight. He turned back to the approaching zombies, took a deep breath, and shot the 2 nearest him. A third put on a sudden burst of speed and charged out of the herd. Startled, Jacob wheeled on the woman and fired without aiming. The bullet hit the top of her head and made it snap back so that she was looking up at the sky. A wet chunk of her scalp flew out behind her. She stopped in her tracks, and then slowly lowered her gaze on Jacob again. For the second time that morning, he froze. Her eyes were dead and empty, yet somehow lit with an insane and insatiable rage. Or was it hunger? He couldn't say for sure. He only knew that her eyes held him transfixed, like a rabbit caught by a snake's stare. Shouting from above shook him loose of the thing's stare. He glanced up and back. The last of the workers were on the ladder now, and Jim Lehman was motioning for him to come up.
"We've got sharpshooters on the way,"
he said. Jacob didn't need to be told twice. He turned back to the woman he'd just shot, aimed carefully at her nose, and put her down. Then he turned and ran for the wall. He went up the ladder in a daze. Somebody grabbed him and pulled him out of the way, while someone else lifted the ladder over the wall. Dale and Barry Gibbons, 2 of Arbella's best snipers, were standing there, rifles at the ready. "Can we take him down now, boss?" Dale said. Jacob stared at him for a moment, confused. Then he remembered they needed the approval of the constabulary to fire outside the walls. The noise was the big issue. The town had learned over the years that noise was the enemy when dealing with the undead. It brought them out of the woodwork. Jacob didn't feel much like a cop. His chest was heaving. He was rattled through and through. He was covered in mud and only wearing 1 boot. He holstered his weapon and tried to calm the wild bird beating against the inside of his ribcage. But when he spoke, the definitive note of command was back in his voice. "Yeah, take him down." 3. An hour later, Jacob was back at the office, sitting in front of a blank sheet of paper, trying to figure out what to say in his report. The workers should have had a sentry in place. At least one. Protocol called for one armed guard for every 10 men working on a project outside the wall, and not following that protocol was just a stupid error. There was no other way to describe it. Even if they hadn't been able to find a sharpshooter to do the job, the foreman should have at least used one of his crew. After all, every man and woman in Arbella knew how to handle a gun. They learned as children, as part of their schooling. It wasn't worth risking everybody's life just to finish a job quicker. Somebody was going to get it over this, and Jacob had his money on the foreman. But it wasn't the lack of leadership that really bothered him. It was the zombies that he'd shot. The amount of decay he'd seen was way beyond anything he'd ever seen before. Back when he was training to go outside the walls with the salvage teams, he'd been shown pictures of zombies and told what to look for. Some of the old ones could look like moldering corpses rotting away in doorways, their skin so cracked and dry, their muscles so atrophied, they looked more like hunks of beef jerky than zombies. But they could get up. They could go from dormant to attack mode in the time it took you to turn your back on them. And they were every bit as lethal as the freshly turned ones. Somebody had asked the trainer how old a zombie could get before they finally rotted away, and the trainer had said she didn't know. Nobody knew for sure. 6 years, maybe? Maybe even 8, if they lived in the right climate and didn't tear themselves apart while hunting their prey. Flesh could only last so long, after all, even with the help of CDHLs. Back in school, he learned about the first days. The zombies weren't the product of terrorism or a rogue virus or junk DNA, but the entrepreneurial desire to make vegetables last longer on the shelves. China, his teacher said, had experimented with pesticides and preservatives, looking for a way to make their domestically grown foodstuffs stay fresher longer. Their efforts culminated in a family of chemical compounds known as carbon dioxide blocking hydrolyzed lignin, or CDHLs. The Chinese tested it, claimed it was safe, and spread it over everything that grew. The compounds were tested and eventually vetted by the FDA. Once the Food and Drug Administration declared CDHLs safe for human consumption, they spread across the globe. Suddenly, plums could stay purple and juicy for months at a time. Roses never wilted. Celery, carrots, even lettuce could sit on a grocery store shelf for weeks and still look as fresh as the day they were harvested. Even bananas could stay traffic light yellow for 3 months. The blood banks were the first to report signs of trouble. CDHLs didn't appear to break down in the human bloodstream the way they did in plants. There was no cause for immediate worry, except that blood supersaturated with CDHLs seemed to stay unnaturally healthy and vital, well beyond any sort of conventional measure. In hindsight, Jacob's teachers had said, it should have been obvious. CDHLs were linked through study after study to hyperactive behavior in children. Unfocused aggression was a common symptom of adults of middle age. Housewives killing their children and waiting at the kitchen table with a butcher's knife for their husband's return from work shouldn't have seemed like business as usual. And yet, it was. The first days had crept up on them like a thief in the night, even though it should have been obvious what the CDHLs were doing to them. The trouble started in China. The central cities of Weishan and Qinghai were the first to erupt in anarchy. The Chinese, much to their credit, made no attempt to cover up what was going on. Video streamed out to every news service and website. and those first glimpses of the dead crowding the streets were terrifying beyond all reckoning. From central China, the zombie hordes spread to the more densely populated coastal cities, and by that point there was no saving mainland Asia. Everyone who could evacuate did. They fled to Japan and Australia, some even to the United States, but many millions were left behind to be devoured. There were simply too many to save. The rest of the world watched it happen, believing that their quarantine efforts had worked. But of course, the quarantine effort was merely shutting the barn door after the cow was already out. The culprit, the CDHLs, were already in the ground, already in the food, already in the bodies of everyone who had ever eaten something bought from the grocery store. All that was needed was for the body to reach a point of supersaturation. Once that happened, zombification spread. 8 months after the first incidents in China, more were reported in Japan and Mexico and the United States. Living through the first days was like being caught up in a wildfire. No sooner had you smelled smoke than the flames erupted all around you. Every night the televisions had shown maps, and on those maps, red circles spread like bloodstains. But the real terror, and it was a terror that every man, woman, and child still lived with, was the fact that the CDHLs were already in their bodies. You didn't become a zombie by being bit or scratched or accidentally ingesting any of their bodily fluids. You didn't have to, because you were already a zombie waiting to happen. They were all, to a body, carriers of the zombie plague. And once they died, they came back. There was some hope, though. The belief of those who claimed to know such things was that the levels of CDHLs in the soil and in the crops were starting to go down. In Jacob's salvage days, the botanists had asked him to take soil samples. Those results, they said, were encouraging. So, too, was the fact that fewer and fewer zombies seemed to be lasting more than a year or two. The more a zombie fed, the more CDHL it ingested, thereby keeping it viable longer, preserving it. The zombies from the first days had lasted more than a decade, Jacob had been told. That wasn't thought to be happening anymore. And that was what troubled him. The ones he'd shot down by the river were far older than anything he remembered seeing in those training pictures. It made him wonder if they really knew half of what they thought they knew about the outside world. But of course, that was a whole other issue. And a bitter one. With a heavy sigh, he started writing again. He had only put a few words on the page when Steve Harrigan appeared in the doorway behind him.
"Jacob, it's time."
Jacob's blood went cold. He put his pen down and felt his face flush with heat. Had he really forgotten what he was about to do? It seemed impossible, but that's what he'd done. He put both hands on the table and tried to steady himself, but it was no good. All over again, he was a jangled mess. Steve put a hand on his shoulder and said,
"Come on."
Slowly, as if he were going to his own execution. And maybe, in a way, it was. He rose to his feet.
"I think I'm going to be sick,"
he said.
"You're going to do just fine."
Steve held out his hand.
"Here, take these. I didn't know if you had any left after this morning."
Jacob held his hand out. The older man dropped 4 rounds into his palm. "Oh, thanks." With trembling hands, Jacob used the bullets to top off his magazine. "How do you know I'll do fine?" he asked, and seated the magazine into the receiver.
"You remember the words you're supposed to say?"
"Yeah."
"Then you'll do fine. Just point the weapon at his forehead and fire. Don't look away. Just say the words and fire."
"Do I look him in the face?" I don't know if I can do that.
You have to. If you don't, your hands will shake. You might miss, or worse, hit him with a glancing blow that doesn't kill him. Nobody wants that.
Steve put a hand on Jacob's shoulder and guided him toward the cells.
Come on. It's time.
They walked back to the cells in silence, just the echo of their boots on the tile floor. Jerry Greeter was in cell 2, sitting on the cot, his face in his hands. Like Amanda, he'd stopped caring for himself. He hadn't eaten a full meal since they'd locked him up. His clothes were dark with sweat and grime, and he hadn't shaved in a week. Sheriff Taylor had at first refused to let Amanda in the cell with him, but in the end had relented. She'd spent most of the morning with him. She wasn't there now, but there were flowers on the bed next to him. Steve said,
Jerry, time to get up.
Jerry said nothing. He didn't resist either. He let out a sigh and then slowly pulled himself to his feet. He was a tall, flat-footed man with long, stringy brown hair. Jacob moved in close to handcuff Jerry and caught a whiff that made him flinch. He steadied himself and took Jerry by the wrist. He pulled back the man's sleeves and was surprised to see a bright, pink, lacy cloth bracelet there. Except for the fabric, it looked like the bracelets the children over at the school made. At first, Jacob was confused, until he remembered that Amanda was a schoolteacher. Technically, he should have removed it, but he put the handcuffs on like he hadn't seen it. He stepped to one side of Jerry, and Steve went to the other.
All right, let's go,
Steve said. The 3 men left the cell and walked in silence out the front door. The sunlight was bright, and Jerry recoiled against it. Jacob and Steve gave him a moment to recover, and then they rounded the corner that led on to Main Plaza. There were perhaps 40 people gathered near the old stone fountain, among them Sheriff Taylor, all but 2 members of the town council, and, of course, Amanda Greeter. Jacob was surprised, and grateful, too, to see his friends Kelly Bannis and Nick Carroll. Kelly's husband, Barry, put his arm around her, and she melted into him. She was crying, but trying not to. Beside them, Nick had his hands thrust into the pockets of his jeans. He nodded to Jacob in quiet support. Amanda began to cry as soon as Jerry came into view. Her moans the only sound as a cold wind swept through the square. Jacob put a hand on Jerry's elbow and led him forward.
You can't do this,
Amanda shouted.
He's innocent.
Nobody else spoke. Jacob and the others continued on to the fountain. And as they walked, Jacob couldn't shake the thought that the others had chosen the fountain, the centerpiece of which was the blind Lady of Justice, not out of tradition or a sense of symbolism, but out of fear that the executioner might lose his nerve and miss. They wanted a backstop.
You didn't even find the jewelry,
Amanda yelled.
How can you say he's guilty?
That much was true, Jacob thought. They hadn't found the locket. But Jerry Greeter was guilty of burglary. That he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt. 17-year-old Jasmine Simmons had awakened in the middle of the night to see a man standing in a dark corner of her room, watching her. She'd screamed to holy hell, and the man had bolted from her room, shattered a window in a spare bedroom, and jumped through to the lawn below. She'd gone on screaming until the neighbors woke and raised the cry of thief. A crowd gathered. Jacob and Deputy Ted Harris happened to be riding by and descended on Jasmine's house. They found Jerry Greeter standing near the broken window, his clothes torn and his arms sliced up and bloody. He was even holding a shard of broken glass. When asked what he was doing there, he'd muttered a half-baked excuse. When questioned further, he'd gone into a shell. Jasmine, still a girl but living on her own for 3 years now, had claimed that he'd stolen her mother's locket, a silver heart containing a cameo of her mother. Jacob searched Jerry, but didn't find the locket. The crowd searched the area, but they didn't find it either. Attempts to question Jerry further led to nothing. His rambling story was so full of holes and inconsistencies that it became obvious to everyone he was lying. That certainly propelled Jacob forward. Feeling numb down to his toes, he led Jerry to the base of the fountain, turned him around so that the man's back was to the blind Lady of Justice, and backed away.
"Please don't do this,"
Amanda begged from somewhere off to his right.
"Please, somebody make it stop. They didn't even find the locket."
Jacob pulled his weapon. It felt impossibly heavy in his hand, as if he could never lift it. He looked around at the assembled faces and saw nothing but stone statues staring back at him. The wind picked up, carrying the wood smoke smell of a nearby cooking fire. Somewhere far off, a dog barked. This was his town, his people, and they were about to compel him to do something truly awful.
"But no man can make you do something you don't want to do,"
Sheriff Taylor had said to him on the day he proclaimed him chief deputy.
"You've been given this position because you're capable of knowing your own mind and being a man of conscience. Sometimes you will have to do that which nobody wants you to do. Sometimes you will have to refuse that which everybody wants of you. It'll be up to you to know what is right. And you will know, as long as you let the code be your guide."
The code, thought Jacob. He cleared his throat and began to speak. His voice was loud and sounded remarkably clear and steady, free of the fear tearing him up inside. The code speaks clearly on our role here today. Jerry Greeter, you have been found guilty of the crime of burglary. You have broken into the home of a fellow citizen with the intent to commit theft or assault. You are a thief, and a thief is a threat to the trust that protects and preserves us all. You have harmed our community by your actions. Our survival is always in doubt, and we must protect one another as neighbors, as friends, and as family. We must believe in each other. We must trust one another. And Jerry Greeter, we no longer trust you. To whatever God you worship or code you follow, may it preserve you and offer safe passage for your soul. The sentence of death by firing squad will now be carried out. Is there anything you want to say?" Jacob waited. Jerry lifted his gaze to Jacob. There was no recognition in his bloodshot eyes, just panic and fear and misery. Then he looked past Jacob and scanned the assembled crowd until he found Amanda. Then, much to Jacob's surprise, Jerry managed a faint smile.
"I love you, baby," he said, "with all my heart."
Several people were crying. Amanda shouted,
"You can't do this to him! It isn't right!"
A few people agreed with her, and they yelled for mercy. But nobody else picked up the cry, and soon the square fell silent again. Jacob stepped closer to Jerry, barely more than an arm's length away. He thought again how horrible it was that Jerry wasn't blindfolded. It certainly would have been easier on him to fire if he didn't have to look the man in the eyes while he pulled the trigger. But that was the point, wasn't it? The law was cold and absolute, but men mustn't be. Men make laws to live by, and they should be man enough to face the consequences of those laws when the hard choices have to be made. It was an awful act, and an incredibly tragic one, which was why, Jacob figured, that more of the town hadn't turned out for the execution. Jacob raised his pistol and adjusted his grip. From somewhere behind him, Amanda screamed, "Oh, God, Jerry! I love you!" Jacob told himself to do it. Wait any longer and he'd lose his nerve completely. His hands were slippery with sweat, and he had to adjust his grip on the weapon yet again. Then he squeezed the trigger, and the gun jumped in his hand. He saw the flash. Jerry's head snapped back, and he crumpled to the wet grass. His face turned to the sky, a nasty red hole where his right eye had been. Jacob swore silently. He'd been aiming for Jerry's forehead. He'd intended something clean and quick, not a horror show. There was a sudden stench as Jerry's bowels and bladder released. The grass beneath Jerry's head turned dark. A few people moaned, but the sound of their grief soon died away, and the quiet crowd was left with nothing but the echo of the shot and the ragged sobbing of Amanda Greeter, now a widow. Steve put a hand on his shoulder.
"Lower your weapon," he whispered.
Jacob did as the older deputy instructed, then holstered the gun. Dr. Gary Williams, the town's only remaining properly trained doctor from the first generation, stepped from the crowd and knelt next to the body. He checked for a pulse, and then pried open Jerry's one remaining eye so he could study the pupil for any signs of dilation. If Jerry were going to rise, the first sign of it would be there, in the pupils. To Jacob's great relief, the doctor motioned for two of his apprentices to bring a blanket. They draped it over Jerry's ruined face, and then Dr. Williams went over to talk with Sheriff Taylor. As the two men conferred in low tones, somebody led Amanda Greeter away. They had two men and a horse-drawn cart standing by to remove the body to the crematorium. But Jacob didn't stick around to watch that part of the process. He walked back to the constabulary office with his head wrapped in a haze. He was barely aware of his steps, and saw nothing but the scrap of ground directly in front of his feet. He went straight to the bathroom, collapsed to his knees in front of the toilet, and vomited. 4. It was almost dark when Sheriff Taylor finally came for him. Randall Taylor was a legend around town. He had led the first generation out of Arkansas and into Arbella, had rallied them at the barricades, and fought like a lion to beat back the tide of the dead. He was one of the authors of The Code, and the sentinel on the wall that kept the rest of the world at bay. Like his old friend Steve Harrigan, Taylor was a tall, slender man. But where Harrigan was known for his affable smile and endless parade of jokes, Taylor was a far more serious man. He said little when he didn't have to, and looked on everything and everyone with a quiet intensity. He had been, according to Jacob's mother, quite good-looking back in the day. Gray hair, wrinkles, and liver spots had erased some of that former glory, and his sharp, handsome features seemed more gaunt than rugged these days. But he was still obviously a powerful man, one who carried himself with a confidence that was immediately apparent to all who met him. He leaned against the doorway of the bathroom, a matchstick tucked into the corner of his mouth. He pulled it out and held it up for Jacob to see. "Steve said you promised to talk to Frank Hartwell about getting more of these next time he's outside the walls." Jacob looked at him, confused. The words made no sense to him. He was still hugging the toilet, though he hadn't thrown up again after that first time, hours earlier. He stood up, lowered the lid, and sat down. Taylor pointed to the sink. "Wash your face off first. I want to talk with you." Jacob ran water into his hands and splashed it into his face, scrubbing his mouth and cheeks with the heels of his hands. He took the towel down from the ring and dried his face. Then he put the towel back and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He didn't recognize the face staring back at him. "You did well today." Jacob turned to face his boss. I killed a man. And you saved 20 more. Taylor put the matchstick back in his mouth and rolled it over to one corner. I'm proud of you. I feel sick. Yep. Just pray you feel that way every time you have to do it. I never want to do that again. I can't promise you that. Jacob nodded. Yeah, I know. You know, I'm not the only one you impressed today. I've been talking for the last few hours with the town council about you. Jacob didn't say anything to that. All he wanted to do was drown himself in some of Kelly Bannis's infamous bathtub gin. Folks have got questions, though. What kind of questions? What you did today, out there in the square, was reaffirm the code that's kept us alive all these years. I know that, Jacob said. He sighed. The code had been on his mind all day, and he'd already covered this ground many times. The whole sound of it was turning sour. Now hold on. Give me a chance to speak. People want to know why a man who so ably filled the code's hardest task is so keen on leaving. Leaving? What? Who said anything about leaving? Well, ain't that what you and some of the others been talking about the last 10 years? You and Kelly Bannis and Nick Carroll? You mean the expansionists? What? I don't understand. You want to talk about this now? Why not? Jacob started to speak, but he didn't know what to say. He felt blindsided. Sheriff, with all due respect, sir, I don't really feel like a political discussion right now. And why is that? Jacob stared at his boss. Where to begin? Oh, I don't know. Because I just put a man to death. Talking politics with that hanging over my head, it feels obscene somehow. Taylor chewed on his matchstick a moment before taking it out and looking at it like a bad habit he couldn't shake. He flicked it into the waste can with a practiced motion. Why he even bothered to throw them away anymore, Jacob could hardly say. There'd be another in his mouth 5 minutes from now. Was it any wonder they were running out? Again? So he wanted to talk politics. Jacob shook his head. Fine. So be it. The expansionist question was endlessly complex, but it really boiled down to one simple truth. Arbella had survived the zombie apocalypse. They'd done well for themselves. They'd turned a deserted town into a new home, and there they'd not only survived, but thrived. They'd walled up the town and turned every available resource toward the maintenance and the prosperity of their community. The code was the formal statement of that purpose, its manifesto and its constitution, for lack of a better analogy. And the program had worked. Now, 30 years later, they had become so successful that Arbella's old walls couldn't hold them anymore. Jacob and quite a few of his friends, nearly all of them of the younger generation, now of age, believed that the answer to the problem was expansion. They were living in a Malthusian pressure cooker. It hadn't exploded yet, but it was only a matter of time. The first generation had already admitted the necessity of expansion. Jacob's fight down by the river that very morning was the result of a small expansionist program organized by the town council, though of course you'd never hear any of them saying that the purpose of the work had been to expand Arbella's borders. The work was an improvement, they'd say, nothing more. The first generation, Jacob's mother included, invariably came back with some version of the same tired old truism. Our strategy saved our lives, and it has worked brilliantly since then. The world out there wants to kill us. No good can come from pushing into that world. You are safe here. You have a good and a happy home here. Outside those walls, you'll find only death. Jacob and his friends had argued till they were blue in the face. But the first generation refused to budge. You get mad real easy, Jacob, Taylor said. I want you to work on that. Being quick to anger never did a cop a bit of good, believe me. I've seen plenty of good cops throw their jobs on the old compost heap because they couldn't control their temper. Look, Randall, are we on a first-name basis now? Jacob stared at him, trying to gauge the man's motives. Jacob had once heard Bill Christie boast at a Christmas party that he had fought next to Randall Taylor during the Battle of the Gates. He'd stood there shoulder to shoulder with Sheriff Taylor, gunning down zombies as they climbed over the barricades in an endless wave. "Me and him," Christie had boasted, thumping his chest. "We're tight." "Then go and slap him on the back," someone from the crowd had challenged. "Yeah, do it," someone else said. Like a drunken blimp on a crooked course, Christie had wandered over to where Taylor was talking with a few of the town leaders and slapped the sheriff merrily on the back, nearly causing Taylor to spill his tea all over Wanda Shane, head nurse of Arbella's hospital. Taylor had turned on the man and leveled such a withering stare at him that Christie immediately dropped his hand. He muttered some sort of incoherent apology and then shrank away, utterly embarrassed. But Jacob wasn't a drunk, and he wasn't some minor hero of the first generation. He said, "If this isn't on-the-job talk, forgive me. It'll be Sheriff Taylor from here on out. But if you're going to come in here while I'm feeling like a warmed-over dog turd and ambush me with questions about expansionism, then, yeah, it's going to be on a first-name basis. So you tell me, sir, what's it going to be?" Randall Taylor looked at him for a long moment. When Jacob didn't crack, he nodded, pulled another matchstick from his shirt pocket, and jammed it into his mouth. "Do you know why I had you handle the execution today?" "Because I'm chief deputy. It's the job of the chief deputy to do all executions." "Is it?" Jacob felt lost again. What exactly was he being asked? "It's part of the code," Jacob offered hesitantly. "Is it? Where is that written?" "It isn't. It's just always been that way." "Has it?" "I did the first 3 executions myself. Men that fought with me at the Battle of the Gates. Men I thought I trusted." "Yes, sir. I know that." "Then how can it be tradition?" Jacob desperately searched his memory for some explanation, some light he could turn on this issue, but all he could manage was a shrug. "I don't know," he said. "Did they teach you about John Adams when you were in school?" "The American president?" Taylor nodded. "Second president of the United States, yes." He pulled the matchstick from his mouth and flicked it into the waste can. "Adams lived through the American Revolution, and then helped build a country out of what was left over. And when he reflected back on that, he gave what I think to be one of the most balanced takes on the importance of politics in everyday life ever put to paper. He said, 'I must study politics and war, that my sons may have the liberty to study mathematics and philosophy, geography, natural history, and naval architecture, navigation, commerce, and agriculture, in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture, statuary, tapestry, and porcelain. It all comes down to politics, son. Get that wrong, and the best of intentions ain't worth nothing.'" He pulled out the little box where he kept his matchsticks from his shirt pocket, opened it, looked at the contents ruefully, then slid it closed and put the box back. "Jacob, I'm taking the long way around to say this, and that ain't my style, but I don't know any other way. I had you take care of Jerry Greeter because I needed to see for myself that you were ready, that you were prepared to be that second generation of leaders John Adams talked about. You proved today that the code will survive to the next generation, which is why the town council approved my decision to name you as my successor." Jacob's mouth opened. He said, "What?" "You heard me right. You're the obvious man for the job, and after all you did today, ain't nobody going to doubt the logic of it." I don't know what to say. You're not ready to retire. You're still... I'm ready to retire, Jacob. I'll be 70 come October. I've worn a badge nearly 50 years now. Trust me, that's a long time. Jacob let out a long breath. Craziest day ever, he said. Well, not so fast. We still got this question about expansion that needs answering first. The town council all agreed you're the man for the job, but they're troubled by the fact that you want to leave so bad. You said that before. Where's that coming from? I don't want to leave. Nobody said anything about leaving. All we want to do is explore what's out there. It's been 30 years. We don't know anything about the world we live in. An expedition is all we want, a chance to look around and see how far we can expand our town. Taylor took the matchstick box out again and jammed one into his mouth. It was a practiced motion, so casually done that Jacob wondered if the man even realized he was doing it. I saw those zombies you shot today, the really old ones. They had to be 12 or 13 years old at least. The zombies are lasting a lot longer than we thought. Isn't that proof enough that we don't want to go beyond the walls? No, exactly the opposite. Don't you see? We have no idea what's out there. Maybe it's still as bad as it was, but maybe it isn't. Either way, we have to know. We're going to have to do it soon, too. The resources we've got won't support our population for more than another few years. We could end up starving here. Or worse. Taylor nodded. I know all that's true. That may sound funny coming from me, but I do know it's true. I suspect I've known it for years now. Just haven't wanted to admit it to myself. That's why I learned that John Adams quote, so I could use it on the town council. Me and all the others on the council, we studied politics and war so that we could give you the code and this town. Now, it's your turn to study geography and navigation and all the rest of it. You get to be our Lewis and Clark, Jacob. We're a long way from tapestry and porcelain still. But with you at the helm, I think we'll get there. I don't understand. What are you saying? I'm saying I got the council to agree to your expedition. What? Are you kidding? Nope. Oh, my God! Jacob laughed. He wanted to grab Taylor by the shoulders and shake him. Or hug him. God help him, even kiss him. He was suddenly so excited he could barely stay in his skin. Don't go running off the reservation just yet, Taylor said. Council's asked for a full report on what you expect to achieve, what resources you'll need to make it happen, and who all will be going with you. And they want it to be delivered in session tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? That wiped the smile from Jacob's face. But how can I prepare a full report by tomorrow morning? I need time for that. All you've done for the last 10 years is talk about this, Jacob. How much more time do you need? Yeah, but... Jacob's mind was racing. He was stunned, still unable to process his good fortune. There was so much to do, so many people to talk to. He laughed. I can't believe I'm finally going to get to lead this expedition. Well, not so fast on that, either. Jacob's smile drained away. What do you mean? You're going to let me go, aren't you? Of course. But you're going to be co-leader. Co? Yep, Taylor said. I'm going with you. 5. Word traveled fast about the council's change of heart. Kelly Bannis and her husband Barry offered up their house for a party and promised to provide as much of Kelly's famous, or infamous, depending on who you asked, bathtub gin as the group could drink. It was a nice night, clear and crisp, but not too cold, and by 8 o'clock there were already enough people to force the party out onto the front porch and into the street, and a good many of them were already drunk. Jacob didn't go straight over to the party. He went home first and ate a small dinner of bacon and pickled vegetables from his mother's garden. Then he changed out of his uniform and into clean jeans, a sweatshirt, and a light jacket, and headed over to Nick Carroll's place on Leicester Street, over by the north wall. Nick had promised to wait on him so they could go over together. Nick was sitting on his front steps, drawing in a sketchbook when Jacob walked up. "You ready?" Jacob said as he came up the front walk. "Yep, just about." Jacob climbed the steps so he could see what Nick was drawing. On the page, rendered in pencil, was an amazing likeness of a pretty young girl, nude from the waist up, her fingers running through her hair. "What do you think?" Nick asked. Nice tits." "You recognize her?" Jacob squinted at the picture. He knew the face. He'd seen her around. On the name, though, he was drawing a blank. "Well, That's Gina Hauser." Jacob looked again. Nick was a talented artist, and now that he had a name to put to the picture, he could totally see it. He'd just never given Gina much of a look before. She was still a kid. Gina's kind of young, isn't she? She's 19. Well, yeah. Did she pose for that? Damn straight she did, Nick said, and shot him a wicked grin. She does a whole lot more, too. But isn't she dating that kid from, what's his name? Ted Roth over at the Houth farm. Yeah, they're dating. But a girl her age, likes a little fun now and then. And what her boyfriend don't know won't hurt him. Really? Nick, what are you doing? Don't be jealous. Whatever, Jacob said. Come on, let's go. Okay. Nick closed the sketchbook. Let me put this up. Jacob watched his friend enter his house. Nick was a blowhard, always had been. He was only 5'9", and his forehead was scarred with acne from his teenage years. But he talked loud, and he talked well, and for some reason, the girls seemed to like him. He had no doubt that young Miss Gina Hauser had soaked up his attention, loving every second of it. She wouldn't have been the first, not by a long shot. As he stared into the darkened recesses of Nick Carroll's living room, a memory rose up in Jacob's mind. They'd gotten into a fight when they were 16, and Jacob had come away with a black eye, a bleeding ear, and a mouth that looked like a tomato somebody had crushed beneath their heel. Nick had barely had a scratch on him. Jacob couldn't even remember now exactly what was said to start the fight. They'd just been hanging out with a group of boys, waiting for a baseball game to start. And some of the other guys started kidding Nick about his last name, calling it a girl's name. Nick seemed to take the ribbing pretty well. But when Jacob joined in, it had sent Nick over the edge. Next thing Jacob knew, they were circling each other inside a ring of boys, all yelling, "Fight! Fight!" Then the ass-beating started. That had been a long time ago, 20 years now, and they'd been through a lot together since then. They dated some of the same girls, fought again over some of the same girls, only to come together again and again, always the two of them. They'd worked in salvage together, gone outside the walls together. They were tight. Still, for Jacob at least, and maybe for Nick too, there was always that fight. It lurked there in the past, in the back of his mind, the way failures sometimes do. It had cast a long but subtle shadow over their relationship, one that made their friendship one of always seeking dominance over the other, rather than understanding. And Jacob couldn't help but feel that this latest conquest of Nick's, this teenage girl with a nice pair and a pretty face, was just another way of Nick's to show he was more of a man than Jacob. And then Nick was standing in the doorway. "Hey, man, you all right? You look like you're someplace else." Jacob forced a smile. "I'm good. You ready? Let's go party." The walk over to Kelly's place was short, the talk small. They rounded the corner and were hit with a wall of drunken voices. A cheer went up when they arrived. As they walked into Kelly and Barry's front yard, friends ran up to shake Jacob's hand and clap him on the back. Memories of his lost fight with Nick started to fade, and despite all he'd been through that day, Jacob felt kind of loose, ready for a good time. "Hey, Jacob," Nick said, a hand on his shoulder. He pointed to the north. "Look up there." Jacob followed the line of Nick's finger. Kelly and Barry lived about 400 yards from the north wall. A good portion of it could be seen from her front yard. And on the wall, a rifle slung over his shoulder, was Sheriff Taylor making his rounds. His nightly tour along the town's walls was a fixture of life in Arbella. "You ready for that?" Nick said. "You mean walking the wall every night? You think that's something I should keep doing?" "Don't you?" "You know," he said, "I remember as a kid watching him walk that walk before bedtime. I remember my mom used to say, 'Look up there, Sheriff Taylor's on the wall. I think we're going to be okay.'" "Everybody's mother used to tell him that," Nick said. "Yeah. I think you're going to have to do it," Nick said. "At least for a little while. People see that, and they feel a little better closing their eyes at night." "Is he really coming with us?" "Yeah. I think he's serious." "Why?" "Well, he's got his own reasons, I suppose." "You didn't ask him?" "Oh, I asked him," Jacob said. Taylor had told him it was a political move, that if people saw them co-leading the expedition, it'd be a sign that Jacob had Taylor's blessing as sheriff. He said it would help with transition, which Taylor wanted to happen when they returned from the expedition. He said, "He just said he was craving a little adventure." Someone spoke behind them. "What are you two looking at?" Jacob turned around. Kelly Bannis was standing there, a pair of mason jars in her hands. She held them out to Jacob and Nick. "Gin and tonics to get you boys started?" "Hell yeah," Nick said, and took his. "Thanks," Jacob said. "I'm sorry about today," she said. "I really am. That must have been so hard." Nick took a big gulp of his drink, smacked his lips loudly, and slapped Jacob on the shoulder. "Hard, my ass. Old Jake here was steady as a rock up there." Jacob held his smile, but inside he was fuming. He wanted to tell Nick to shut the hell up. The man had no idea. But he held himself in check. Jacob kept his gaze on Kelly. "Thanks," he said. "It meant a lot that you guys were there today. There was a moment there that I almost locked up. Seeing you guys really helped." Kelly put a hand on his shoulder. Nick took another drink of his gin and tonic and scanned the party for a pretty face. It was only then that Jacob noticed Kelly was wearing the necklace he'd made for her after his first salvage mission. A cluster of buttons he'd found at a mall and knotted together with a silver chain. It never even occurred to him that she still had it. Kelly caught him looking at the necklace, and she put a hand over it, a hint of a guilty smile on her face. Had he really seen it, that smile, or was he just wishing? Either way, the thought broke off clean as Barry Bannis, Kelly's husband, materialized out of the crowd and put his arm around her. Barry was drunk, as usual, and grinning ear to ear. "It's finally going to happen," he said, raising his glass. "Thank you, Jacob. Here's to you." "Thanks, Barry." Jacob found it hard to be jealous. Barry was head of the Agricultural Sciences Center over at Landry's farm. He pretty much decided which vegetable crops got planted within Arbella's borders, and for the last 12 years, his right-hand woman had been his wife, Kelly Bannis. Jacob was proud of Kelly. She was, almost certainly, the smartest person he'd ever met. She was an authority when it came to plants, to be sure. His own mother quoted her articles in the town's paper. But Jacob's mind kept turning back to that summer they'd shared together, back when they were 17 and young enough to ignore the future and revel in each other. They'd been joined at the hip all summer, sharing shrimp and catfish and beer. Lots of beer. And lots of sex. There wasn't much to do in Arbella when you were a teenager. You drank and had sex. That was about it. And afterward, if you really thought there was a future with this girl, you propped yourself up on your elbow and you listened to what she had to say. Kelly's conversation had ranged from botany to making moonshine to Tennessee Williams to physics. Meanwhile, he'd been unable to think of little more than climbing back between her legs. But so much for memories. Now she was with a man 10 years her senior, and one who was, arguably, the smartest man in Arbella. In another 10 years, Barry Bannis would undoubtedly be on the town council. And all the while, Jacob had been nothing but a cop. Still, nearly 20 years had gone by, and she still wore the necklace he'd made for her. Maybe she still held an ember of the fire they'd lit that summer. And maybe Nick was right. Maybe every girl deserves her little secrets. "So what's the plan?" Kelly said. "Have you figured out what you're going to tell them tomorrow?" "Just what we've always talked about. 12 people, picked for a variety of skills. Nick here is cartographer. You and Barry as botanists. Me for salvage. A few others. I figured we'd head north up Interstate 55 to St. Louis, then zigzag back south all the way to Little Rock, then come back here. If we take our time and do it right, it should take us about 5 months." Barry pushed his glasses high up on his nose with his thumb. "I like that plan." He turned to Kelly. "It'll give us a chance to test—" There was a commotion out on the street. Jacob and the others turned that way just as people started screaming and backing away from a dirty figure, dressed in rags, long stringy hair forming a curtain in front of her face. And she held a pistol in her hand. "Oh, Christ," said Kelly. "It's Amanda Greeter." Jacob drew his weapon and advanced into the street. He held the weapon at low ready, not pointing it at Amanda, but afraid he was going to have to. He said, "Amanda, stop, please." She turned toward him, and the hair parted from her face. She'd been crying. Dirt and grime were tracked all over her cheeks, and her eyes were swollen and red. She pointed her gun at him. "Amanda, stop! Don't do this. Just put the gun down." "You made a mistake," she said, her voice cracking. Then she screamed it. "You made a mistake!" "Amanda, easy. Please. Just put the gun down." "He was innocent. You killed an innocent man, and now you're out here celebrating it. You're a murderer." "Amanda, wait. Listen to me, please. Put the gun down. If you want, we'll go inside, and I will listen to everything you have to say. Just put the gun down." "You didn't find the locket. How can he be guilty if you didn't even find the locket?" "Jacob," said Nick. Jacob held up one hand to keep him back, but never took his eyes off Amanda. "Amanda, that's good. That's something we can talk about. Put the gun down, okay, so we can talk about it. Just put it down." "He was innocent," she said. "My Jerry was innocent." Then she put the muzzle to her chest. Kelly screamed. "No!" Jacob ran forward, but he was too late. Amanda fired and collapsed onto the ground. Jacob put his hand over the wound and tried to staunch it, but there was too much blood, too much damage. She wasn't breathing, and when he put a bloody hand up to her neck, he couldn't find a pulse. "She's dead," he said, and rocked back on his heels. Barry came over and checked again for a pulse. Then he forced Amanda's eyes open and examined the pupils.
"Ah, Christ," he said. "Jacob, she's turning already."
He backed away from the corpse, just as it started to twitch. From somewhere in the crowd, somebody groaned miserably. Then, the thing that had been Amanda Greeter climbed to her feet and lurched toward Barry.
"Jacob," he said, "a little help."
Jacob stepped up behind the zombie and put a bullet in her head. For the second time, Amanda Greeter dropped to the street, lifeless and still. Jacob swallowed hard as he holstered his weapon. He stared down at the body, and it was like looking at Jerry Greeter all over again. Blood dripped from his fingers, pattering against the pavement. Jacob turned away from the body. Down at the end of the street, the officers of the watch were running his way, their rifles clutched in their hands. Part 2. Outward Bound. 6. By the time Jacob turned onto the Bannises street, it was pouring. His umbrella did little good. No matter how he held it or what direction he turned, the wind somehow managed to curl under the rim, soaking his shirt and face. And what the wind didn't get on him, the puddles in the street did, leaving him cold and wet and utterly miserable. He was getting a headache, a bad one. He walked around most of the time now with his head full of lists. Planning for the expedition had become pretty much a full-time job, and a seemingly endless exchange of what to leave in, what to leave out. Everybody had advice for him. Everything from the paperback westerns David Sachs kept giving him, saying he should learn what to carry on the trail from those, to Jenny Oldham's quaint idea of having them bring along a covered wagon. "It worked for the pioneers," she was fond of saying. "It'll work again here." The latest idea came from Walter Mayfield. Walter ran the livery, and he was supplying the horses, and he sat on the town council, and his wife, Esther, was supplying the expedition with 200 pounds of beef jerky, so he pretty much had to be listened to. His idea was to equip every member of the expedition with 2 horses, one for riding, and the other as a pack animal. Jacob hadn't laughed in his face, partly out of respect for the man's position in the town, and partly out of exhaustion, but the urge to do so had been there nonetheless. Instead, he'd mustered what little patience he still had and tried to explain that while every member of the expedition knew how to ride — he didn't grow up in Arbella without learning how to ride a horse — not all of them were competent enough to manage 2 horses over uneven terrain and still be able to deal with zombies, should they run into some. But Walter was unwilling to let the suggestion go. So Jacob promised he'd consider it, and added it to an already huge list of headaches he would have to deal with eventually. Though technically he wasn't off the clock. He was counting on tonight to recharge his batteries. Tonight's meeting was going to be fun, not work. Or at least it would be once he got out of the rain. So he hurried on his way, his head bent low as the rain sizzled and popped against the top of his umbrella. It was coming down so hard and made so much noise that he almost missed it when someone called his name. He stopped, annoyed at being detained, and looked around. Maggie Hester was trotting toward him, her arm over her head in a vain attempt to keep her hair dry. Jacob held the umbrella out to cover her. "Thank you," she said as she slid in beside him. She had something in her hands. "I wanted to ask a favor, Jacob." "Yes, ma'am." He had to yell to be heard over the rain. "What can I do for you?" She held out a plastic baggie, the kind with a locking seal at the top. Plastic baggies were a valuable commodity around Arbella, and this one had obviously been reused many times. The plastic had turned white and nearly opaque, but Jacob could see a slip of paper inside. He took the baggie from her. "What's this?" "Is it true you're going to Little Rock?" "Yes, ma'am. That's the plan, anyway. That'll be our southern terminus before we head back here." Ms. Hester was in her 70s. She was a stocky woman with wide shoulders and the kind of bosom that made Jacob wonder why she didn't have back trouble. She was ordinarily an animated powerhouse, the kind of dowager who blows into a room like a summer dust devil. But that energy was gone from her now. Her expression was a pained one, and she looked small to him, standing there all soaking wet. He studied her face, her red, puffy eyes and runny nose, and he wasn't entirely certain the dampness on her cheeks was rainwater.
"That's the address for my old house back in North Little Rock," she said, nodding at the baggie.
"Yes, ma'am?"
"I was wondering, if you get a chance, would you go by there, please? It may not even be there anymore. But if it is—"
She trailed off. Her lips were trembling. Jacob doubted they'd have much of an opportunity for side trips, and he was about to tell her as much when she started talking over him.
"We had to leave so fast. You don't remember those days, I know, but it was so crazy when we left. I didn't even get a picture of my daughter. At the time, it didn't seem important, with everything coming down around us like it did. I thought I'd always have her with me, that she would outlive me. I was wondering if you could make the time."
Jacob had known Maggie Hester his entire life. She'd even taught his pickling and preserving class back in school. But he'd never heard anything about a daughter. She'd lived alone as long as she'd been here in Arbella. It wasn't hard to figure out her situation, though. A lot of people lost their families during the first days. Jacob's own dad had died on the way to Arbella. He was only 3 at the time and had no real memories of the man. But his mom sure did. Jacob slipped the baggie inside his jacket. "I'll make the time," he said. She seemed to deflate right in front of him.
"Bless you," she said. "You have no idea how much this means to me, to all of us, that you're going on this expedition. We're so very proud of you."
Before he could respond, she turned and trundled back through the rain to her house. Jacob watched her go. When she was back inside, he turned, bent his head against the wind and rain, and pushed on. But he only made it a few feet before he stopped and let out a gasp. There, on the pavement, was the dark stain left behind from Amanda Greeter's suicide. The hard freezes of February had given way to a rainy March. It had rained a lot since that night, nearly every day, in fact. He stared at the stain and wondered why the rain hadn't washed it away. Nobody blamed him for Amanda's death. Quite the contrary, nearly everybody who was there, and nearly everybody who only heard about it later, said they thought he'd done everything he could to talk her down. And when she came back, he'd done the right and proper thing, putting her down with decision and dignity. A few had even said it was just another indication that Jacob Carlton was one of the best of his generation. The kind of man who exemplified the grit and get-it-done attitude that brought the first generation safely to Arbella. He alone blamed himself for Amanda's death, and there was no getting past that. Some wounds are slow to heal, and some never heal at all. 7. Kelly greeted him at the door with a mason jar full of her homemade gin in her hand.
"Welcome, stranger," she said. "You thirsty?"
"God, yes."
"Barry!"
Kelly yelled into the house. Her home was lit by the warm, buttery glow of dozens of candles, and filled with the chatter and laughter of a small dinner party.
"The boss wants a drink."
"On it," Barry called from the kitchen.
"Here's a towel. You can put your umbrella over there, but leave your boots outside. I don't want you tracking mud in my house."
The other members of the expedition were already crammed in around the Bannises' dining room table. There was a chair open at the head of the table, opposite Taylor's chair. Barry stuck a gin and tonic in his hand and pointed him toward the open chair. "Welcome, boss." "Thanks, Barry." Jacob sat down at the head of the table. The others were still talking amongst themselves. Only Taylor was watching him, another matchstick tucked securely in the corner of his mouth. "You're late," Taylor said. "I was figuring out the ammunition inventory with Steve. Looks like we're only going to be able to bring about 40 rounds each. The rest has to stay here to leave enough to defend the walls." "Only 40 rounds?" Barry said. "That's not enough, is it?" Jacob shrugged. "It's what we've got to work with." "Can't we gather some? While we're outside the walls?" The question came from Bree Cheney, the gorgeous, bubbly blonde Nick Carroll had recommended for the post of medic. Her job at the Peach Orchard farm was that of veterinarian, which meant she'd be able to help out with the horses. But she'd also been shadowing Dr. Gary Williams for a few years now. And by all accounts, she was very good at what she did. Though clearly, from her question, salvage was not her bag. Jacob glanced at Frank Hartwell, the engineer for the expedition, and Jacob's old boss back when he was working with the salvage teams, figuring he'd want to answer that. Hartwell was a strong, bulky man of 50. His hair was graying at the temples, but his full beard remained perfectly black. At first he'd refused coming on the expedition, saying that he was too old. But he was one of the most level-headed men Jacob knew, and nobody in town could match his knowledge of the wasteland. And, in the end, Jacob had insisted. Hartwell nodded and churched his fingers together in front of his lips. "It's certainly possible that we could find some ammunition while we're out, but you can't hang much hope on that. The chance of finding the right caliber, for instance, is remote at best. It's possible we could stumble on a gun store or a sporting goods store that hasn't been looted down to the floor tiles, but not all that likely. And even if we did find a pile of the right caliber ammunition at one of those places, the stuff is going to be 30 years old. It's had plenty of time to rust and corrode. It might not even fire anymore. Or worse, it might blow up on our face." "So what's the alternative?" Kelly said. "I mean, 40 rounds apiece isn't much if we find ourselves in a bad mess, right?" Several of the others started talking at once. Taylor rapped his knuckles on the table, and that quieted down the room. "Leave it all here." He nodded to Jacob. "Tomorrow, when you talk to Steve, tell him all the ammo stays here for civil defense." Nobody spoke. There were nervous glances around the table. "All of it?" Jacob said. "You're sure?" "I am," Taylor said. "And don't worry, I got us covered." Shortly after you got the council's permission to organize this trip, I went to Billy Evans over at the machine shop and asked him to gather up all the damaged shell casings he could find. He got a whole mess load of them from the school shooting range, and he's been retooling them ever since. I'm told he's reloaded enough to give us 700 rounds apiece. 700? Said Barry. You're kidding. That's amazing. Well, most of us will have 14 boxes of 50 rounds each. Taylor pointed at Eli Sherman and Max Donovan, two groomers from Walter Mayfield's livery. Neither man had turned 20 yet, but both were known to be equally good with horses, fists, and rifles. They were along for muscle, mainly, and to help Bree Cheney care for the horses. You two, Taylor said. I'm told both you men are crack shots. That true? The two men stiffened. Yes, sir. They both stammered as one. Good. I set aside 1,000 rounds each for the two of you. Eli and Max looked at each other with equal parts delight and shock. The notion that the great Sheriff Taylor had just publicly complimented them had left them both a little starstruck. I expect you'll make every round count. Yes, sir, Eli said. And from Max, "You can count on it, sir."
Good.
Taylor glanced across the table to Jacob.
"And what's more, Billy tells me he was able to make the rounds subsonic."
Jacob's eyebrows went up.
"What's that mean?"
Bree asked.
"Slower than the speed of sound,"
Eli said, and slapped Max on the shoulder as the two shared a grin. Bree gave him the finger.
"I know what subsonic means, you little jerk. I mean, why is it important that a bullet is subsonic?"
Jacob started to answer, but Frank Hartwell interrupted. His tone was quiet and patient, and to Jacob at least, who knew how gruff the man could be in the field, it was pretty obvious he had taken a shine to Bree.
"When you fire a gun," he said, "it sounds like it makes one loud bang, but it actually makes two. The first is the explosion that happens when the firing pin hits the detonator and the charge explodes. The second one, the loud crack that carries for miles, is the sonic boom that comes with the bullet breaking the sound barrier."
"So, it'll be like having a silencer or something?" Bree asked.
"Not quite," Frank said, "but at least the sound won't carry for miles. It's definitely a good thing, even if it does decrease the range of our weapons a bit."
That brought appreciative smiles and nods from the others around the table. Jacob felt relieved as well, but he was troubled by the way Taylor had chosen to unveil his information. Jacob had shared everything with Taylor. He'd held nothing back. But clearly information wasn't flowing both ways. If they were supposed to be co-leaders of this expedition, this wasn't the best kind of start Jacob could think of. He felt like he had to retake control of the meeting. "Is everybody ready to begin?" he asked the group. Nods all the way around the table. The mood had turned light again. Jacob surveyed the group. "So, this is what I want to do tonight. Most of you know each other quite well, or at least know of each other. That's good. But I want to lay out officially why you're all here and what you'll be doing. I thought we'd go around the table and introduce ourselves." Jacob turned to Nick, seated at his right. "You want to start us off?"
Sure," Nick said.
"So, yeah, I'm Nick Carroll. I draw pretty good, so they hired me on to make maps." He looked at Jacob with his patented wicked grin and shrugged. "I don't know. I guess that's about it." Jacob shook his head. "Don't let him fool you, folks. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, Nick here actually has a brain. Most of you probably know already that he's pretty good at drawing, but he's also got a thing for maps, so I'm hiring him on as our cartographer. On top of that, he's got some expertise outside the wall. Sheriff Taylor and I have worked closely with him, and with Frank over there, to figure out our route, which we're going to go over here in a sec." He turned to Kelly. "You want to go next?" Kelly smiled at the room.
"I know most of you already. I'm Kelly."
She gave a little wave.
"This is my husband, Barry."
Barry dutifully raised his hand in a drunken salute.
"We supervise production and research over at Houth Farm, which I guess makes us as close to botanists as anybody you're going to find here in this town. Obviously, we won't be able to carry all the food we need for the trip, so our job will be to tell you what stuff is safe to eat. Also, we're going to be doing frequent soil samples for CDHL levels." She gave Nick's shoulder a pat. "We'll be tabulating our data with Nick here, and hopefully, after we're done, we'll know the right direction for expansion."
"Excellent." Jacob pointed to Kelly's right and said, "Frank?"
"Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Okay, my name is Frank Hartwell. I was Jacob's boss about 10 years ago before he went off and left me for the law. My specialty is salvage. I take what's gone bad and make it new again, at least in theory. I'll be working with Jacob and Sheriff Taylor to see if there's anything we encounter out in the wasteland that Arbella can use."
"Like what?" asked Max.
Frank shrugged. "Well, anything. Motors, gasoline, doorknobs."
"Doorknobs?" Max said.
A joke, son. The point is, we have no idea what might prove valuable. I've been collecting a list of requests, and we'll try to find that stuff, but salvage is all about thinking out of the box. There's no telling what can be repurposed into what. You just take it as it comes.
Yeah, but it's a question of who takes it, if you know what I mean. I didn't sign on to carry a bunch of junk all over the wasteland. Frank turned in his chair and looked like he was about to read the kid the riot act. Jacob stepped in before that had a chance to happen. "It doesn't work that way, Max," he said. "When you do salvage like this, if it's something there's no way you can carry, you just record the location of the find, hide it, or disguise it if you can, and then report back to town for the proper resources to go back out and get it. We don't have a whole lot of gas, but we've got enough to power a truck to go out and bring something back, provided it's worth it." Max mulled that over. "So I'm not going to be carrying a bunch of junk all over zombie country, right?" "Right," Jacob said. "We're not bringing you along as a pack mule. Don't worry." "Oh. Well, okay then." They worked their way through the rest of the introductions. Owen Webb, anthropologist, Andy Dawson, the town's main reporter, before Jacob ordered the table cleared so they could unveil a giant map of Missouri. "Nick," Jacob said, "you want to start us off?" Nick cleared his throat. "Yeah, you bet." He ran a finger down the right side of the map. "Obviously, this is the river, and this bend here where it says New Madrid, that's us. The first leg of the journey is to take Highway 55 here up to where it meets Interstate 55. From there, we'll follow the interstate up to Sikeston. We're figuring that should take about a week." "A week?" said Andy Dawson. "Why a week? That looks like a straight shot to me. What is it, about 30 miles? Andy was a talented carpenter. He'd actually rebuilt the front steps of Jacob's mother's house, which is why Jacob thought of him for this expedition, though not in his capacity as carpenter, but as a journalist. On the recommendation of David Sachs, Jacob had read the journals of Lewis and Clark and had come away with an appreciation for the fact that they were going to need someone to chronicle the expedition. Jacob could barely force himself to write a full police report, much less something book-length. So we turned to Andy Dawson, one of 4 part-time journalists for the Arbella Weekly News. "It's closer to 50 miles, Jacob said, "but it's hard country. I remember there were places so overgrown that you couldn't even tell where the highway used to be. You'd see these big 18-wheelers standing in the middle of a sea of grass like shipwrecks, and that was about the only clue there was ever a road there." Jacob glanced across the table at Frank Hartwell. "You've been out there recently? Is it still that bad?" "It's gotten a lot worse, actually," said Frank. "Once nature starts taking over, the rate of encroachment speeds up exponentially every year. In some places, the grass grows shoulder high. Fires happen every once in a while, usually near the end of summer, so there won't be that much scrub brush to contend with. But the grass and the sunflowers come back pretty fast, especially after a rainy spring like we've had. It may not look all that far, but we'll need that week." "And remember," Jacob said, "this isn't a race. We're doing this to get a good look around. I want to take our time, give everybody a chance to get used to living on the trail."
"What about zombies?" Bree asked.
She looked around the table nervously.
"There's always a chance," Frank said, his baritone softening just a little.
He pointed to Sikeston on the map.
"I was up in these parts about 3 years ago, and we ran into a herd of 7 of them. And then there's the really big herd that Jacob fought back last month. So yeah, they're out there. We'll have to be on our toes."
"What do we do if we see them?"
"Just fall back on the training you got in school," Frank said. "We avoid them as long as we can, and we only fight them if we absolutely have to."
"Silent running is the rule here," Jacob added. "I want you guys to take this first week to acclimatize yourself to life in the wasteland. Get comfortable on the trail.
But keep in mind that comfortable is not the same thing as having a party out there. We'll exercise noise discipline the entire time we're outside the wall. Use the hand signals you were taught in school whenever possible. Talk only when necessary, or when it's obvious we're alone. But if you do talk, do so quietly. Remember, anything can happen, and it often does. Bree glanced down at the map, clearly nervous.
"Look," said Frank, softening his voice another notch. "We're not trying to scare anybody. I think you'll find once you get out there that the wasteland isn't all that bad. Parts of it are, yeah, but most of it is actually kind of beautiful. The fish have made a tremendous comeback, for example. There are streams so thick with trout you could almost walk on their backs to cross to the other side. Plus," he drew an imaginary circle on the map with his index finger, "this part in through here is all a known element. We've been exploring it for years, so I'm not planning on any huge surprises."
"What about this area here?" asked Andy, his finger on the open country, north of Sykeston. Frank nodded thoughtfully, as though considering how to answer. He stroked his beard and heaved his broad shoulders.
"Well, that's kind of the point of this whole expedition, isn't it? This is Highway 60, he said, and drew a line across the map. Once we get out beyond that point, we're in undiscovered country. Nobody I know has been beyond there."
They all regarded the map with a newfound respect. Jacob looked around the table and realized the full measure of what they were about to do was finally sinking in. "But we're ready for that," he said. "Everybody at this table has been trained to take care of themselves and each other. That's our code. Everybody works, everybody watches the other guy's back. Just remember that, and we're going to make this expedition as big a success as our Bella herself." Frank Hartwell nodded. Max and Eli traded huge grins. Even Bree seemed to relax a little. "Well, I want another drink," said Barry. "Anybody else want some?" A few held out their glasses, including Jacob. Barry rose to collect them, but before he could leave the table, Owen Webb spoke for the first time.
"I have a question," he said.
He seemed intensely serious, his frown in marked contrast to the rest of the room. Those few who were standing sat back down and listened. Owen was coming along as the expedition's anthropologist. He had been a brand-new anthropology professor at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock when the first days happened. But since coming to Arbella, he'd settled into teaching reading and candle-making to the children over at the school. Out of the entire group, he was the only one Jacob had not personally recruited. In fact, he came to Jacob, and over the course of one long discussion while he helped Jacob mop the floors in the constabulary's jail cells, he made a convincing case that he could offer a unique perspective on the world they were likely to find. Only 2 other members of the group, he reminded Jacob, were old enough to remember the world before the first days. The younger members would undoubtedly have questions about the ruins they saw. Who better to answer those questions than a professor who taught about the way people used to live? It was a convincing argument, and it had grabbed Jacob the same way Owen had grabbed the group at the table. Once he had everyone's attention, Owen said,
"What about first contact?"
"What do you mean, first contact?"
asked Max. He looked around the table.
"What's that mean?"
"You know," Owen said, "with other people. We can't be the only Arbella out there. Surely others have survived and thrived just as we have. What happens when we make first contact with them?"
Jacob looked around the table. "That's a good question," he said. "Any thoughts?"
"Well," said Frank, "we've never run into anybody, and my crews and I have spent a lot of time out there."
"But it is possible," Owen said. "Even likely. It's like looking up at the stars and wondering if there's someone else out there. It's just not statistically possible that we are the only pocket of civilization to have survived. I think we need a plan for, if and when we make that contact.
I think we should probably try to avoid any settlements. Don't you think? Kelly said.
Absolutely, Barry said.
Yeah, me too. I think that's a good policy in general, Nick said. I'll, of course, record the location of any settlements we find. We can always arrange a future expedition to make the first contact.
But it might be an opportunity to open trade, suggested Bree. And if they've survived like we have, they're probably not the kind of people who would want to hurt us. I mean, right? They'd know that survival is a team effort, right? They'd welcome more team members.
Sheriff Taylor stood up. All discussion stopped, and all eyes turned on him. He leaned over the table and met the gaze of every person in the room. "Listen up," he said. "These are the ground rules. We make first contact only if we have to. We will record the locations of any settlements, as Nick suggested, but we will avoid first contact if at all possible."
Owen Webb started to object, but Taylor held up a hand to silence him.
"And I want to make sure that each of you understands this one thing. Under no circumstances are any of you to say a word about Arbella to anyone outside our circle. Not a single word. I will die before I give away the location of our home. And if you are going on this expedition, you better damn well do the same."
He scanned the room again, his gaze unflinching, the matchstick clenched tightly in his teeth.
"Is that absolutely clear?"
A few nodded right away, clearly cowed. Others, including Owen, Jacob, and Frank, slowly nodded a moment later. 8. They left Arbella on April 21st, and for that first week on the trail, it seemed to Jacob more like a vacation than exploration. For one thing, his headaches were gone. There was no one else to make asinine suggestions that etiquette demanded he listen to, and all the public pressure of what to do and how to do it were finally a matter for the record. He'd taken action. He'd made the decisions. Now, finally, he was alone with the consequences of those choices, and he felt pretty damn good about it. The last of the hard freezes were behind them, and spring had come upon them quietly as a cat. The mornings were cool and usually foggy, but the afternoons were mild. It got cold at night, but not even that had been much of an issue. Working closely with Nick and Frank, he charted out their course so that they always ended up close to some sort of structure by nightfall. At night, they kept up a rotating guard, which had seemed a little silly that first night out, but proved useful during the second night. Just before dawn, Owen Webb woke Jacob in a panic.
"Outside," he said. "3 of them coming up the road."
"Shh," Jacob said, instantly awake. He went to hand signals. "Just 3? You're sure?" Owen nodded. They'd taken shelter inside an abandoned store that had once sold propane tanks. Frank Hartwell and his salvage teams had long since drained the tanks, but it was still one of the salvage team's most popular stops on their treks outward from Arbella. It was set back from the highway by a good distance, and offered some excellent places to hide the horses. It was also easily defended and afforded a fairly good view of anything coming up the highway in either direction. Jacob went to the edge of the lot, keeping low between 2 large rusting tanks, and scanned the road where Owen pointed. There were way more than 3. Jacob picked shapes out of the darkness, eventually counting 14 in all. A fairly decent-sized herd. There were only 3 before, Owen signed to him. "I promise." Something rustled in the grass behind them. It was Sheriff Taylor, coming up between the tanks, a black,
mean-looking rifle in his hands. It looked sort of like an AR-15 with a collapsible stock, but it had a long, built-in suppressor on the muzzle and flip-up tactical sights. Jacob thought he'd seen every rifle in Arbella, but that one was a surprise. Jacob gestured at the rifle. "What's that?" Taylor shook his head as if to tell him not now. The others were watching them from the storefront windows, crouched down out of sight. From somewhere behind the building, one of the horses caught the scent of the dead and snorted in fear. Out on the road, several of the zombies turned toward the propane tanks and picked up their pace.
"Damn it," Taylor muttered. "Gonna have to go tactical."
"You can't shoot that many of them," Jacob said. "All the shots will attract every zombie in the area."
Taylor winked at him.
"Just trust the old man, will you?"
Moving in a crouch, Taylor stepped onto the road. A few zombies saw him and began to moan. But before they had a chance to start the feeding call that would attract even more of their numbers, Taylor began to fire. There was no muzzle flash, no loud crack. The gun was nearly silent. It made a noise like somebody quietly snapping their fingers each time Taylor shot. And clearly it was deadly accurate, for within seconds, motionless corpses surrounded Taylor, dark humps against the road. Taylor scanned the countryside and, evidently satisfied, raised the rifle and calmly walked back to the storefront. Jacob followed after him.
"What the hell was that?"
Taylor smiled.
"The old dog's still got a few tricks."
"No kidding. Where did you get that rifle?"
"A little something from before the first days. Part of my private stash."
"I thought I'd seen every rifle in town, but I've never seen anything like that. What is it?"
"A Colt M4 carbine with a built-in suppressor. I railed it up a bit, but deep down it's just your standard M4.
Those shots. It was so quiet."
"Special ammo. It's a 300 blackout round. Subsonic."
Jacob shook his head and laughed. The old man really did know how to make a splash. And then he saw the magazine sticking up from Taylor's belt. On the bottom of it was a white sticker with a happy face on it. Jacob pointed at it. "Never would have thought you'd have a sense of humor about bullets." Taylor saw him pointing at the magazine, and his expression turned serious. He stripped the magazine from the M4 and ejected the round from the chamber. Next, he visibly and physically checked the weapon to make sure it was empty, and then slid it back into his saddlebags. He held out the two magazines, the one he'd just ejected from the weapon and the one with a smiley face, and said,
"Look at those. Tell me what you see."
They appeared identical. That is, until Jacob turned the magazine upside down and examined the bullets loaded there. In the low light, it was hard to tell what he was supposed to be looking for. But then he saw it. The bullets in the magazine with a happy face were a different caliber. They were bigger. Not by much, but definitely bigger. Jacob looked at Taylor in surprise. Bigger bullets like these would seed into the chamber just like the properly sized bullets. But if it was fired, it would jam up in the barrel and probably blow up in the shooter's face. At the very least, it would ruin the gun. "Why do you have these?" he asked Taylor.
"It's a nasty surprise if anybody ever gets the gun away from me and tries to use it on our people. When you get to be sheriff, this'll be your gun. Remember that."
Then he put both magazines in his bag, took a seat against the wall, and said,
"Wake me up when the coffee's ready, okay?"
And with that, he lowered the brim of his hat down over his eyes and settled into sleep. 9. The encounter made them cautious, and it was slow going after that, just as Jacob had predicted. Morale remained high, but Bree Cheney,
The pretty young blonde Frank Hartwell was so taken with turned out to be the biggest surprise of all. Jacob had been a little worried about her before they started out, because she'd seemed so terribly nervous about what they might encounter. But she took to the trail right away. At one point, just before sundown on the third day, she'd gone to the edge of the roadway. There was actual pavement still visible at that point, and faced the setting sun. A cool wind blew across the grassland, making it move like a sea of molten brass. Frank had brought his horse up next to Jacob so they could study the map a bit. But the sight of Bree on horseback, her hair filled with burning orange light, had completely thrown him over. She turned suddenly, her smile beaming. "Isn't it beautiful?" she said.
"Yes, it is," Frank had said. "Yes, indeed it is."
Jacob had chuckled at that, and then went back to his map. The other big surprise was that the horses were managing the tall grasses without any real trouble, and everybody seemed to be doing okay with the long rides. He hadn't heard any complaints at all. Except for Nick, of course. From Nick there were complaints aplenty. He was a decent rider, but made little secret of his low opinion of horses. His horse, a rugged little 6-year-old piebald mare, seemed to show a similar lack of respect for him. The horse absolutely refused to cross the numerous streams left behind from the rainstorms that kept them stuck in Arbella for the whole of March and early April. Even small ones made the animal nervous. The horse would be doing fine, then suddenly rear back at the water's edge and fidget around like she was terrified of getting her hooves wet. The constant battle grated on Nick's nerves, and more than once resulted in him threatening to punch the animal in the nose. Jacob suspected the mare was just trying to show him who was boss, and Max and Eli even told him as much. But rider and horse proved too hard-headed to give in to the other. They ended up falling into a rhythm where either Eli or Max would come up alongside the animal, grab the reins, and coax the mare through the stream. It irritated Nick to need the help, but it got them along. And in the evenings, while they couldn't risk a campfire, they had Kelly's homemade gin to ease the bumps and bruises of the day. All in all, Jacob went into those first few days with a feeling that they had this thing in the bag. But of course, it didn't last. They ran into trouble shortly after setting out on the 5th day. They'd had gloriously good weather for the first part of their trek, and it had spoiled them. Then it started to rain. It wasn't much at first, but the clouds grew darker and darker, and the rain went from a mild shower to an apocalyptic event. The wind picked up. Rain lashed at their faces like shards of glass. Jacob pulled a tarp over his head and pinched it close beneath his chin. Turning to look down the line of riders, he saw the others doing the same. The horses grew skittish. Nick's mare turned into a devil and got so uncontrollable that Max had to hand his pack animal off to Eli so that he could come up alongside to help control the horse. Still, the animal bucked and snorted every time lightning fired in the distance. After watching Nick get nearly thrown from his mount, Jacob made his way to the rear of the column and found Sheriff Taylor there, horse and rider with their heads down, trudging forward. "I want to stop us up ahead," Jacob said. "There's an abandoned gas station there we can use to get out of the weather." "Sounds good," said Taylor. Jacob waited for more, but there was none. He regarded the man's quiet resilience and wondered if it was fortitude or merely bluster. Surely he had to be as miserable as the rest of them. Yet there was that iron look in his eye, and that flat, unflappable confidence in his voice, which always gave Jacob pause. You don't develop a reputation as the George Washington of your people without earning it, he thought. And maybe this was how you did it. He turned his mare and headed back up the line. "Listen up," he said. He had to yell to be heard over the wind. There's an old gas station up ahead here. We're going to stop there and wait out this weather. Is everybody doing okay?"
He heard grunts and grumblings from the others, which was good enough for him.
"All right," he said. "We're almost there."
10. They reached the gas station 2 hours later. It was a run-down affair, barely more than a shell of the building it had once been. Grass crowded up against its walls, and trash lay thick on the floor. Shrubs were trying to grow through the broken windows, and there was a faint but noticeable odor of rot and mildew. But they had just slogged through muddy rivers that had once been roads, and had their faces lashed by rain, and they were glad for the shelter. They tied up the horses under the awning that covered the gas pumps, and most of the others went inside to push the trash out of the way so they had some place to sleep. Jacob climbed on top of one of the gas pumps and scanned the distance. The rain made it impossible to see very far. The sky was so gray as to be almost black, and he could see flashes of lightning sparking on the horizon all around them. "Looks like we're not going anywhere for a while," he said. Taylor was watching him from the doorway. "What do you think? Shall we just call this camp for the night?" "Might as well," Taylor said. He gestured toward the garage bays. "We're blind to the west, though. Anything coming at us from that direction would be on us before we knew it. You'll need to post extra lookouts to cover that." "Agreed," Jacob said. "Also, I want you to have everyone turn out their gear and make sure nothing got wet that wasn't supposed to. That storm came up on us fast, and I know some of these folks haven't been all that careful packing their kits." "Okay, sure." Taylor nodded and went inside without saying another word. Nick came up behind Jacob.
"What's that all about?"
"What's what all about?" Nick gestured toward the doorway Taylor had just slipped through.
"You and him. Trouble?"
"Why would there be trouble?" Nick shrugged.
"I don't know." "Of course you do. You said it. What did you mean? Why would there be trouble?"
"Well, we've got 2 leaders. Supposed to have 2, anyway. But from where I'm standing, it looks like he's treating you more like a first officer than a partner." "That's not what's happening," Jacob said flatly. Nick shrugged again. "It's not," Jacob said.
"Okay. I'm just telling you what it looks like from over here."
"Yeah, well, it's not." Nick looked out across the rain-swept parking lot and sighed.
"I just think you need to be careful is all. The whole point of this was to help you transition into the sheriff's job. You can't do that if he's never going to step down."
"The point of this is not to make me sheriff."
"You know what I mean. The point of having you guys share leadership of this expedition."
"That was a mistake, if you ask me. He either came along or we didn't go. Both he and the council made that plain."
"That's just the council doing what he tells them. Nick, where's this coming from? If you had all these doubts, why'd you come?" "Look, I'm not trying to start anything. I'm just thinking out loud. But I will say that you need to start thinking about who's actually in charge around here. Because so far it looks like Taylor's using your opportunity for transition as his last stab at glory."
"How can you say that? He's not a glory hound." Nick laughed.
"Jacob, if you believe that, you don't know much about leadership. You really think a hero like Taylor over there is going to sit back, content in his dotage, while some young hotshot steps in and takes all the glory?"
Jacob had no words. He just shook his head in exasperation.
"Just think about it. That's all I'm saying. Pay attention to what's coming."
Nick walked inside and left Jacob feeling angry and defensive. Mainly because now that the words had been said out loud, he knew them to be true. He'd seen it back in Arbella, during their meetings, and he'd seen it in little exchanges like the one he'd just had, ever since they took to the trail. Nick was right about one thing. Something would have to be done about it. He sighed and turned to watch the rain sweep in silvery sheets across the road. Gradually, he became aware of Max and Eli lurking near the door. "What's up?" he said over his shoulder.
"Hey, boss, is it true we're camping here tonight?" Max said.
"Yep."
"You mind if we get the horses cleaned up?"
"Yeah," Jacob said. "Here, I'll give you a hand." 11. After helping Max and Eli with the horses, Jacob went inside to make himself something to eat. Kelly and Barry were off in a corner setting up their equipment. Andy Dawson had one of his journals open on his knees and was busy scribbling notes about the ride. And over by the entrance to the garage bays, Bree was giggling at something Frank Hartwell had just told her. Jacob couldn't help smiling at that. A month ago, hell, even a few days ago, he would have told Frank he was just a big, hairy dog barking up the wrong tree. But to Jacob's surprise, Bree seemed to enjoy the older man's attentions. They'd become quite comfortable together, in fact, usually riding side by side on the trail. The way Jacob figured it, he didn't have much reason to be surprised. Frank was 23 years older than Bree, true enough, but that wasn't that weird. The day-to-day reality of life in Arbella had led to stranger unions, to be sure. If old Frank got cozy with a hot young blonde, more power to him. Plus, it was fun to watch Nick grumble about being cock-blocked. After a meal of peppered beef jerky and dried apricots, he arranged the lookout schedule, found a spot in the corner, pulled his hat down low over his eyes, and drifted toward sleep, thinking about what Nick had told him. Maybe it was true what he said about Taylor using this expedition for his own glory. And maybe it was just Nick lashing out in frustration because Frank was taking the woman Nick had wanted for himself. He'd just have to wait and see. But there was no use trying to worry it all out now. He'd learned back in his days with the salvage teams to get sleep when he could, and so he settled into his corner spot and went to sleep with the music of the rain playing on the roof. 12. When he woke, it was dark, and the rain had stopped. He pushed his hat back in place and listened, straining his senses against the night, unsure exactly what had brought him out of sleep. Outside, the horses were nervous. He could hear them bumping against each other, and the gas pumps. A metal sign hanging from a chain by the doorway moved in the breeze and rattled against the wall. He felt an odd humming in his teeth, like a vibration. It was so subtle he thought maybe he was imagining it, or maybe he was getting sick, but then he noticed Andy Dawson's pen moving across the cover of his notebook. It was turning slightly with a vibration, which was getting stronger. Not louder, because there was no sound, just stronger. Soon, the others stirred. "What's going on?" Kelly asked. "Shh," Taylor said. He was standing near the door, rifle at the ready. He looked back at the others and held up his left fist, the sign to go to hand signals only. Jacob was on his feet, rifle in hand, in the next instant. The others followed his lead. The vibration was growing stronger, and it was starting to hurt. The filling in Jacob's tooth felt like it was trying to rattle itself loose. Andy let out a whimper. The rear windows suddenly filled with 4 bright white lights. The lights drew up close to the building and stopped. Max took a few steps toward the window, his hands up in front of his face to shield his eyes. "What the hell?" Jacob grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back. "Get down," he said. "All of you." But before any of them could move, the lights slowly and silently rose into the air and disappeared, dropping them into near darkness again. Only the vibration remained, and that continued to get stronger and more painful. Andy's pen was almost dancing on the floor. One window still held a shard of glass in its frame, and that suddenly popped and fell to the floor. The tin cup from somebody's mess kit rattled on a plywood shelf before it too fell to the floor. A worn metal sign secured to the door to the garage rattled hard against its bolts, then broke them and flew to the ceiling. So did the tin cup, and forks, and spoons, and everything metal in the room. There was a loud click, like heavy gears falling into place, and then a blinding flash of light hit the entire building. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Jacob was so scared he felt like his feet had grown roots, holding him firmly in place. He tried to look out the window, but it hurt too badly, and he had to turn away. Then there came another loud click, and the flood of light changed to a softer, but just as brilliant, pattern of colored lights that moved away to the south. All the metal that had rushed to the ceiling came crashing back down to the floor. A moment later, Taylor and Jacob were rushing out the door, pushing their way through the thoroughly terrified horses and out onto the road. Gliding silently about 100 feet off the ground was an immense airship. It seemed to take forever to pass overhead. More and more of it came into view. Every inch of it sparkled with colored lights. Jacob thought he saw something black and long and made of metal under the lights, like a long rectangular box, but it was impossible to tell for sure. And then a loud series of pops, like the wind catching a sail, filled the air. The colored lights suddenly went dark, and vast cloth sails, like wings, lowered into place. Jacob watched it glide away. The only noise, the wind popping in its sail wings as it picked up speed. 30 seconds later, it was gone. From behind him, someone spoke.
What in the hell was that?
13. Nobody spoke. Not at first. Jacob looked around the group and saw his own shock and terror staring back at him. Even Taylor looked rattled. With the airship gone, they seemed to have been consumed in an exhalation of darkness, though enough starlight filled the sky to cast a silvery light over their faces. A breeze gusted in off the grasslands, carrying the scent of rain. Above them, to the east, Orion the hunter was climbing the sky from the horizon, 1 foot in the vast reaches of space, the other digging for purchase on the edge of the world. It was almost like nobody wanted to speak, or was afraid to. And then one of the horses bumped into one of the other horses, and the sudden contact sent a wave of panic through their number. One horse reared and whinnied. Eli rushed over to calm the animals, and eventually they fell silent again. But the commotion had loosened everybody's tongue. Owen Webb put a hand to his forehead and paced in a circle.
Seriously? What the hell was that?
He'd been sleeping on his windbreaker before the encounter, and it had messed up his hair, half of it sticking out every which way, and the other half mashed flat against the side of his head. Between his crazy hair and the pacing, he looked like a man about to unhinge.
I think we all know what that was,
Andy said.
We do?
Owen snapped back, wheeling around to face him.
Please enlighten me then, because I have no idea what the hell I just saw.
Andy said nothing. He looked around at the others for some sign that others were thinking the same thing he was.
Motherfucking space aliens is what it was,
said Eli. Andy motioned at him with a thank you gesture and turned back to Owen.
That wasn't a spaceship,
Owen said.
It wasn't? You just said you had absolutely no idea what it was, so what was it? I don't know,
Owen said. His voice had turned shrill, and he was near to screaming.
Quiet!
Jacob barked. He stepped between the two men.
Everybody keep your voices down. That thing made enough light to attract every zombie in the area. I think we need to move out.
But to where? Asked Bree. I mean, shouldn't we, I don't know, go back?
Why would we do that? Barry said.
Well, I don't know, that thing. That was scary. Shouldn't we tell somebody?
Like who? Barry said. And what would we tell them? That we saw an alien spaceship?
I'm not at all convinced that's what we saw, Owen said.
You have no idea what we just saw, Andy said.
Neither do you. But I know it wasn't space aliens.
You saw what it did. The lights. All the metal stuff rising to the ceiling. Those great big sails.
What's a spaceship need cloth sails for?
I don't know, Andy said. I didn't build the damn thing. Enough, Taylor said. He stepped into the middle of the group. The others fell silent, waiting for him to speak. I don't know what that thing was, he said, and made a point of looking right at Andy and Owen. None of us knows what that thing was. But I know this. It put out enough light to attract every zombie around here, just like Jacob said. We need to be ready for that. I want everybody to gear up. We're moving out in 10 minutes. If we're going to have a fight, I want to be ready for it.
But where are we going? Bree asked.
She looked at Frank.
Shouldn't we go back to Arbella?
We're continuing with the mission, Taylor said.
But we don't know what that thing was, Owen said. What if it comes back?
That's exactly the point, Taylor said. We don't know what it was. It could be a threat, or it could be something else. We just don't know. But if there's a threat to Arbella out there, I damn sure want to know what it is. We'll head back when we have some answers. Not before. Now, everybody get ready to move out. 14. They traveled in silence the rest of the night, and arrived on the southern outskirts of Sykeston shortly after first light. Max was out front, riding point. All the other Arbella men had made an effort to shave in the evenings, when they made camp, but Max had not. He was sporting a splotchy mustache and beard that might grow into something big, but at the moment only made him look unkempt. He stopped his horse, turned in his saddle, and motioned for the group to stop. Then he turned his horse and came back to where Jacob and Nick were waiting.
"Looks pretty quiet," he said. "What do we do?"
Jacob scanned the city. It was too big, too spread out to see all of it at once. But what he could see looked quiet and deserted. Most of the buildings were low, rectangular concrete boxes with grass and spindly shrubs climbing up the sides. Few of the buildings were more than 2 stories high, though there were some larger ones here and there that Jacob guessed had been hotels back before the first days. Nick had his map open on the back of his mare's neck. "There's this road here," he said, and pointed to a thick yellow line that cut the town into 2 more or less even halves. "Malone Avenue. It looks like it runs all the way through town. I was thinking we could get on that and head west. That'll take us by the airport, here, where we can let Frank look around for whatever he can find." Nick looked to Frank, and the older man nodded. "Okay, then we head west again. That'll put us here, in the middle of town. I was looking at some old photographs, and it looks like they had a tractor supply store, a farm and home store, and a couple of other places that might be good to check out. After that, I thought we'd head north up to here and check out their medical center." Jacob glanced around the group and got nods all the way around. "Okay," he said. "Let's move out." Once they entered town, they formed a single column, Jacob and Max riding at the head of the line, while Eli and Sheriff Taylor brought up the rear. Most of the trail up from Arbella had been over grass-covered roadways, which masked the sound the horses' hooves made on the ground. And even in those places where the pavement remained uncovered,
The whistling of the wind had been loud enough to conceal their movements. But that wasn't the case here in town. Weeds grew up from the cracks in the roads, but nature had yet to reclaim them. The sound of hooves on pavement echoed off the windowless buildings on either side of the road, making Jacob more and more nervous. Glancing back down the line, he could see his worry reflected back at him from the others. But there was little they could do about it except keep a weather eye open for trouble. Their luck held out all the way to the airport. Sykeston seemed as quiet as the grave. The only things moving were the birds, and there were plenty of those. Ravens, mostly. They'd seen several sitting atop the sign welcoming them to the airport. But there were many more on top of the 3 main buildings that made up the airport's business center. They looked down on Jacob and the others with haunting, dead stares, completely unafraid of the intrusions into their home. But looking past the birds, there didn't seem to be much they could salvage. The buildings had long ago been hollowed out and stripped down to the lath, and the runway was wrinkled and cracked. Here and there they saw a few small planes, but they were little more than rusted heaps. One even had a mulberry bush growing out of the frame that had once held its windshield, and a carpet of green clover growing on its wings. "Any chance there's gas in the underground tanks?" Jacob asked Frank. If there was anything salvageable around here, it would be that.
"Maybe, though it looks like this place has been cleaned out already."
"Where do you suppose those would be?" Frank turned toward the hangars.
"Over there'd be my—"
He cut himself off and pointed at the tree line beyond the hangars. A dead woman had just stumbled out of the trees. She was badly decomposed, her clothes nothing but dirty rags embedded into her rotting flesh. The decomposition was so complete her legs could barely carry her, and every jerky step sent a shudder through her body that seemed like it might cause her to collapse. But she staggered on, one clumsy step after another. Jacob scanned the tree line, looking for more. One thing they'd learned about the undead over the last 30 years was that they tended to group together. They sought each other out wherever they could, gathering into progressively bigger and bigger herds. Some of the first generation told about seeing herds so large they shook the ground when they walked, and made such a horrible moaning they could be heard for miles. Herds like that didn't exist anymore. At least, Jacob hoped they didn't. But he had no doubt they once did. Still, it only took one. A bite or a scratch from a zombie wasn't necessarily fatal, but the infection that usually resulted from a bite was. Back in grade school, one of his shooting instructors had described zombies as walking petri dishes full of just about every deadly bug known to man, making their bites almost as dangerous as that of a venomous snake. But surprisingly, this zombie seemed to be by itself. It staggered slowly across the parking lot, making it almost halfway before tripping over a rusted pipe and falling face first into the weeds. It tried over and over again to get back on its feet, but couldn't manage it. Jacob was about to go over to it and crush its head when the first ravens lit from the business center and began circling the still struggling zombie. More followed. Soon, an enormous flock of them circled in the air over the dead woman.
"What are they doing?"
Kelly asked. "I don't know," Jacob answered. He looked to Frank. "You ever seen that before?"
"No."
Jacob turned to Sheriff Taylor, who answered with a single shake of his head. The first few birds had already landed next to the dead woman by the time Jacob turned back. One of the birds darted forward and stabbed at the dead woman with its beak. The zombie raised one feeble arm, but it didn't come anywhere close to the bird. More darted in, pecking at the zombie. Jacob heard angry squawking and a furious rustling of wings, and then the birds rushed in as one and started to tear the zombie apart, fighting over the leathery scraps they had ripped away in big strips.
The zombie thrashed and writhed to the last, but it never had a chance against so many. It took the birds less than 2 minutes to strip the carcass down to the bone. When they were done, the birds went back to fighting amongst themselves. It was a chaotic scene, and one that held them all with a shocked and rapt fascination.
"I've never seen anything like that,"
Frank said. Beside him, Bree shuddered.
"It was awful."
Frank turned to Sheriff Taylor.
"Why do you suppose they attacked that zombie like that? Ravens are carrion birds. That thing was still moving."
"I've never seen anything like that," Taylor said.
"I guess they smelled the decomposition," Barry said. Taylor shook his head.
"That's possible. But birds cue off a movement more than smell, don't they?"
"Raptors do," Barry agreed. Taylor surveyed the blackened skeleton that was all that remained of the zombie, and shook his head.
"I don't think we should stick around here to discuss it," he said. "Where there's one of those things, there's probably 100. We should make ourselves scarce."
"Are we going to ride out of town?"
Bree asked. Jacob glanced at Taylor, who nodded.
"That'd be the smart thing to do," Jacob said.
"But what about the medical center?"
Bree asked. She looked from Jacob and Taylor back to Frank, like she hoped he'd back her up.
"I wanted to see if there were any medical supplies there we could salvage. There are things we need back in our Bella. Syringes and IV bags. A defibrillator if they've got one. That'd be the Holy Grail, actually."
"She's right," Taylor said. "We can't pass up a chance to collect medical supplies. Nick, you said the medical center was north of town?"
"North of where we were. It should be due west of us now, across that field there."
"Okay," Taylor said. "We'll head there first. We make it quick, though. We grab what we can and we get out."
"Thank you, Sheriff,"
Bree said.
"Absolutely," he said. "Let's hope it's worth it."
15. 30 minutes later, they reined up in front of a wall of concrete barriers, 2 stories high. The walls were pocked with bullet holes, and brown, woody vines were growing up its moldy face. But they could still see the word "Liars" written in spray paint all over the walls.
"What's that about?" Jacob said.
Nick came up alongside him. "No idea. Let's ask the anthropologist." He turned in his saddle and called out to Owen. "Hey, Professor, what's this all about?" Owen stared up at the walls and then scanned their length in both directions. Evidently, whoever built the wall hadn't had enough concrete sections to surround the hospital. There were gaps, and those gaps had been filled with buses and intermodal cargo boxes and anything else the builders had been able to put their hands on. But the word "liars" was painted all over it. Owen glanced at the ground where, even now, 30 years after the first days, shell casings could still be seen rusting in the grass.
"Looks like they put up a pretty good fight. If they were shooting toward the hospital, I would imagine they must have rounded up most of their undead and kept them here in the hospital. These shell casings and bullet holes in the walls are probably from them trying to keep the zombies inside."
"Yeah, that's pretty obvious," Nick said. He waved a hand toward the wall. "What's with the 'liars' written all over the place?" Owen's eyes narrowed. Jacob had been watching the 2 men during their time on the trail. They'd taken a strong dislike to one another. On Nick's side, that dislike came out as name-calling and mockery. Owen just did a lot of squinting and muttering. Yet another problem he had to add to his list. Owen said, "I haven't seen any specific mention of liars, but I think I can infer what they meant here. During the first days, there was a lot of talk of finding a cure. Everybody had lost somebody they loved. People were desperate for a way to bring them back. How do you cure a zombie?" Nick said. "They're dead. There's pretty much no cure for that." Owen took a long moment to answer. "Everybody wanted a cure," he finally said.
Yes, they were dead. Yes, there's no coming back from that. But people don't always think right when it comes to losing the people they love the most. And when you see them walking around, it's even harder to think of them as dead, even if you know it academically. Remember, knowing something and feeling something are very different. Every night on the news you'd see some segment on how close they were to a cure. I think we all knew it was a lost cause. But when your 6-year-old daughter is wandering around the backyard with a piece of your 10-year-old son hanging from her lips, you find yourself willing to hang a hope on finding a cure. Owen's face had turned red, and his breath whistled in his nose. Jacob watched the pain play out on the man's face, and he was reminded yet again of what it meant to live in a small town. You know everybody, and everybody knows you. But nobody knows the real you, the deep-down, dark places that you go to when you're on fire with hurt and lost in the pain of memory. That belongs to you alone, even when you give it a voice. To his credit, Nick said nothing. Owen looked up at the wall and studied the graffiti written there. "This," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "This is the work of an angry people. You can see their wrath all along this wall. They wanted to believe there was a cure, and what they got instead of the results they'd been promised was more death. Is it any wonder they did this?" Nick glanced at Jacob, clearly a little embarrassed. At least the man had some sense of shame. Jacob nodded. "Thanks, Owen. That explains it just fine." Owen didn't say a word. He just turned his horse around and went to the back of the line. 16. The south side of the hospital, the side that faced into town, had taken heavy damage. One of the concrete sections had fallen over, creating a big hole. But there were numerous other gaps as well. Jacob scanned the area for trouble. Everywhere he looked, he saw burned-out cars and trucks, and the ground was covered with thousands and thousands of rusted shell casings. There'd been some bad fighting here back in the day. "Bree, do you have a pretty good idea of what you need?" Their medic rode up, Frank Hartwell by her side.
"I have a wish list," she said. "If I'm able to find anything on it is anybody's guess."
"Okay," he said. "Well, it's getting to be about noon. I'll give you an hour. Sound like enough time to look around?"
"Should be, yeah."
"Frank, you're going with her, right?"
Yep.
"Okay. Max, you too."
"You got it, boss." The three of them dismounted, climbed through the wall, and crossed the overgrown field that had once been the front lawn of the hospital. The front doors had long ago been knocked down, and they slipped inside without incident.
"You think this is worth the effort?"
Kelly asked. "I mean, 30-year-old medical supplies?"
Jacob shrugged. "It'll be worth it if she finds that defibrillator she was talking about. Even if it doesn't work, we could rebuild it. We could save lives with one of those." He climbed down off his horse, and the others did the same. They tied the animals off in a small field where they could forage for some grass. Then Jacob and the others took a seat in the middle of the road and shared a lunch of beef jerky and pickled vegetables. Jacob was trying to get at the last piece of cauliflower in the jar when the ravens came back. They landed on the top of the wall and on the nearby roofs, hundreds of them. Several of the horses got spooked and started making noise. Jacob stood up and turned in a circle, watching the birds land on every available roosting point. Within seconds, the birds were all around them. "I don't like this," said Nick. "No, me either," Jacob said. Taylor grabbed Eli by the shoulder. "Go into the hospital and find the others. Bring 'em out here as fast as you can." Eli ran for the hospital. Taylor pushed the brim of his hat up with his thumb as he looked around. "Damnedest thing I ever saw." "Uh-oh," said Barry. Hey, guys. We got trouble. Barry pointed off to their left. A gray-haired man with dark stains all over his clothes was walking their way, his gait too slow to be normal, his arms and legs too stiff. Behind him, 2 more men staggered out of the shadows. Suddenly, the birds began to squawk excitedly. Several hundred of their number took to the air and circled overhead. The 3 zombies stepped into the street. Jacob went for his rifle, but Kelly put her hand on his.
"Wait," she said.
Kelly turned to Barry.
"I think they're changing their predation ecology."
As they watched, the birds dipped toward the zombies, dive-bombing them, pecking at them a little at a time with each pass. Jacob had seen the same thing back in Arbella every time somebody's dog got too close to a blue jay's nest. The birds would dive-bomb the dog relentlessly, pecking at its back just where the tail starts. The dogs would go from angry and frustrated to hurt in just a few passes, and the next thing anybody knew, the dog would run away, yelping the whole time. But this looked somehow a little different. A little more like lions moving in to make a kill on some oversized prey. The zombies grabbed at the birds, but caught only air. They were too slow, and the birds struck with the lethal precision of predators. Soon, one of the zombies collapsed to its knees, only to be knocked face down under a furious pounding of black wings. The birds started to devour it, even as it continued to struggle. The other 2 zombies went down moments later. Soon, there were 3 knots of ravens, tearing and pulling the corpses apart.
"My God,"
Kelly said, stepping forward with a hand over her mouth. She turned back to the group.
"Galapagos," she said.
"Yes," Barry said, clearly impressed. "Darwin's finches reinvented for the apocalypse." "What does that mean?" Jacob asked.
"They're evolving,"
Kelly said. She was so excited she was trying to talk with her hands.
"They're showing adaptive behavior."
Jacob glanced at Nick, who only raised his eyebrows again. He was no help. "I don't understand. What's Galapagos?"
"The island chain where Charles Darwin first worked out the theory of evolution. That's what's happening here. These birds are evolving. It's like this. Ravens are opportunistic. They always have been. They have this huge range in their diet, everything from carrion to blueberries. They'll eat anything. They've coexisted with humans since before we started keeping track of things like that. But in all that time, we've known them as scavengers. They'll eat anything. They are the rats of the skies. But it's usually what we leave them. The corn growing in our fields or the trash in our alleys. But these birds, they've found their own way. They're living off the dead, don't you see?"
No, he didn't see, but he was trying. Jacob shrugged and said, "That they're eating zombies?"
"Yes," she said. "That's huge. They've gone from being our pests to being our predators."
"Not our predators," Jacob said. "They're eating zombies."
"Ravens are intelligent," she said, "but they don't know the difference between zombies and humans. That's what's so incredible about this. Consider it from a bird's point of view. The thing that has spent 10,000 years chasing them from the cornfields is now dinner. It walks around smelling dead, yet it still walks. Can't you see how huge that shift is? They've done more than change their diet. They've taken an environmental catastrophe and turned it into a niche to guarantee their own survival. They are evolving."
Jacob thought on the implications of that, but he quickly realized he was out of his depth. It had been that way between them back when they were 17, and things hadn't changed much 20 years later, except that maybe the gap between them had grown more pronounced. She turned away from him and spoke in hurried, excited whispers with Barry, the 2 of them like kids with a new toy.
"Oh, shit," Owen said. You guys?"
The ravens had suddenly taken flight in a roar of beating wings and angry squawking. They filled the sky. Jacob saw why they'd launched a moment later. The houses to the west had once been small, comfortable, one-story homes of red brick and wide lawns. The brick still stood, but the lawns had turned to riot. Grass and wild shrubs grew shoulder-high, and they'd covered the movement of a small army of zombies. As Jacob and the others watched, zombie after zombie stumbled from the overgrown lawns. They staggered out of the tall weeds and then locked in on the hospital and moved that way. There had to be 40 of them at least. And then Jacob saw why the zombies were passing them by and heading for the hospital, where Bree, Frank, and their escorts had just launched themselves from the building's darkness. They were running through the tall grass as fast as they could go, trying to make their way back to the group, and it was driving the zombies insane with bloodlust. Some believed that zombies keyed on movement as much as they did on sound. Jacob had heard stories from some of the salvage team guys about going perfectly still and quiet while a zombie herd moved around them. A stone in the middle of a stream. But he'd always thought that the same kind of talk as someone who claimed they'd had to walk 5 miles to school in the snow and uphill both ways. Evidently, though, it was true. For Bree and the others weren't going to make it. The zombie herd was already at the wall and closing in around them. Bree and the others stopped. Frank put himself in front of the group and swung his rifle down from his shoulder. "Rifles," Jacob said. "No," Taylor said. "Belay that order." He walked to his horse and pulled the carbine from his saddlebags. He slapped a magazine into the receiver and charged the bolt. Then he rushed into the herd, firing as he moved, every shot deliberate and controlled. And so damn quiet. His shots sounded like a muffled cough, barely audible. Taylor charged into the herd, and it never occurred to Jacob that he was watching a man in his 70s doing the shooting. He moved like a trained soldier. Rather than give in to the excitement and confusion, all his movements were made with deadly precision. 3 zombies noticed Taylor coming up behind them and turned on him. He put them down with perfect headshots. When they fell, the others turned on him. Half the herd, maybe 20 of them, were still headed toward Bree, Max, Frank, and Eli, but the others were coming for Taylor. He never slowed his pace. The herd swarmed around him, but he kept a straight line for the hospital's front door. In school, Jacob's tactics teachers had emphasized the importance of creating distance. Never let a zombie get too close to you. Create distance, take aim, and make your shots count, they'd said. But Taylor was doing exactly the opposite. He moved in close and fired, then turned and fired again. Several times Jacob lost sight of him as the zombies closed in around them, until he'd suddenly erupt from their massing, gun blazing. He didn't stop moving until he reached Bree and the others. Once there, he slapped in a new magazine, turned to face the approaching crowd of zombies, and systematically gunned them down. When the shooting was done, the street and the field in front of the hospital were littered with bodies. Jacob quickly lost count of how many of them there were. Certainly more than the 40 he'd seen at first. Most lay in heaps on the ground. Some were slumped over the barricades. Others were face up in the grass, their arms bent at wrong angles, their heads caved in and misshapen from the gunshots. Taylor walked from body to body, sometimes pausing to push one over with the muzzle of his weapon. Then he motioned for Bree and the others to follow him back to the horses. Jacob stared at the carnage. Nick came up beside him. "What do you think?" Nick said. "That was amazing. Damn straight it was. Sheriff Taylor with a gun is like Picasso with a paintbrush." He turned and gave Jacob a pat on the shoulder. "You sure you're ready to be sheriff?" Jacob could only stare at what Taylor had done. Picasso with a paintbrush was just about the perfect description for what he'd just seen. He was still staring at the bodies in the grass when Sheriff Taylor stepped over the barricade, Bree, Max, Frank, and Eli coming up behind him. All four of them looked thoroughly rattled, though it looked like Bree had found her defibrillator.
"Time to move out," Taylor said. "Everybody saddle up."
He went to his horse and stuffed the carbine into his saddlebags. In the distance, a police whistle sounded. 3 short, sharp blasts. Everybody turned toward the sound.
"What the hell was that?"
Nick said. The 3 whistle blasts sounded again, and this time they were followed by a huge collective moan, as though from hundreds of voices.
"Look at that,"
Barry said, and pointed toward town where a vast dust cloud was rising into the air. The moaning was getting louder with every passing moment.
"That's a big herd,"
Taylor said.
"What do we do?"
Kelly said. "We'll make too much noise trying to run from them," Jacob said. He looked over at Taylor and pointed down a side street. "I suggest we head down that way, hide between the houses. I heard that big'll probably keep moving down the main road."
"How do you know that?"
Kelly asked. "They're a herd. They'll follow along wherever the main body goes." Before anybody could argue, the whistle blasts came again, and the sound of dogs barking.
"What is that?"
Nick asked.
"We should be somewhere else," Taylor said. "Jacob's right. Let's head down that way."
Jacob dug his heels into his mare's flanks, and she took off at a fast trot. The others followed along behind him. He took them halfway down the block, glanced back to make sure they had gone far enough, and then turned them into the alley between a pair of houses. Jacob climbed down off his horse, pulled his rifle from his saddlebags, and walked back toward the front of the house. "Where are you going?" Nick asked.
"Look out," Jacob answered. "Just in case."
Taylor pulled out his own rifle and followed him. The 2 men got down on their stomachs behind the bush and watched the intersection at the end of the street. But it wasn't zombies they saw first. A lone rider appeared, working his horse back and forth across the intersection, blowing the whistle as he moved.
"What in the hell is he doing?" Jacob asked.
Taylor shook his head, clearly as confused as Jacob. But then the rider reined in his horse. He was staring at something over by the barricades. He turned his horse off the road and into the field in front of the hospital. He stopped again, and then dismounted.
"What's he doing?"
"He sees the bodies." Sure enough, the rider knelt next to one of the corpses Taylor had put down, grabbed the thing by the chin, and turned its face first one way and then the other. He stood up and looked around. But there wasn't time for him to investigate. The first zombies stumbled into the intersection a moment later, and he was forced to mount up again. He blew the whistle again. 2 short blasts, a pause, and then 2 more blasts, and rode north at a slow trot, a gigantic herd of the undead at his heels. "He changed the pattern that time," Jacob said. "Did you hear that?"
"Yeah."
"Why'd he do that?" Taylor shook his head.
"Don't know. Signaling somebody, maybe. No way one man could work a herd that big. He's probably got some wingmen."
"Great." The zombies coursed through the intersection like a black river. Their collective moaning sent up a wall of noise that sent a chill over Jacob's skin. He'd heard stories from the first days about people locked up in their attics while the dead filled the streets below. How the noise was so loud they were sometimes forced to go days at a time without sleeping. How it could drive a man so far over the edge he'd put his gun in his mouth. He looked back at the others in their group and saw several with their hands clapped over their ears. Jacob couldn't blame them. He'd only been in the presence of that horrible moaning for a few minutes, and already he felt jittery and sick with adrenaline and fear. Then, Some of the undead tried to wander away from the main road. He stiffened. For a second, Jacob thought he might have guessed wrong about them sticking with the main herd. But then a dog came sprinting into view. It stopped in front of the small pack of wanderers and barked furiously. It moved closer to the main herd and barked again. The wanderers dutifully turned around and gave chase. "I can't believe that," Jacob said. "Why in the world would they be hurting them?"
"Maybe to keep 'em away from wherever that rider's from. He's like a diversion, you know?"
"Yeah, maybe." Taylor turned back to the herd, his mouth working slowly, like he was trying to keep count. It took nearly an hour and a half for the main group to pass, and even after that, stragglers came along in progressively smaller packs. They watched another few minutes, but when no more came into view, they went back to the others. "Well?" Kelly asked. "What'd you see?"
"The biggest herd I've ever seen," Jacob said.
"How many?"
Jacob looked at Taylor and shrugged. "I don't know. 500,000, Taylor said. Maybe more."
"That's impossible," Kelly said. "How could there be that many?"
"I remember working crowd control at the Razorback games. We'd load 60,000 people into that stadium in less than 30 minutes. I know what a crowd that size looks like. The herd I just saw was easily 20 times that number."
"That's not all, though," Jacob said. He told her about the rider with the whistle and the dogs. It looked like he was guiding them north, out of town. "That's the direction we were supposed to go."
"Yeah," Jacob said.
He glanced at Taylor. The sheriff reached into his shirt pocket and took out a matchstick. He jammed it into the corner of his mouth and chewed on it while he thought. "So what do we do?" Nick asked. "We can't very well head north again. Not with all those zombies going that way." "I think we should go home," said Bree. She looked guiltily around the group and then lowered her head. She seemed near tears. Frank guided his horse next to hers and held out a hand for her. "Jacob," Nick said, "what do we do?" Jacob climbed up on his horse, but didn't answer right away. If he was honest with himself, he had absolutely no idea what to do. Nick was right. They couldn't very well head north, not now, not with that herd moving that way. And they couldn't head home, as Bree suggested. So far, they'd seen strange ships in the sky, and zombie-eating birds, and cowboys wrangling more zombies than they thought were left in the world. But they couldn't explain any of it. They had questions. Lots of questions. And so far, absolutely no answers.
"I say we find a place to hold up for a while," Taylor said. "One of these houses, maybe. Or one of the buildings back in town. We can spend a day or two here. That'll put some distance between us and that herd, and give us a chance to rest the horses."
Jacob looked around the group and saw nearly everybody nodding in agreement. "All right, then," he said. "Nick, you got any ideas?" Nick took the map from his pack and studied it for a long moment. Finally, he pointed west. "If we follow this street that way, it meets up with King's Highway. We can take that south to Malone and head west from there. We should be able to find something there."
"Like what?"
"I don't know," Nick said. "A hotel, maybe? Maybe a business with a closed-in lot where we can graze the horses?"
"Okay."
Jacob looked around, and as nobody else had anything to say, he made his decision. "Okay, we'll do that. Let's move out single file, and keep it quiet. Hand signals only until we get somewhere safer than here. Max, you want to take point?"
"Yes, sir, boss."
"Eli, bring up the rear." The younger man still looked rattled from nearly getting killed back at the hospital, but he rallied and nodded. They took the horses out at a walking pace, careful to stay close to the houses where they had trees to cover them. King's Highway had figured large on the map, but it was little more than a 2-lane suburban street, littered with debris and choked with tall grass, as was most of Sykeston. The tree cover had been dense on the other street, but it thinned out dramatically here, affording very little cover. Jacob, feeling dangerously exposed, ordered the group to split in two and move as close as possible to the rotting houses on either side of the street. He let Max take one column, while he took point on the other. Taylor, Kelly, Barry, and their journalist, Andy Dawson, coming up behind him. The afternoon had grown hot, and pollen and dirt stuck to his sweaty skin and clumped in his eyes and in his nostrils. The street was quiet, no wind to whistle through the empty buildings. But the silence didn't hold. 2 brown dogs trotted into the street about 50 yards ahead of them, their heads bent down, eyes narrowed on the Arbella riders. The dogs uttered a series of stuttering growls that quickly turned into furious barking. "Shit," Taylor muttered. He raised his rifle, and Jacob nodded. It would have to be done. They couldn't let the dogs go on making that noise. But then something whizzed by Jacob's ear, struck the corner of the house next to him with a wet thud, and blasted off a big piece into the grass beyond. 3 more shots popped next to him, like somebody breaking sticks, and only then did Jacob realize they were being fired on. But the shots weren't accurate. He couldn't even tell where they were coming from. Jacob had been in plenty of scrapes. He'd even had some combat training after graduating school, back when he thought salvage was going to be his life's work. But he'd never actually taken live fire before. Now he was in the middle of it, and the only thing he could think of was, so this is how it feels. Then another round struck the house next to him, punching a huge hole in the wall, and Barry let out a groan loud enough to be heard across the street. Jacob turned around angrily, ready to berate the man, but stopped short when he saw the piece of wood sticking out of Barry's cheek. Seeing all that blood cleared his head in a hurry. Jacob remembered his training and knew a man on horseback made a huge target. They needed to find cover, and fast. Meanwhile, Barry was turning pale. He had slumped over in his saddle and looked close to falling to the ground. Jacob turned his horse and came up alongside Barry. He grabbed the injured man's reins. Kelly was beside him, trying to help him, but she had no idea what her husband needed. She only saw his distress. "I've got him," Jacob said. "We have to get him off this street." "Where?" She turned toward the whooping and the screaming. "Jacob, what are they doing?" "Over here," Taylor said. He was about 10 yards away, near the gap between 2 houses, his rifle leveled at the chaos in the street. "Come on, move!" Taylor was about to turn the corner when they heard more screaming from across the street. Gunshots, pistol fire from the sound of it, came seconds later. 3 riders, men dressed in jeans and long-sleeved denim shirts and floppy cowboy hats, came tearing out of a gap in the houses. They drove their horses right through the other Arbella column, sending Max and Nick and the others scattering in 6 directions at once. Complete chaos followed. The riders fired as they charged, but they weren't trying to hit anybody. They were shooting into the air, and to Jacob they looked more like a bunch of drunken ranch hands out for a joyride than an organized cavalry. But they were brutally efficient at what they were doing, and soon Nick and the others broke in panic. More riders, a dozen at least, came up from behind, yelling and shooting like the first 3. A man in a red t-shirt and black baseball cap seemed to be the leader. He motioned for the riders to fan out, which they did, yelling and firing their guns like madmen. Jacob wrestled with Barry's horse, but the shooting and the yelling had spooked it badly, and it fought against the reins. Then the horse turned on him suddenly, pushing his own horse sideways so that he was facing the middle of the street. Owen, the anthropologist, had tried to make a break for it. He spurred his horse, and the animal took off at a full gallop down the street. But Owen was not a great rider, and his pursuers looked like they'd been born on horseback. They caught him easily, circled him, and yelled for him to dismount. Owen was clearly terrified. Jacob could see that. His face was a twisted grimace of fear and confusion. He spun his horse around in mad circles, but he was blocked at every turn.
"Get off your horse,"
the man in the red shirt demanded. One of the other riders, a kid of about 18, darted forward and grabbed Owen by his coat.
"He said, get off!"
The next instant, Owen tumbled from his horse, landing painfully on his back. The younger rider slid down from his horse with a rope in his hands. Owen didn't give him a chance to use it, though. He jumped to his feet and ran screaming down the street.
"You better get back here,"
the guy in the red shirt said. The young man with a rope started to chase after Owen, but the other one told him to stop.
"Just shoot him,"
he said.
"That one's too old anyway."
Another man raised a rifle, leveled at Owen's back, and dropped him with a single well-aimed shot.
"No!"
Jacob yelled. A few of the riders turned his way. The man in the red shirt pushed the brim of his ball cap up with his thumb. He was a stern, leathery-faced man in his early 30s, big and tough-looking. He motioned for two of his henchmen to move on Jacob, and the men peeled off to try and flank them.
"Jacob, this way!" Taylor yelled. "Bring 'em! Hurry!"
Jacob grabbed Barry's reins, and this time was able to bring the horse under control. He motioned for Kelly and Andy to go ahead, and he followed after them. Meanwhile, Taylor provided cover for them. He fired his suppressed rifle, and one of the men trying to flank them went down to his knees and folded over into the long grass. Taylor fired again, hitting the younger man who'd shot Owen. The kid went down screaming. Jacob and the others got around the side of the house as fast as they could, but it was slow moving with Barry. He rocked like a drunk in the saddle, his groans of pain audible even over all the shooting and yelling back in the street.
"Hurry!"
Taylor yelled back at them. "What about the—" But Jacob cut himself short. Taylor's head had snapped back. The rifle slid from his hands, and he sagged forward.
"No!"
Jacob said. He handed Barry off to Kelly and Andy and rushed to Taylor's side. He grabbed the sheriff's arm and held him up, but Taylor's neck had gone slack, and his head lolled on his shoulders. He'd been shot in the mouth. The bullet had ripped part of the man's cheek and exploded his teeth like dice tossed down his throat. He tried to speak, but only managed a gargling sound that soon turned into coughs. "Sheriff Taylor," Jacob said. "Stay with me, sir. Stay with me. Can you hear me, sir?" But he couldn't. Not anymore. Even as Jacob talked to him, pleaded with him to fight, the light faded out of the man's eyes, and he went blank. "No!" Jacob said. "Sheriff Taylor! No!" A man crashed his horse into Jacob, grabbing him hard by the shirt collar. "Get off that horse!" he said, and tried to pull Jacob out of the saddle. Jacob grabbed the man's arm and shoved him hard, but the man wouldn't let go. He reached over with his other hand and pulled Jacob down even as the man's horse backed up. Jacob was yanked right out of the saddle and thrown to the ground. He quickly rolled to one side to avoid getting trampled by the horses, but when he tried to run around the man to get back on his own horse, he got the heel of the rider's boot in his face. His vision turned purple, and he couldn't stand up. He'd never been hit so hard in his life. From the ground, he saw the rider charge Kelly and the others. He knocked Barry from his horse with ease, and then wheeled on Kelly. She slapped at him when he tried to put his hands on her, but he dismounted her in seconds. When he turned on Andy, he flinched. The journalist had a pistol in his hand. He was trying to aim it at his attacker, but his hand was shaking uncontrollably. The fear on his face was horrible to behold. The other man yelled, "Fuck!" and pulled a pistol of his own from inside his shirt. The two men fired as one, and both went down. Jacob saw his chance and took it. He climbed to his feet, grabbed Barry, and told Kelly they had to move. "Where?" she asked. "That way," he said, and gestured toward an overgrown lot that contained row upon row of concrete walls. He ducked a shoulder under Barry and took his weight. To Kelly he said, "Go that way. We'll try to hide." They ran as fast as they could while carrying Barry. But long before they made cover, Jacob heard one of the riders yell, "Come on, get him!" The growling of a pack of dogs followed close behind. Jacob looked back to see several dogs running in his direction. They overtook him a moment later and tore into him. He fell to the ground and covered his face with his arms, twisting one way and then the other, as the pack tore at his clothes and his skin, ripping him to pieces. "You dogs, back!" someone said. "Go on, back!" The dogs stopped biting him, and they backed up. But they didn't stop growling. Jacob rolled over and slowly pushed himself up to his knees. His clothes, and his arms beneath, were a shredded mess of blood and torn cloth. He looked over at Kelly, who was holding her husband in her arms. She too was covered in blood and fresh wounds. Jacob looked around. The dogs had him surrounded, all of them growling, teeth bared. Then the man in the baseball cap rode up. The others parted way for him. He told the dogs to shut up, and they all went silent, though not a one of them looked like it had lost the desire to tear into Jacob once again. Jacob stared up at the man through a veil of his own blood. The rider had a hardened look about him, like a man well used to fighting his own fights, though he also wore the practiced air of one comfortable with giving commands. "We'll keep those 3, the man said. "Search them, and make sure the belongings are secure." One of the other riders came up alongside him, holding Taylor's .300 blackout. He held it out to the leader, the man in the black ball cap. "Casey, one of them had this." Jacob caught the name. Casey took the rifle and looked it over, clearly impressed. "Which one of them had this?" "Old guy back there. He's dead." Casey grunted and nodded. "Nice gun. Built-in suppressor, military stock." He ejected the magazine and checked the rounds. "Reloaded ammo. Good job of it, too." He turned his horse to face Jacob and the others. "Who reloaded this ammo?" Nobody said anything. "You," Casey said, nodding at Jacob. "Where you from?" Jacob just stared at the man. "I asked you a question." "No hablo inglés." Casey laughed, and the others did too. "Wow, we got us a comedian." Casey handed the magazine to one of the other riders, and then turned back to Jacob. "You and I are going to have a good time getting to know each other." Then he flipped Taylor's carbine around and smashed the stock down on the bridge of Jacob's nose. For Jacob, everything went black.
Part 3. Tracts and Bride Meat. 17. Jacob, Kelly, and Barry were led back to the street. Nick, Bree, Eli, and Max were already there, surrounded by riders who had them at gunpoint. Now that the fighting was over, most of the riders looked tired and bored. Kelly had to support Barry. The wound in his cheek was bad. They hadn't been able to remove the piece of wood impaled there, and his face had swollen up around it and turned an angry shade of red. Jacob limped along as best he could, but there was blood in his eyes and his mouth, and his vision was fading in and out. Everything seemed to swirl around him. His arms hurt the most, though. The dogs had really torn him up. When they got to the others, Bree rushed forward to examine Barry and Jacob.
"Jesus," she said. "What did you bastards do to them?"
"Just a little getting to know each other party," Casey said. "Now get back over there."
"Both of these men need medical help."
He adjusted his ball cap as he leaned back in his saddle.
"Well, I don't see no doctors around here. My guess is they're just fucked."
"I'm a physician's assistant,"
Let me help them.
Casey laughed at that.
You hear that, boys? Missy here is a doctor.
He looked around, and the others laughed with him. Then he turned back to Bree and chewed on his bottom lip, regarding her all over again.
You're a pretty little thing, ain't you?
Bree didn't respond.
Well, Casey said, if you're gonna help him, go on and do it.
I need my pack, and I need clean water to rinse out these wounds.
That ain't gonna happen, Princess. We gotta move out directly. You do what you're gonna do right here, right now, with what you got. And then we're out of here.
Can I at least have some water from your canteen?
She asked.
No, you may not, he said. You may be a hot little number, but you need to mind your place. You don't ask a free man for nothing, you hear?
We're all free men,
she said. Sweetheart, you definitely ain't no man. And as of right now, ain't none of you free. Now get busy with whatever you're gonna do.
Jacob's head was a soupy mess. But at Bree's mention of her pack, he rallied a little. He looked around, and for the first time realized that he and the others had been roughly searched and their belongings seized. He hadn't even been aware that they'd searched him. Everybody's clothes were in disarray. Nobody had their backpacks anymore. Through the blood and dirt, he saw the riders holding the Arbella party's horses by the reins, their belongings hanging off the saddle horns. He saw Bree's defibrillator near the front door of a house on the far side of the street, smashed to bits. He groaned.
Are your ears ringing?
Bree asked him.
Yeah, a little.
Does everything feel kind of slowed down? Like you're moving in slow motion?
He nodded.
I think you have a concussion. I want you to stay awake, okay? I'll help you as soon as I can. Just stay awake.
They killed Sheriff Taylor, he said.
I know,
Bree said. Her voice was thick with emotion, but she was fighting hard to keep it together.
They shot Frank, too. He was trying to hide me under a house when they pulled him into the grass and just shot him.
Jacob struggled with what to say. The words felt unreachable, lost in a fog in the back of his mind.
Jacob,
Bree said. She gently patted his cheeks.
Hey, stay with me, okay? Stay awake.
We're moving out now,
Casey said. He turned to one of the younger riders and said,
Get 'em tied up and ready to move out.
Where are you taking us?
Bree demanded.
You're coming with us, little lady.
You have no right to force us to go anywhere. We never did anything to you. You attacked us for no reason. You had no right.
He turned to the rider beside him.
You hear that? We got no right. We're bad people, I guess,
the rider answered.
Why are you doing this to us?
Bree said.
What's wrong with you people?
We're surviving, doing the best we know how.
You had no right to attack us. We weren't doing anything to you. We're not out here to hurt people.
Casey had been smiling, but he seemed to have lost interest in the conversation. His expression turned mean.
Right ain't got nothing to do with nothing, he said. And if you're not looking to do what's necessary to stay alive, then that's your own damn fault. We're moving out.
But these men aren't well enough to travel.
They'll travel, Casey said. They'll keep up or they'll get shot.
He turned his horse and trotted off.
Bree, Jacob said,
his voice sounding slow and thick.
Don't.
Jacob, they killed Frank. They killed Sheriff Taylor. They had no right.
We live to fight another day, he said. A few moments later, somebody grabbed Jacob's wrists and lashed them together with a yellow nylon rope. It cut into his skin, but he was too out of it to feel pain. Somebody pushed him along, and before he knew it, he and the other Arbella survivors were being led single file down the road, flanked by riders. 18. They saw the birds first, the ravens, circling low over a dark line of vehicles at the edge of town. It was getting near dark, but it was still hot. Dust rose up from the road in sheets and matted to his bloody face. It got in his eyes and his nose and his mouth, making him miserable. His head was pounding, yet even with the pain he could barely keep his eyes open. Without the occasional jerk on the ropes that bound his hands together, he might have fallen over and passed out right there. As it was, he hobbled along in a daze, his one clear thought one of surprise that a blow to the head from a rifle butt could cause such intense and persistent pain. And in between and all around the vehicles were packs of dogs and dirty children and men and women in filthy clothes. But Jacob could smell meat cooking over a fire pit, and the fragrance was enough to bring him part of the way back from the haze into which his mind had slipped. Seated in a lawn chair out in front of the vehicles was a fat woman of about 60. She wore a peach-colored dress and brown cowboy boots. Her hair had mostly gone to gray, and she'd cut it short and parted it to one side, like a man's. She was sunburnt and irritable-looking, the way some heavy people can be in the hot sun. But she watched the approaching group with interest. Casey, the leader, got down from his horse and gave the woman a kiss on her cheek. Glancing back toward the line of vehicles, Jacob saw one of the bigger RVs had Mother Jane written across the side. Wasn't hard to figure out who this was. She studied the Arbella survivors and didn't look pleased.
Our scouts said there were 11 of them.
There were. They put up a fight. He held up Sheriff Taylor's rifle. Found this on one of them.
Which one?
He ain't one of these. Wesley had to shoot him. Mother Jane grunted.
Well, them 2 young ones will make good tracks.
She pointed at Barry.
That one with a messed up face, though. You might as well shoot him now.
No,
Bree said. Just putting him out of his misery, sweetie.
But I told you I can help him. I just need my kit.
For the first time, Mother Jane seemed interested.
What kind of kit?
She turned to Casey.
What's she talking about? What kind of kit?
Casey was about to answer when Bree spoke up.
My medic bag. Your dragoons took it from me. They won't give it back.
Dragoons?
Mother Jane said.
Seriously? You ain't from around here, are you, sweetie?
Bree held her tongue.
You some kind of doctor?
Mother Jane asked. She said she was a physician's assistant, Casey said.
What's that mean?
Mother Jane asked.
It means I can help him.
No. What's that mean? Physician's assistant. I remember those back before everything went to shit.
She gave Casey a gentle slap on the hip with the back of her hand.
You remember that Indian doctor I used to take you to? What was his name? Venkateswar or some such crap a soul couldn't ever wrap a tongue around. I kept wanting to call him doctor. And every time he'd correct me and say he was a physician's assistant. Said he'd gone through med school but hadn't done a residency. That sound about like you, sweetie?
Something like that,
Bree said. You mind telling me how that is? I've taken this caravan all over this country, and I ain't seen a med school nowhere. Unless you're one of them airship people, and you don't look like them.
Bree said nothing, but she did glance back at Jacob. Mother Jane caught the glance and stood up. The ravens that had clustered around her took to the air with a furious beating of wings. She moved with a ponderous waddle as she approached Jacob. She looked him over, checking out the jeans without holes or frays at the pant legs, his sturdy boots, even lifting one of his hands to examine his fingernails.
Where you people from?
No one answered.
You ain't road people. Where you from?
Jacob didn't answer.
You folks ain't eatin' until I get an answer. Where you from?
Arbella, Jacob said.
Where's that at? I ain't never heard of no Arbella.
South of here, Jacob said.
He could feel others staring daggers at him, and he only hoped they'd follow along with the lie he was about to tell.
It's south of Little Rock, down near Texas.
Arkansas?
She scoffed at that.
What are you doing way up here?
We're explorers, he said. We're looking around to see what's out here.
At that, she laughed. Everybody did. Even the ravens seemed to shiver with excitement.
"Ho, that's good," she said.
She patted his cheek, hard, sending a wave of pain through him.
"Don't you worry, young man. I trek this caravan all over this land of ours. We cross her diamond deserts and her wheat fields rolling sometimes 3 times a year. You want to know what's out here? You're going to find out."
She returned to her lawn chair and dropped into it with effort. One of the ravens squawked next to her, and she reached over to stroke it.
"Go on,"
she said, motioning to Casey.
"Get them out of my sight. Oh, and you,"
she said, gesturing toward Bree and then to Barry.
"You fix him. I may have a job for you. Physician's assistant. Shit."
19. They were taken to the front of the caravan and told to sit. About 40 other men, women, and children were already there, all of them with a quiet, fearful look of slaves. A few armed men on horseback rode around the periphery of the gathering, but they didn't seem especially watchful, and, curiously, none of the slaves seemed all that eager to run. They sat in the grass, and one of the riders brought Bree her medical kit. She started working on Barry as Kelly looked on.
Poor thing,
Jacob thought, watching her. Whatever there had once been between them was truly ancient history now. He saw the worry, the pain, the frustration, the love in Kelly's eyes when she looked on her injured husband. And Jacob knew where her heart was. No question about it. He'd been foolish to think otherwise. Bree turned Barry's face to one side, exposing the piece of wood that had lanced through his cheek. The whole side of his face was red, and he was sweating badly. His pupils looked dilated, and he was drooling blood. Some of it had already caked dry on his throat.
"He's in shock,"
Bree said.
"We're going to have to get that wood out of there. It looks like the bleeding is pretty much stopped, but I don't like the way it's swollen up like that."
"Do you think it's infected?" Kelly asked.
"I don't know. Maybe. That redness is a bad sign. I need water to clean this wound. It needs to be as sterile as possible, too. Otherwise, we're just making the risk of an infection even worse."
Jacob looked around. A young girl of about 17, dirty and malnourished, was huddled in a fetal ball a few yards away, a hacking cough shaking her whole body. Behind her was a man in his early 20s, just as dirty as she was, but clearly not as starving. He watched the young girl with something close to contempt on his face. "Hey," Jacob called to him. "Where can we get some water around here?" The man glanced at him, but said nothing. "Hey, come on, a little help here. This guy's in shock."
"Everybody needs something, pal,"
the man finally said.
"And if I had water, you really think I'd give it to you?"
"What the hell?"
Eli said, and started to stand. Jacob put a hand on his arm. "Easy," he said. "Let it go." Eli sat and cussed under his breath. Then he turned on Jacob and said in a forced whisper,
"I don't get it. Look at the guards they got around here. How hard would it be to slip away? We could do it right now if we wanted to."
"We wouldn't get far. They've got horses. We don't."
"Me and Max could steal some." We could meet the rest of you someplace, and then we make a run for it.
The pain flared up again, and for a moment Jacob was nearly blind with it. Everything went white. Even the dog bites on his arms, which had gone practically numb compared to his headache, were starting to ache anew. He'd lost a lot of blood, he knew that, and his wounds would almost certainly need stitches.
"Hey, boss, you okay?"
Eli asked. Jacob had to work to catch his breath. The pain gradually faded, and at last he was able to nod.
"I'm all right," he said. "It hurts. I gotta tell you, I'm in no condition to travel. And I know Barry isn't. We need to get him better before we do anything."
"Okay, then. We wait until Bree fixes him up. Then we get the fuck out of here."
Agreed. I don't want to be around these people any longer than I have to. In the meantime, we need to keep our eyes open. I want to figure out how these people work, what their deal is.
Kelly turned from Barry and wiped her eyes. They were red and puffy, and she seemed to be holding on to her composure with both hands.
"You shouldn't have told them about our Bella," she said. "Sheriff Taylor said nobody finds out about our home."
What was I going to do, Kelly? Did you think she was just going to stop asking?
"But now they know the name of our home."
"Which doesn't appear on any map."
Nick groaned.
"Except the ones in my pack. I'm sure they're probably searching our stuff right now."
Jacob put his face in his hands.
"Crap,"
he said.
"It's not your fault, Jacob," Nick said. "Even if we'd lied about the name of our town, they'd have found out the truth from my maps. Well, what happens if they try to attack our Bella?"
Jacob looked around the group. The horror of what might happen should these people attack Arbella was on all their faces. It was true they had probably only 200 riders, but that didn't mean they couldn't do some serious damage. Arbella's defenses were set up to guard against zombies, not human strategy. There were no hidden shooting positions, no turrets or battlements. Shooters on Arbella's walls stood in the open, to allow for ease of aiming against targets too stupid to use stealth. Even if Mother Jane's boys attacked in a straight-up fight against Arbella's walls, losses on both sides would be huge. And if they decided to sneak in through some of the more sparsely covered sections of the wall, it would be a bloodbath. If we see them going towards Arbella, we'll have to escape and get back home to warn them.
We could do as Eli suggested. Send him and Max out ahead. Even if Barry and I aren't ready to travel, the rest of you should go. Maybe you could just do a dead sprint back to Arbella.
Before anyone could respond, Mother Jane's ravens descended on the slave area. The giant black birds lit on every available perch.
"What's this?"
Nick asked.
"Do you think there are zombies nearby?"
Kelly asked. Jacob doubted that, but he didn't say as much. He'd risen to his feet and was looking around the darkened clearing in which they'd been put. Slaves were coming out of the woodwork, many more than there'd been when they first arrived here. There were perhaps 200 in all, which he didn't like because that meant he'd probably underestimated the number of riders as well. And there were dogs, too. He could see them watching from the edges of the circle, waiting for something. Soon, about 20 guards descended on the slave quarters. 2 of them carried a battered orange canoe full of root vegetables and some half-eaten joints of roasted meat out to the middle of the slave area, and dropped it on the ground.
"Is that supposed to be our dinner?"
Kelly asked. "God, I'm hungry," Nick said. "I wonder where we line up." Slaves moved in on the guards carrying the canoe. One of the men dropped his end of the canoe and pulled a black nightstick from his belt. He used it to beat the slaves that got too close. The other man dropped his half of the canoe, and then the 2 men retreated, leaving the slaves to descend on the meal en masse. Many fights broke out, Jacob saw a woman pull a piece of meat from a boat and then get beaten by 2 other women intent on stealing it. A boy of about 8 was knocked to the ground and kicked repeatedly in his back and ribs as he desperately tried to hold on to something that looked like the blackened remains of a potato.
"Oh, God,"
Kelly said. But that wasn't the worst part. Not to Jacob's mind, anyway. The worst part was the laughing and cheering that went up from the riders and their women, who had gathered around the edges of the clearing and were obviously having a grand old time watching the slaves beat the daylights out of each other.
"These people are animals,"
Kelly said.
"Is this what happens to us after just 30 years?
They were all on their feet now, all but Barry, watching the melee, the disgust plain on their faces. None of them noticed the young riders coming up behind them until they were standing next to Kelly and Bree. "Come on," one of the riders said to Bree.
"Let go of me,"
she said, and yanked her arm away. "Hey," Jacob said. He moved on the men, but several of them pulled pistols and leveled them at Jacob and the other men. "You ought to give it a try," one of the men said. "See how it works out."
"Let go of me,"
Bree said. "Not likely. I'm going to give you a roll around the mattress. Try me on some bride meat."
"The hell you are,"
Bree said. She struggled and kicked with everything she had, but there were 3 big men holding her. Jacob saw Casey watching the exchange. He looked powerfully drunk and regarded the events unfolding in front of him with a genuine lack of interest. "Hey, your name is Casey," Jacob said. Casey wasn't wearing his ball cap, but his hair still had a sweaty curl in it where the edges of the hat had been. He looked back at Jacob with plain contempt on his face, but he said nothing. "Please," Jacob said, dropping the tone of his voice, trying to sound respectful of Casey's authority over this place. "Make them stop. They can't do this. It's not right." Casey regarded him for a long moment. "I keep hearing that from you Arbella people. That it ain't right. I don't know what kind of lives you folks lead down there in Arkansas, but up here, you don't go around telling a free man what's right and what's not. Round here, a man makes his own right." Behind him, more riders gathered. Many of them were as drunk or drunker than he was. All of them were armed. "Please don't let them do this," Jacob said. "You're done talking. You fellas just mind your place there. My boys are going to have a little fun time with the bride meat here." "The hell you will," Jacob said. Casey pulled Sheriff Taylor's rifle from his shoulder and leveled it at Jacob. "I told you, you're done talking. Now, if you don't want to start dying, I suggest the lot of you take a few steps back." Before any of them could move, Barry climbed to his feet and charged one of the men holding Kelly's arms behind her back. "Get your hands off my wife!" he screamed. And his attack was so sudden the rider couldn't react. Barry knocked the man to the ground and then started swinging wild punches at the other men. In a flash, Max joined in too. But they didn't last long. As calmly as a man would watch a sunset, Casey turned the stolen rifle and shot both men in the chest. 3 times for Max and 6 for Barry, the gun quiet as a snake in the grass. Barry, delirious as he was with the pain and the spreading infection and his love for his wife, fought even as he fell to his knees.
"No!"
Kelly screamed, and broke free from the men holding her and went to her knees beside her dead husband. She put his head in her lap and rocked him back and forth, wailing so loudly the rest of the slaves stopped fighting and even eating to turn and watch. Casey shouldered the weapon. To the men holding Bree, he said, "You boys go and have your fun. Make sure and hold her down, though. The way she's kicking, she's liable to break something." He motioned to one of the men who had been holding Kelly.
Go and get 2 ropes. Hurry now.
The man ran off in a hurry. Bree fought all the way to the RV, and the man had a tough time getting her through the door. She grabbed hold of the door frame and wouldn't let go. They had to pry her fingers loose one at a time to finally get her inside. A moment later, the young rider returned with a rope.
Go and fetch some of them slaves over here.
What are you doing? Jacob asked. Casey ignored him. When the slaves ran up, he motioned for the young rider to hand them the ropes.
Take these 2 bodies over to the clothesline and tie them up on the posts, scarecrow fashion. Best hurry. They're liable to make the change here pretty soon.
The slaves dragged the bodies away, even as Kelly tried to hold on to Barry.
Make her shut up,
Casey said to one of the riders. The man took out his nightstick and advanced on Kelly, but Jacob got there first. He picked Kelly up and held her in his arms, her face pressed into his chest. She was sobbing and shaking uncontrollably.
I got her,
Jacob said. Casey huffed, then turned and walked away. Jacob called out to him.
How can you do this?
String him up,
Casey asked.
What's wrong with you?
Jacob said. Casey shrugged.
Mother Jane's birds got to eat too.
He walked away, leaving them standing there in shock. And then, from the RV, Bree started to scream. 20. It took a long time for the birds to eat enough of Barry and Max for them to stop struggling against the ropes that bound them. They had stripped the zombie carcasses to the bone in less than 2 minutes back in the town. But now, the ravens seemed to be enjoying the meal, taking their time about it. Jacob and the others couldn't watch, but they couldn't escape the sound of it either. Max went on groaning, even after they'd stripped most of his flesh away. Kelly was inconsolable. Bree had come back to them with a black eye and a fat lip. Her shins and wrists were bruised, and there was blood dripping from one ear. She wouldn't speak, wouldn't let anybody touch her or even get near her. She crawled inside her shell and stayed there. Jacob blamed himself. From Sheriff Taylor to Barry to Bree over there, it was all his fault. There was the code, a promise to always have the other fellas back, and he had failed to live up to that code. Taylor and Barry and the others were dead because he had failed, and Bree was broken for the same reason. And now, Arbella's very existence was threatened, all because he had failed to live by the code he'd been raised with. He glanced at Bree, and just as quickly looked away. She hadn't cried since they brought her back. She had taken a seat against a 55-gallon drum and hugged her knees and stared off at a spot only she could see. In the starlight, Jacob had caught the emptiness of her stare and withered before it. He knew somebody needed to try and reach her, but the thought of speaking to her terrified him. He just knew he would say the wrong thing, and that he would probably only make it worse for her. And that crippled him. The same was true with Kelly. She'd been open, letting him hold her, but she hadn't said a word either. She spent most of her time sobbing, either to herself or into his shoulder. But then she would suddenly lash out and bang her fists against her thighs while her face twisted in rage. All of it left him feeling helpless. Eli had asked him what they were going to do now, and he'd been unable to answer. He'd tried to mask his indecision with anger, but he was sure he hadn't fooled anybody. He'd failed them, and they all knew it.
"We need to get out of here tonight,"
Eli said.
"If we don't get out of here, we're going to die here."
I don't know, Jacob said. We could all get killed before we make it 10 feet from here.
"Are you kidding? We can easily make this. Look at there. They don't even have guards posted. They're all down there getting wasted. You guys could slip off that way. I'll steal some horses and meet up with you. We'll be on the way back home before they even know we're gone.
But they'll follow us. They have Nick's maps. They'll know where we're going.
Then we'll go somewhere else. Or we'll ride like mad and keep a pace they can't match. But Jacob, come on, we have to get out of here.
They have dogs, too.
Yeah? And we can find sticks or something to take care of those.
I don't know. Jacob put his face in his hands. This was so hard. He felt miserable. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry. Eli threw up his hands in a what-the-hell gesture.
What are you sorry for? Nick said.
He'd been sitting on a plastic egg crate, watching the young girl with a hacking cough. She was still curled up in a fetal ball, and even though the temperature had dropped dramatically with nightfall, she was sweating badly. I'm sorry. This whole thing, it was a bad mistake. I'm sorry. We should never have come.
Jacob, come on, Nick said. What would Taylor have done? That's what we need to ask ourselves. What would the old man tell us if he were here right now?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what he'd say,
Eli said.
He'd tell us to do everything we could to protect our Bella. He'd tell us we should die trying if we had to. We need to get out of here, and we need to warn the folks back home, and we need to do it tonight.
Jacob didn't respond. He felt like he couldn't. Nothing he could say would come out right.
What the hell? Kelly said. Jacob, what the hell is wrong with you?
She sounded shrill, but he didn't dare tell her to keep her voice down. He could barely hold her gaze.
Seriously, what the hell is wrong with you? Where's all this "it's all my fault" crap coming from? Since when do you get to play martyr?
I'm not playing.
Like hell you are. You're sitting there acting like all this is your fault. Well, I say bullshit to that. Every single one of us volunteered to come on this expedition. I've been begging for this since I was 17. We all agreed to the route, to all of it. Stop moping, Jacob, and fucking grow a pair.
She glanced over at Bree, and then at the clothesline, where a few bits of flesh still clung to her husband's skeleton.
Some of us have lost a lot more than our pride. We need to make a decision.
Nick leaned forward. Jacob, come on, buddy.
Eli's right. This is what Taylor would do.
Jacob felt like he was on autopilot. He nodded without even realizing he was doing it.
So we're ready to go? No supplies, no weapons, just like this?
Off in the corner, Bree stood up. The others looked surprised, but stood up as well. Only Jacob remained seated. Finally, he stood up too. He looked around the group, and though they looked ragged and beaten and tired beyond measure, they were nonetheless determined. He felt a rush of pride in them, even as he continued to hate himself for the weaknesses he'd shown. Eli, he said, go and get us some horses. It was spring, so he looked toward the southern horizon to find the constellation of Virgo. Out in the grasslands, with no electric lights to pollute the sky, the stars were bright, and the night sky a blaze of blues and gray and molten reds. The Milky Way was like a paint stripe across the sky. He pointed to the star that marked the reclining Virgin's left breast. There. We'll follow Spica and Virgo. We'll keep that line until you come up on us. Eli glanced toward the horizon until he found Spica, and nodded.
Okay, got it.
Jacob and the others ducked down into a crouch and moved as quietly as they could toward the edge of the clearing. No one stirred. No one raised a hue and cry. They reached the high grass of the prairie and tried their best to melt into it. Only then did they get the first indication that something was wrong. They heard a man's voice yelling, "Runner! Runner!"
and then the sound of a struggle. Jacob looked back to see that one of the slaves had tackled Eli. The two men were rolling around in the grass, not so much fighting as wrestling. The slave managed to pin Eli to the ground and began yelling to beat the devil. "Help! Help!"
"What the hell?"
Jacob said. No. No. It took a long moment, but eventually several drunken riders descended on the scene. They were feeling rowdy, but they seemed to know better than to get into the middle of a slave brawl. Casey showed up a moment later. The slave on top of Eli had held his tongue until Casey appeared, but he spoke up as soon as he saw the leader of Mother Jane's boys.
"He was going to steal some horses," the slave said. "I heard him. Him and the others. They were going to steal some horses and head south to Spiker."
"What's Spiker?" Casey said. The slave took a moment to answer.
"I don't know. They said they'd meet him there. They went off that way."
Casey followed the direction of the man's gaze.
"That true?"
he yelled, head thrown back.
"You out there, Jacob? If you are, you best show yourself. I won't kill you if you show yourself."
He turned to the rider behind him with a drunken grin.
"Gonna fuck him up, but I ain't gonna kill him."
Down in the grass, Jacob could only pound his fists on the ground in bootless rage. What was he supposed to do? They were helpless here. Pretty much no options at all. "We cut our losses," he said. "We surrender."
"No,"
Kelly said.
"They'll kill us."
"They know we're here," he said. "We don't have anywhere to run."
"But we can't give up."
"We're not giving up," Jacob said. "We're living to fight another day." He stood up. His white shirt turned silver by the starlight. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the others doing the same.
"Come on back,"
Casey said.
"Come on, this way."
They trudged back up to camp. They'd made it perhaps 50 yards, and Jacob fumed at the coincidence. They'd made it maybe 50 miles under Taylor, under his leadership, because it was bullshit to pretend at this point that they'd been co-authors of this plan. The survivors had made it roughly 2% of the distance they'd made under Taylor. Because it had been Taylor who led them, he realized that now. He'd only been a puppet, if that. In truth, he was probably less than that. He certainly felt less than that right now. One of the younger riders, one who was tremendously drunk, climbed down from his horse and pulled the slave off of Eli. When Eli tried to charge him, the rider produced a pistol and pointed it at his chest.
"Yes,"
the rider said.
"You had something you wanted to say?"
Eli said nothing. He raised his hands in the sign for surrender. Casey rode forward then and scanned the Arbella survivors.
"I give you guys a week," he said. "We probably shouldn't even bother to feed you."
He nodded toward the slave who had alerted them to the escapees.
"What's your name?"
"Walker,"
the slave said.
"I didn't ask what you do for us. I asked you your name, son."
Laughs from the assembled riders. And more were coming down from the back of the caravan. Men and women, all of them laughing like they'd been lit on fire with booze.
"My name's Walker, sir. Chris Walker."
Casey leaned back in his saddle and sighed. He almost seemed magnanimous when he spoke.
"Well, Chris Walker, you think you might want to be one of Mother Jane's boys?"
"Yes, sir," Walker said. "You know it."
"You think you could kill a man who's broke the peace of our camp?"
"Yes, sir. In a heartbeat."
"A heartbeat? Well, all right then."
Casey leaned back on his saddle and pulled a pistol from his waistband. He twirled it on his finger, catching it so that it ended up with the butt of the gun pointed at the slave.
"Here you go. Take this."
Walker, the slave, didn't seem to know what to do.
He took a few steps toward Casey, but didn't reach out for the weapon. "Go on, take it." The slave reached out for the weapon and took it in his hands. He held it like it might break, clutched to his chest, uncertain about what he was supposed to do. "Go on," Casey said, motioning toward Eli. "He was going to steal our horses, right?"
"He was."
"And the horse is what?"
"The horse belongs to the rider," Walker said, like it was something he'd learned at his catechism.
"Can you do what's got to be done, Walker?"
Walker looked stunned, like somebody had just thrust a major award into his hands. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I can."
"All right, then. Put a bullet in that little shit's head. Let's be done with it." Walker stepped up next to Eli, leveled his weapon, and without the slightest preamble or hesitation, fired a single shot into Eli's face. Jacob lunged forward, but Nick held him back. "Don't," Nick warned. Casey glanced at Jacob and smiled. "You folks should get some sleep. Probably going to have some tract work for you come the morning." He gestured at Walker. "Put that one on a horse. He's one of us now." And with that, he turned and rode away. 21. The next morning, at first light, one of the free women came into the slave corral and hollered for them to wake. Jacob climbed to his feet. He'd slept little, and he was exhausted. He was thirsty, and so hungry he had the jitters. The ringing was gone from his ears, but his head still ached. They'd used some of the bandages and disinfectant in Bree's med kit to wrap up his arms where the dogs had bit him, and now they were soaked through with blood. It hurt so badly pulling them off, his hands started to shake. The wounds were bad, and deep, too. He should have had stitches, but Bree was obviously in no condition to do it, and Kelly was a mess, too. Nick had tried, but he had the grace of a bull, and all he'd managed to do was make a few of the wounds messier than they already were. In the end, Jacob had given up and just wrapped himself in bandages. He would have to do that again pretty soon, and just hope for the best. From behind him, Kelly groaned. She was staring at the clothesline where Barry and Max's skeletons were still lashed to the end posts. They'd been picked nearly clean, but they were still black with blood, and little bits of cartilage still clung to the bone. "Oh, man," Jacob said. He turned to Nick and motioned toward the bodies. "You think we can find some shovels around here somewhere?" "Yeah, maybe," Nick said. 4 of Mother Jane's boys were coming up behind them. One of the older men, a big-bellied man with sunburnt arms and a huge gray beard, said,
"Ain't no slave getting buried around here. Just take the carcass out in the tall grass and leave it there. Something'll come along and eat it."
"And you ain't getting no shovels, neither,"
said one of the others. He was half the age of the fat man with the beard, but otherwise looked just like him. Father and son, probably, Jacob thought.
"It's scrapers for you this morning,"
the older man said.
"Now go on out in the grass there and do your business. Be quick about it."
"My business?" Jacob said.
"You gotta piss or take a shit. Now's the time to get it done."
"What about food?" Nick asked. "What about water?"
"You get water once you start working. As to food, slaves eat at night."
A few minutes later, Jacob and the others were given thin plates of hard plastic and told to scrape the sides of the caravan's many vehicles. The ravens had perched all along the caravan during the night, and just about every vehicle had thick runners of bird shit dripping down the sides. For Nick, it was too much. "That's stupid," he said. He threw down his scraper. "I'm not doing that. I won't."
"Nick,"
Kelly said.
"Careful."
The woman who had given them the scrapers didn't reply. She just took a step back and called to a man standing nearby.
"Bobby, a little help?"
Bobby came over.
in his ratty jeans and the filthy T-shirt and the baseball cap with a tractor on it. He was wearing what seemed to be the uniform from Mother Jane's boys. And, like most of the others, he was a powerfully built man with a big gut and arms like slabs of meat.
"That one," the woman said, and pointed at Nick. "Go on and shoot me if that's what you gotta do. But I'm not your slave. I won't do shit for you people."
The man advanced on Nick, who raised his fists. Nick was fast with his fists. Jacob remembered that well enough. But Bobby was faster. He moved quickly for such a big man, and when Nick took a swing at him, he dodged it with surprising ease. Then he moved in close with a flurry of uppercuts to Nick's ribs. He stayed away from the face, focusing on the body. Jacob watched the beating with sickness in his heart. He couldn't even jump in to help. Other riders had come up to watch the show, and all of them had their hands resting on the butts of their pistols. Nick was coughing up blood by the time the man stopped hitting him. When it was done, Bobby picked Nick up by the back of his shirt and pressed his face into one of the runners of bird shit dripping down the side of one of the wagons. He grabbed Nick by the hair and moved his head up and down the side of the wagon. Then he tossed Nick to the ground and said,
"Congratulations on your first cleaning."
Nick rolled over onto his back, holding his ribs and moaning in pain.
"None of them eat or drink until that one works,"
Bobby said. By mid-morning, Nick had recovered enough to get back on his feet. He couldn't lift his arms over his shoulders, but he did manage to work his scraper a little. Enough that water was finally brought to them. Jacob felt broken to the core. He was utterly demoralized. He couldn't even look at the others. Every time he tried, he felt so sick he wanted to crawl inside a hole and hide. The dog bites on his arms bled through the bandages, but he didn't do anything about it. He wanted the pain, and he suspected the others wanted him to hurt too. Despite what Kelly had said the night before, he knew they blamed him for this. How could they not? The thought of it overwhelmed him like a fever, and he thought for the first time that he understood why Lady Macbeth had scoured her hands to the bone and never gotten that damned spot out. Like her, the blood on his hands was not ever going to go away. Somehow, whether accidentally or through some subconscious desire to be away from them, he'd lost the others. He looked around and realized he'd moved down the row of wagons, scraping and scraping, without paying attention to the world around him. Now he looked around. Off to the west, the sky was darkening, as though rain was headed their way, and gray, tattered clouds moved across the horizon like columns of smoke. The town of Sykeston, birthplace of all his troubles, slumbered quietly in its desolation in the near distance. And it occurred to him, as his gaze wandered over the empty buildings and overgrown streets, that desolation could be part of one's internal landscape as well. He'd never realized that desolation could be contagious, or that it was possible to hurt so badly. He heard men laughing and ducked behind one of the wagons. There were voices coming from the other side of the RV next to him, and among them was that of Casey and Mother Jane. He got down on his stomach and crawled under the RV. There were crates on the ground on the other side. He could see people sitting on them, or their legs at least, and beyond them, seated in her lawn chair under a fold-out awning, one of her ravens perched on the back of the chair, was Mother Jane.
"This town was a bust," Casey said.
The man was pacing back and forth in front of Mother Jane's chair. He would come in and out of Jacob's view every few seconds. He looked worried and upset.
"We lost 5 good men, and we didn't find those parts we was looking for. Without that pump in working order, we're going to have to find some other way to get clean water."
"We'll find another pump, Casey. If not here, then in Dexter or the next place. It'll be all right."
"So then, you've decided? We're heading west again?"
No, I ain't decided. That's what we're here to talk about.
Linda's gonna have her baby any day now, Casey said. We need to be somewhere safe for that to happen.
Stop worrying so damn much, Casey. Jesus almighty, you make a woman's head spin the way you pace like that. Women have been having babies for thousands of years. Linda's gonna do just fine. Hell, I had you on the living room couch, nobody but the ambulance driver there to deliver. Linda's got all the comforts in the world here. Plus, she's got that physician's assistant we picked up in Sykeston.
Mother Jane reached up and stroked the raven at her shoulder. Then she watched Casey pace.
By the way,
Mother Jane went on,
I heard some of your riders used her as bride meat last night.
Yeah, that's true.
And you let it happen?
She's a slave. Don't make no difference how she feels about it.
Casey, you ain't a dumbass, so stop acting like one. She's a cute little thing, all right. But if she's got any medical learning at all, it'd be good to have her around if Linda has trouble. I'm not saying she's gonna. Just a precaution. Sometimes babies don't come along all that easy. You tell your riders they can have their fun somewhere else, but they leave her be.
That's gonna be hard to do. I heard a lot of the boys already calling dibs on her for tonight.
You see that they stay away,
Mother Jane said.
If you give a goddamn about that baby of yours, you see to it. It's hard for a girl to do any doctoring when she's too busy worrying about being raped by a bunch of drunken rednecks.
All right, he said.
But I still say we need to find someplace safe to hole up. I don't want to be on the road and come across another caravan. A fight right now would be bad.
We'd do just fine, said one of the men along the far wall.
You think so, Hank? Do you now?
I know ain't nobody gonna fight us and win.
Yeah? Maybe not. But you really think we'd come out ahead after a stand-up fight? Even when we win?
Why wouldn't we?
Because we're low on everything. Ammunition to medical supplies to food. Most of our vehicles are held together with rust and a prayer. We got more dogs and slaves than we've got food to feed 'em with. We'd win any fight we pick, that's true. But we'd be left with wounded. And right now, with no medical supplies and no fresh water, we'd find ourselves up the creek. You know what I mean?
So where do you want to go?
Mother Jane asked. Casey stopped moving.
I say we go north up to Scott City. It's on the river. It's close. We'll have access to fish and deer. Fresh water, too.
Why not head to that Arbella place those slaves was talking about? Hank said. Mother Jane raised an eyebrow.
Why not?
I just told you, Casey said. We can't afford a fight right now.
Who said anything about fighting them? Hank asked. They're explorers. That's what that one guy said. That means they don't know what's out here. That means they're sheltered. And if they've been sheltered all this time, that must mean they've got a pretty good thing going back home.
Not necessarily,
Mother Jane said.
He was lying about them coming from Arkansas. I saw the maps in their backpacks. They come up from New Madrid, ain't but 50 miles south of here.
So it's close, right? Hank said. At least as close as Scott City. And it's on the river, just like Scott City. Sounds like some low-hanging fruit, if you ask me. Mother Jane looked at Casey.
Ever since you was boys, you couldn't agree on nothing. Fight just to fight.
There was a sudden commotion from somewhere behind Mother Jane, and everybody in her court moved to see what it was.
Michael's back,
someone said.
Been riding hard, too, looks like it.
A few seconds later, a young blond kid of about 16 came into the circle standing around Mother Jane. He was winded and covered head to toe in sweat and grime. His hair had the molded shape of one accustomed to wearing a hat, but there was no hat.
What's got you all in a bother?
Mother Jane asked.
Herd's coming, he said. "They're close, too."
"What?" she said.
She looked at another man standing against the wall.
"Thomas, you were supposed to lead them away from here."
"I did, Mama. I led 'em a good 10 miles north of here before I let 'em go on their way."
"Well, they're coming back," Michael said.
"That's impossible."
"Go see for yourself if you don't believe me. Got a dust cloud big as can be rising up over the hills due north of here."
"How far away?" Casey asked.
"I put about 3 miles on 'em to get here,"
Michael answered. Mother Jane stood up. Her ravens took to the sky.
"Pack up the wagons," she said. "We're headed due west, to Dexter."
22. The caravan turned into a frantic hive of activity. Jacob was able to slip back to the slave area unnoticed, where he found the others waiting, confused, trying to figure out what they were supposed to do. The other slaves were packing up the few belongings they'd managed to squirrel away, a blanket here, an extra coat or hat there. But the Arbella survivors had nothing like that. Kelly was the first to see Jacob.
"Oh my God, Jacob, what's going on? Where have you been?"
"We have to get ready. They're moving us out right now. The herd's coming back."
"What?" Nick asked. "But how? Didn't they lead it out of town?"
"I don't know," Jacob answered. "One of their riders came back saying they were only 3 miles away."
"Where did you hear that?"
Kelly asked. Jacob took a breath and told them about the conference he'd overheard. "They said we're going someplace called Dexter." "Yeah, it's due west of here," Nick said. "I don't know why, though. There's nothing there. Not according to the maps, anyway."
"They must know something we don't," Kelly suggested. "They've seen more of this land than we have."
"Maybe," Nick said. He didn't look convinced, though. "They're looking for some kind of pump," Jacob said. "I heard Casey say that the one they've got is busted. Apparently they need a new one or they're not going to have any drinkable water. And his wife is about to give birth. He was looking for some safe place to halt the caravan while that happens. There are other caravans out here, too. Apparently they fight each other whenever they meet."
"Not good," Nick said.
"So what do we do?"
Kelly asked.
"Do you think we can use the herd as cover to escape?"
She looked at Jacob, and he felt himself lock up inside.
"Make the decision,"
he told himself. He knew exactly what he was supposed to do, but he couldn't make himself speak the words aloud. He didn't get the chance anyway. For just then, some of the riders came around with tangles of leather straps in their hands. They grabbed Jacob and Nick and pulled them to the middle of the slave clearing, where the bodies of Max and Barry still stood.
"Put these on,"
one of the men said. "What? What is this?" Jacob asked, holding the knot of leather straps up in confusion.
"Put it on,"
the man repeated.
"You're on track duty."
When he still didn't understand, the man grew angry and turned him around. Then he tossed the straps over Jacob's shoulder and cinched the buckles tight at his back. Only then did Jacob realize he was wearing a crudely modified draft horse harness. "What the hell is this?" "Stand still," the man said, and then clipped a series of leather reins to him. Other slaves fell in line, all of them wearing similar harnesses. And before Jacob knew it, he and Nick were tied in as draft animals and told to start pulling.
"You tracks better get to moving,"
one of the free men said. He marched up and down the line of slaves, yelling at them like a drill sergeant.
"If those zombies catch up with us, we're all running and leaving your dumbasses here to slow them down. Now move!"
Jacob glanced behind him, trying to spot the advancing zombies. He could see the dust cloud rising high above the line of vehicles, and he could hear the distant moan of the herd. But they had hooked him to a flatbed trailer topped with a huge orange tent, and it dominated his view. Beside him, Nick had stopped pulling. "What are you doing?" Jacob said.
"Look at her,"
he said, and pointed at the young girl they'd seen that first night. She was still coughing her lungs out and curled up in a ball like a wounded animal. Hey, what about her? Nick said to one of the free men. The man didn't even look at her. She either walks or gets eaten. You can't do that, he said. There's room on the trailer. Throw her on there. Come on, man, show some decency. Why don't you show a little enthusiasm for pulling? You ain't got much time before that herd is all over this place. Let me carry her, Nick said. What? The man said. Nick, what are you doing? Jacob said. Nick ignored him. Let me carry her. If you won't let her ride, let me carry her. It won't put you out any. The man looked like he was actually giving it a lot of thought. Finally, he shrugged and said, Yeah, sure, go ahead. But if you don't keep up, we'll cut you loose and let you both die. Fine, Nick said. He tried to veer off toward the girl, but the other slaves wouldn't budge from the line they'd set. Nick turned to the man behind him and said, Hey, come on, give me slack. The man just shook his head and bent into his work. Nick fought against his reins, but they held him firm. Hey, he yelled to the girl. Come on. Come to me. I can't reach you. You have to come to me. At first, Jacob thought the girl was just going to lie there and watch them. But then she slowly lumbered to her feet and stumbled into Nick's arms. That's it, he said. Gotcha. And he put her over his shoulder. He glanced at Jacob and winked. It's the code, right? Everybody watches the other guy's back. Before Jacob could respond, a huge swell of voices rose from the caravan behind them. At first, he thought the herd had caught up with them, and the people back there were being slaughtered. But then he saw slaves and free men alike with their faces turned to the sky. Some of them were pointing. Turning as much as the harness allowed, he saw the airship, or one just like it, he thought, gliding soundlessly toward them from the east. It was immense, like one of those aircraft carriers he'd read about back in school, and the span of its cloth wings was many times its length. Even at this distance, he could hear the faint popping noises the wings made in the wind. The huge airship moved with the silence and grace of a bird riding the thermals. When they'd seen it the other night, it had been brightly aglow with neon lights of every hue. It had sparkled like a diamond in the sky. But now, it seemed far more a machine of unimaginable power than some glittery jewel. The top of its hull was made of curving, black sheets of metal that dappled in the sun. A row of tall turrets and towers and sensors ran down the spine of the ship, ending in a giant rectangular tower that might have been a caudal fin, or just as easily might be something else. The underside of the ship was in stark contrast to the top. Whereas the towers and turrets on the top of the ship were restricted to a narrow line running down front to back along the spine, the underside had an almost skeletal appearance. There were lights all along the length of it, and blinking out from every nook and cranny. They just weren't as bright as they had been during the night. Jacob couldn't see weapons anywhere down its dull, black metallic hull, but he had little doubt they were there. And then, without making a sound, the airship changed course and veered toward the approaching herd. For the first time, the airship made a sound, a long, low bass note that Jacob felt in his bones more than in his ears. He and all the other slaves yoked in with him took a few steps that way. They caught themselves at the same time. Jacob shook his head. He'd felt like something had grabbed his guts and pulled him. From behind him, Kelly said, "Jacob, did you feel that? Did you? It was like it was pulling me. I can still feel it." She closed her eyes, spread her arms, and let out a long, slow breath, and fell forward 2 steps before catching herself. She opened her eyes. "If you stop thinking about it, it pulls you." Kelly ran up to him, excited, despite all that had happened. "And did you see those sails? The way they reflected the sunlight?
I think those are solar sails. They generate electricity from the sun. Back home, we've been working—"
But she stopped there. Jacob read the pain in her face and knew her memories were flooding back again, grief hitting her with all its suddenness and cruelty. He looked away, embarrassed. On the opposite side of the caravan, slaves and freemen alike had walked away from the vehicles, pointing and cheering. The herd, in all its enormity, had turned like a school of fish to follow the great metal beast as it tracked its way across the sky. The diversion, they all realized as one, had bought them some time. In the excitement of the moment, nobody but Jacob noticed Bree walking along the backside of the vehicles. She had no interest in the airship. Her gaze was fixated on something Jacob couldn't see inside the open door of one of the wagons. "Kelly," he said, and nodded toward Bree.
"Oh, no,"
Kelly said.
"No. No, baby, no."
But it was too late. Bree had reached the door, leaned inside, and came out holding a black revolver that looked as big as her forearm. Holding the gun in both hands, she walked like a woman in shock through a gap in the caravan to the other side, where Jacob saw two of the men that had forced themselves on her the night before. What followed seemed to him to play out in slow motion. Bree called out to the two men. They turned at the same time, the joy of watching the airship root the zombies away from them still shining on their faces, only to have that shine change to terror at the sight of the pretty little blonde with the dead stare and the enormous gun. She leveled the weapon at the nearer man's balls and said,
"I've got something for you,"
and fired. His legs flew out from under him, and he landed face first in the grass. Then she turned on the other man. She was probably aiming for his balls as well, but she only managed a gut shot. Still, the man folded into a ball, a hollow scream dying on his lips. She fired twice more, silencing that scream forevermore. By then, other free men had got their wits about them and pulled their weapons. From somewhere near the head of the column, Jacob was pretty sure he could hear Casey screaming for them to stop. But it didn't happen. A dozen gunmen at least opened fire on her, causing her body to jitter and dance with the music of bullets. She finally went down under the spray of lead, the huge pistol falling useless in the grass. Her face was a pale and twisted mask of pain, and, strangely, the glory of release. Jacob turned away. Failure and self-loathing and contempt for his own inadequacies overwhelmed him, and it was all he could do to keep from screaming.
"What the fuck is this?"
cried Mother Jane. Jacob opened his eyes. The matriarch was storming down the line of wagons, swollen and pained ankles be damned.
"Who shot her?"
she demanded. A pause.
"Well, who the hell shot her?"
She stared around the group of free men, all of them with their rifles still smoking. No one spoke. No one dared to.
"God damn it!"
she said. She turned on Casey, who was right by her side.
"You see this? Do you see this? You remember this when that baby comes. You remember this right here."
She looked around at her boys, the disgust plain on her face.
"Damn wasted opportunity is what that is. Damn shame."
And then she stormed off to her wagon. 23. They pulled the wagons for hours at a time, resting only long enough for a taste of tepid water. There were 8 slaves in Jacob's team, tracts, as the pullers were called. At times he was able to see portions of the caravan ahead and behind him, and he saw that horses pulled the heavier vehicles, the RVs and bigger trailers. The smaller trailers, like the one they had him yoked to, had human tracts. It was exhausting, mind-numbing work. And when they at last pulled up to the outskirts of Dexter, just before sunset, Jacob felt his legs had turned to water. Every inch of him was wet with sweat and grimed over with road dust. His clothes were already showing signs of wear, and it was little wonder the other slaves looked as tattered as they did. If only one day of tract work had done this to him, it was a wonder the others still had what little rags they had left. It was a wonder they were alive at all. But Jacob said nothing by way of complaint. All the work he had done, Nick had done too, and he had done it while carrying the sick girl. Jacob had heard him talking to her, reassuring her, but she'd said little beyond a few pained grunts and moans. After they made camp, all he wanted to do was fall over and go to sleep. But he knew he couldn't afford to do that. If he was to survive here, with these people, he'd have to learn their ways. And so he stayed awake and alert, watching and listening for anything he could use to stay alive. Throughout the day he'd seen riders ranging across the prairie, and occasionally he'd heard the clap of a distant rifle shot. Evidently they'd been hunting, for there were campfires burning throughout the caravan, and he could smell the succulent aroma of roasting meat. Water seemed to be in short supply, though. Clean water, at any rate. The water they'd been given was cloudy and warm, and probably loaded with bacteria, he thought. Kelly had warned him about using it to clean out the dog bite wounds on his arms, but there was little else he could do. Already the wounds were turning fiery red and raw-looking, and in places he saw boils forming. Without clean water, the infection was likely to spread and swamp him over. A lot like it had done with the sick girl Nick had carried all day. Which was another thing. Nick seemed to have made it his mission to care for the girl. He'd set her up on a flat section of grass and put a coat under her head for a pillow. He'd fought another slave for a pitcher of water, and now he was giving it to her a few small sips at a time, while mopping the sweat away from her forehead. "She's burning up," he said to Jacob. Kelly grumbled beside him. "Nick, what are you doing?" she asked, gesturing at the girl. "She's sick," he said. Like that explained it all. "We'll all be sick soon, I think." "Yeah, but she's sick now, and none of these people will help her. It's inhuman the way they treat each other." There was no arguing with that. Jacob hadn't stopped wondering the same point since the moment they met their first rider. How could people live this way? Why would they want to live this way? Growing up in Arbella, he'd been taught that survival was a group effort. Everybody pulled his or her weight. Everybody looked out for the other guy. There was no room for those who wouldn't work, and there was no room for those who betrayed the trust of their fellow man. To live like these people did was to invite misery and death. And for those it didn't kill, life wasn't worth living. But for now, he thought, it was his life too. Until he and the others could figure out a way out of their situation, they all had to live here. "What's her name?" Kelly asked. "She said it was Chelsea." "She's just a girl," Kelly said. "She can't be more than 17. "About that, yeah." "She won't be well enough to come with us when we bust out of here." Her voice had dropped to a whisper as she said it. "I'm thinking we go tonight." She glanced at Jacob, and then at Nick. Both men nodded.
"You shouldn't,"
Chelsea said. She rolled over to face them and tried to sit up. Her dark brown hair was long and stringy and dirty. She looked weak from hunger and bleary-eyed with fever, and when she spoke, her voice had a tremor to it.
"They'll be watching you tonight."
"They haven't posted guards," Kelly said.
"They don't have to. The slaves will be watching you. They want you to try to escape. All of them will be wanting to do what Chris did.
Who's Chris? Jacob said.
My older brother, she said. The one who shot your friend yesterday and was made a rider for it. The others will be waiting for a chance to do the same.
Jacob and Kelly traded a worried look. A quick glance around the slave area was enough to back up what she said. The others were watching them. Not overtly, not making a scene of it, but they were watching. I don't understand, Nick said. He's your brother? Why didn't he take you with him when they made him part of their gang?
It doesn't work that way,
she said, and hugged her belly and groaned. She coughed hard, and when she could finally open her eyes again, they were red and teary from the pain.
You have to be invited into their family. They wouldn't want me.
But he's your brother.
Not anymore. Not for a long time. This life changed him.
Yeah, I bet, said Nick. Something caught his eye. Hey, check that out. Looks like dinner time. The nightly ritual began again. The ravens descended on the slave area. Dogs and more slaves began to appear at the edges of the encampment. The canoe was brought in, and this time it looked mounded with meat. The foraging parties had done well, apparently. Free men and women, fewer this time around, but still plenty, gathered to watch the show. God, I'm hungry, Nick said. We all need to eat something tonight, Jacob agreed. We're going to have to go in there and fight it out.
Oh, God,
Kelly said. She looked positively ill with dread. You stay here with her, Jacob told her. Nick, you think you're well enough to help me out? Hell yeah, Nick said. Let's go get dinner. 24. In the morning, the scraping drill started over. Jacob and the others went about their work like it was the only thing on their mind. But they were actually trying to repeat the bit of intelligence gathering that Jacob had lucked into the day before. Right away, they got lucky. As they were scraping down the sides of one of the RVs, a rusty metal airstream, 2 free women emerged. It'll be any day now, said the first woman. She was heavy-set, with a red face and flabby arms and gray, wiry hair that stuck out in all directions. I'm worried that the baby hasn't dropped down more than it has. Maybe it's just a big baby, the other woman said. Happens with the diabetes. Yep, agreed the first woman. Let's just hope we can stay here for a while. A week at least. Give Linda a chance to recover after that baby finally comes. Whatever the other woman's response might have been, they didn't hear. The 2 women went around a corner and were out of earshot. I bet that's Casey's wife they're talking about, Jacob said. Yeah, agreed Kelly. Sounds like we're going to be here for a while. Might give us a chance to figure out how to slip away. And go where? He said. Away from here, she said. God, anywhere but here. Yeah, but where? Seriously, we can't just go off half-cocked like we did before. If we make a blind run for it, they'll catch us in no time. We might as well shoot ourselves and save them the trouble. What are you saying? That you don't want to escape? No, of course I want out of here. I'm just saying we have to be smart about it. Even if we steal some horses, there's nothing around here but grassland. Once we get out in the open, we'd be visible to God, man, and everybody, even these assholes. So what do we do? I don't know, he said. He glanced toward the town of Dexter. What little of it he could see was in the process of being consumed by ash and dogwood trees. Here and there he could make out a few one-story buildings, some shops, in the distance a water tower, but little else. Over there, maybe, he said. That'd be our best bet. Find some attic or cellar somewhere in there and hide until they decide to move on. They're caravan people, prairie Bedouins, so they won't spend forever around here looking for us. We wait them out, and then we go back home.
Is that really as good as we can do?
Kelly asked. If there's something better, I don't know it. After a long hesitation, she nodded in agreement. They scraped around to the other side of the trailer, and there they stopped again. There was a large pit fire burning about 20 yards away. A large section of chain-link fencing had been stretched over the fire, and a handful of slaves were sitting sullenly, watching for pots of all different shapes and sizes to come to a boil.
Good Lord,
Kelly said.
Is that how they clean their water?
I guess so.
What are you two doing here?
Came a voice from behind them. It was Casey, and next to him was Mother Jane. Jacob was about to make some lame excuse about working, but Kelly didn't give him a chance.
Is that how you clean your water? In pots and pans?
Gotta boil the water if you want to get all the bugs and shit out of it, Casey said.
Yeah, well, but it's not very efficient.
What do you mean?
Casey asked.
Well, look at that. You've got what, about 20 gallons there?
The average person needs a gallon of water a day, more if they're active. Horses need even more. And you've got plenty of both around here.
What's your point?
Casey looked close to losing his patience.
Only that... Why don't you have a still?
You mean, like for making whiskey?
Kelly nodded.
Well, yes, you can use a still for making alcohol, but you can also use it to clean huge amounts of water in a single batch.
She pointed at the fire pit.
Doing it that way would take you all day to make enough water for this camp. But if you had a large capacity still, maybe one you mounted on a trailer, you could clean a week's worth of water in a few hours.
Yeah, that'd be nice, Casey said. But this isn't Kentucky. We can't go out and find a still someplace.
You don't need to, she said. You just make one. It's easy.
Out of what?
Sheets of copper are the easiest thing to use.
He laughed.
You see any of that around here?
She looked at Jacob and shrugged.
I don't know. Any ideas?
You got a ton of 55-gallon drums around here. You could use those. You could make a really big one if you had an empty propane tank and the exhaust pipe off a pickup truck or a tractor. It'd take some serious cleaning, but that would make a giant one.
Casey frowned. I saw a place in town that sold propane. They had a bunch of big tanks outside. How long would it take you to build something like that?
As long as everything was clean first, Jacob said. I don't know, a few hours. I'd need some kind of welding torch, but it wouldn't take long. Mother Jane had been listening to all of this with growing interest. But now she just shook her head in disgust and said,
Wasted opportunity. I done told you, Casey. Wasted opportunity.
25. Later that afternoon, they brought Jacob everything he'd said he'd need to make the still. And, true to his word, by nightfall, he had it done. It was a simple column still, made of a 55-gallon drum and the exhaust pipe from a pickup and the length of a garden hose. It was a big version of the kind he'd seen Kelly use for the last 10 years whenever she made up a bunch of the gin she did so well. It took Kelly the better part of an hour to show them how to use it, and that was pretty much all it took. They had it up and running, and the first batch of clean water ready by the time she was done with teaching them how it worked. Casey came over, gave the still a dubious look, tasted some of the water, and finally nodded.
That's not bad,
he said. He looked around at his fellow riders, the inner circle from what Jacob had been able to discern, and nodded.
A little smoky, but not bad.
The others laughed and gathered round to fill their cups and canteens. Casey stepped away from the still, drinking more water from a metal cup, and raised it to Jacob and Kelly in a toast.
This is good shit. You two done well.
Kelly could only frown, but Jacob saw an opportunity. Where we're from, we have a law we live by called the Code. It says that everybody works, everybody does their fair share, Everybody watches out for the other guy, and nobody steals from anybody else."
"Sounds like a regular fucking love-in," said Casey.
"It works for us," Jacob said.
"Yeah? How's it working out for you now? 'Cause from where I'm looking, you guys are pretty fucked."
"I'm hoping that's not the case," Jacob said. Casey had given him exactly the opening he was looking for. "I was hoping, if we did this for you, you'd do something for us." Casey's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"Like what?"
Jacob showed him the bloody bandages that made his arms look like a mummy's. "I need fresh water for what your dogs did to me. I need to rinse these wounds out on a regular basis."
"And we've got others with us who need fresh water too,"
Kelly said, picking up on Jacob's thread.
"Clean water could make all the difference in the world to us. And now you can make enough to float this caravan across the prairie."
She even borrowed a line she'd heard Nick use on one of the riders.
"It wouldn't put you out any."
He looked them over, but his expression showed little beyond disgust.
"I'll consider it,"
he finally said.
"But we need it tonight,"
Kelly said.
"And I said I'd consider it. Now get the hell out of my face before I shoot your boyfriend here and turn you over to the boys as the evening entertainment."
Jacob put a hand on Kelly's wrist. "Come on," he said. She gave him a nasty scowl, then reluctantly turned and walked with Jacob toward the Edge Riders' campsite.
"Wait a minute,"
Casey said. Jacob and Kelly stopped and turned.
"Your name's Jacob, right?"
"Yes."
"This code you talk about. It sounds like you people have got it all figured out."
"No," Jacob said. "We found something that works for us." He gestured toward the still. "And now it works for you." Casey smiled. It was a nasty, slippery smile, like that of a man always on the lookout for a weak spot, a way to overcome his opponent. And he just found that spot.
"But it doesn't work," he said. "Does it?"
He paused a moment, looking at them both, still wearing that greasy smile.
"It ain't done jack shit for you people, has it? You know why?"
"Why?" Jacob asked.
"Because out here, there's a different code. Out here, a man makes his own way. He doesn't get to rely on the welfare of a bunch of do-gooders. A man pulls himself up by his bootstraps, or he dies a slave. How's that for a code?"
"It sounds barbaric,"
Kelly said.
"And yet you come asking me for water."
Casey looked down his nose at both of them.
"You two go on back where you belong."
"What about the water?" Jacob asked.
"I told you I'd consider it. Now get your ass back with the slaves before I put a bullet in your gut. Go on, get."
Casey met Jacob's stare, daring him to react. But Jacob didn't rise to the bait. He simply turned around and started back to the slave encampment. But they'd only gone a few yards when the fat woman with the gray, wiry hair they'd seen earlier that day came trotting around the corner. She saw Casey standing in the middle of the group and ran straight for him.
"Casey, it's time."
So that was it, Jacob thought. He's anxious, not insane.
What do I—"
Casey said, stammering.
"She's asking for you. Come on."
Casey let the old woman lead him away, never even glancing at Jacob and Kelly. When they were gone, one of the free women came up to them and said,
"That still is going to really help us out. Thank you."
"Yeah, sure," Jacob said. The woman lowered her voice to a whisper.
"If you go around the side there and wait, I'll bring you some fresh water and some deer meat you can take back with you. It's past dark, so I think you already missed feeding time."
"That'd be nice. Thank you," Kelly said. When they returned, they found Nick with a fresh black eye. He was holding his ribs. "What happened to you?" Jacob asked.
It's easier to get a meal when there's two of us, he said. Where'd you get all that? One of the family gave it to us. Jacob glanced over at Chelsea, who was sitting up, hugging her knees, watching them. Her fever had broken thanks to some of the meds in Bree's kit, and she looked to be feeling better. Still pale, still sore, but much better. We got enough for you too, Chelsea. He held out one of the jugs of water. Come on over here and join us. She looked distrustfully at the water, then at Nick. It's all right, he said. Come on. She sat down next to Nick.
You people are nice. Thank you.
You're welcome, Kelly said. Chelsea took one of the pieces of deer meat and tore into it eagerly. She hadn't eaten in days, Jacob guessed, and it showed. Clearly, she was starving. He almost joked with her to slow down, enjoy it, but that would have been cruel. Instead, he just traded a smile with Nick and offered her the water jug, which she drank with equal gusto. After she put the water jug down, she said,
Nobody shares anything around here.
It's our way, Jacob said. Everybody works, everybody does their share, everybody watches the other guy's back. She nodded as she took another bite of the venison.
Nick told me about that,
she said.
Your home sounds such a lovely place.
Where is your home, Chelsea? Kelly asked. Were you born here in this caravan?
Oh, no. I belonged to another caravan before this one. This Farris clan sold my brother and me to Mother Jane about 4 years ago.
The caravans trade back and forth? Jacob asked. When I overheard them talking yesterday, they made it sound like they were at war with the other caravans.
Most of the time it is war, she said. But sometimes they trade if they know each other.
How many caravans are there? Chelsea shrugged and took another bite.
Nobody knows.
Well, how often do you see other caravans?
Not very often. In the time I've been here, we've seen 4 others.
And do they all use slaves? Asked Kelly. Chelsea nodded. She was almost done with her venison and eyeing the rack of short ribs next to Jacob. He slid them over to her.
Really?
She said, her eyes wide. Yeah, he said with a chuckle. Eat. Enjoy. I can't believe that about the slaves, Kelly said to Jacob. She pursed her lips in disgust. Barbarians. She caught herself then and turned to Chelsea. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that I find this kind of existence and the keeping of slaves to be brutal and degrading.
Oh, you're not offending me,
Chelsea said.
Slavery is anathema to the human condition.
Jacob glanced at Kelly, who raised her eyebrows in surprise. Anathema? Jacob said.
Yes,
Chelsea said.
It means something held in contempt or abhorrence.
Nick laughed. Yes, I know what it means, Jacob said, catching himself. It's just that I didn't expect to hear it out here.
Why not?
Chelsea asked, oblivious to his attempt to dance around insulting her.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Well, Jacob said. Yes, I believe that. No, Kelly said. She gave Jacob a frustrated look. Good for you, you're good at being a cop. Book learning never was your thing. That's the keynote line from Martin Luther King Jr.'s Letter from a Birmingham Jail. To Chelsea, she said, We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny.
Oh, yes,
Chelsea said, brightening.
You've read it.
She tore one of the ribs from the rack, and her eyes rolled up into her head as she ate.
That's so good,
she said. Yes, Chelsea, Kelly said. I've read it. I read it back in school. It meant a lot to me then, and it's been close to my heart ever since. But please forgive me for sounding condescending or rude. but I'm surprised that you've read it. I'll be absolutely honest and say that I'm surprised you know how to read.
Chelsea was about to eat another rib, but that last part struck a nerve. She frowned and said,
Of course I know how to read. I speak 3 languages.
What? Kelly asked.
English, Spanish, and Mandarin. I'm fluent in all 3. I can read and write in all 3.
Nick had leaned back on his elbows and was watching the exchange with a bemused grin on his face. But upon that he sat up.
Where did you learn 3 languages, Chelsea?
Back in school.
Oh, Kelly said. Did the Ferris clan caravan have a school?
No way, Chelsea said. They were religious nut jobs. The only lessons they ever taught were out of a paraphrased version of the Christian Bible.
Chelsea, wait, said Nick. I'm confused. Clearly you're a bright girl. Where did you go to school? Chelsea didn't answer. She lowered her head and put the ribs back on the plate next to Jacob. Chelsea? Repeated Nick.
I'm not allowed to talk about it.
Why not? Nick said.
It's the law of my people.
Nick started to speak, but Jacob put a hand on his shoe to quiet him. Chelsea, he said, in Arbella, we have a similar rule. Nobody says anything about Arbella to anyone not part of our group. When we first sat down and I heard from you that Nick had told you about our home, I was upset. But I'm not upset now, because after hearing you speak, I realize that there are people out here in the wasteland worth getting to know. Maybe we can help each other. I'm willing to try. Are you? She shook her head.
I'm not supposed to.
It's okay, Jacob said. We won't force you to say anything. She looked up, surprised.
You won't?
No. You should know that about us by now. That's not the kind of people we are. She looked from Jacob to Kelly, and finally back to Nick. He nodded. It's true, he said. She looked uncertain still, but at last she said,
I was on board an Aeroflot that crashed, the Darwin. Chris and I were just a few of the survivors. Our parents and a bunch of others died. Chris and I hung around the wreckage for a few days, hoping for a rescue team, but they didn't come in time. The Ferris clan came upon us while we were trying to pick soybeans from a pasture, and before I knew it, 7 years had gone by. And now I'm here.
She stood up to go. Her voice had grown unsteady and charged with emotion, and Jacob got the feeling there was a hoard of hurt and pain buried deep in that girl, just waiting to burst out.
Wait, Kelly said. What's an Aeroflot?
Chelsea stopped and made a half-turn toward Kelly.
You know the big airship you saw the other day? She said. That's an Aeroflot.
26.
Hey, wake up.
Rough hands were shaking him. Jacob jumped to his feet, still half asleep, but ready to fight. There was a time, not too long ago, when he would have grunted and rolled over in his bed, telling whoever it was to go away and let him sleep. But not now. 2 weeks in the wasteland didn't seem like much, but it had changed him. Easy, said the man who'd woken him. It was one of the riders. In the dark, it took Jacob a moment to recognize Casey. Jacob sat up uneasily, waiting for a hammer to hit him from somewhere out of sight. What do you want? Jacob said, lowering his fists. Aggression toward a member of the family was an easy way to get killed. On the ground beneath him, Kelly, Nick, and Chelsea stirred.
We need a doctor,
Casey said. None of us are doctors, Jacob answered back.
It's for Linda, my wife. The birthing is going hard for her. Mama says if any of you knows anything about doctoring, you're needed real bad.
We're not doctors, Jacob repeated.
Look, Casey said, I know you've been treated hard, That's our way. I can't help that. But Linda, she's got the diabetes, and it makes the baby real hard to get out. Our midwives don't know what else to do. Mama thinks they're both gonna die if she don't get some real help.
The woman you raped and murdered could have helped you, Kelly said, rising to her feet. But I guess it's too late for that now, isn't it? To his credit, Casey didn't become enraged. He hung his head low and looked every bit like a man with his hat in his hand.
The woman and baby that's dying back there. They didn't do nothing to you people. They didn't hurt you. They didn't do nothing. Please, if you know how to help, we could really use your help.
Jacob didn't hesitate, and he didn't bother looking at the others for confirmation. We can't help you, he said. You murdered the only doctor we had.
What about that code you told me about? Everybody watches each other's back. Isn't that what you said?
Yep, that's what we said.
She's dying, Casey said.
In the dark, it was hard to tell if there were tears on his face, but his cheeks did seem to shine in the starlight.
She needs help.
That might have been possible before you raped and killed our medic. But now, you got nothing but us, and there ain't a one of us that knows the first thing about birthing a baby. What was it your mother said? This is a missed opportunity? Jacob waited for the man to lash out at him, to beat him senseless. But that didn't happen. Instead, Casey simply rose to his feet and turned back toward the darkness.
I'll remember this, he said over his shoulder. I promise you that. I'll remember this.
27. Jacob had already caught on to the routine. At sunup, a free woman would come to the slaves. It still rankled him that he could saddle himself with that word, with a large box full of scrapers. She would select a handful of slaves, generally the new ones, like Jacob and the others, and those she didn't like or thought lazy, like Chelsea. Give them the scrapers, and send them off to clean. Other slaves were sent off to do other tasks. When they were done scraping, they would return the scrapers, and then get used for other mundane jobs around the encampment. Everything from wood gathering to cleaning out the toilets, to hauling around supplies or fixing broken things. It was hard work, and it was demeaning in the worst way. To get past it, you could turn off your mind and give in to the soul-sucking boredom of it all. Or you could hold the indignation and rage inside you like a flame, letting it burn you. Jacob wanted to believe he'd always have that flame inside him. But as he watched the other slaves waking up and waiting for the day to start, he wondered how long he could keep it burning. What would 10 months of a life like this do to a man? What about 10 years? It scared him, the things that might happen, the life he might learn to accept. But the free woman with a box of scrapers didn't come when she normally did. Instead, Chris Walker, the former slave who'd stopped their escape 2 nights earlier, rode up on his new horse. He'd taken a bath and changed his slave rags for some real clothes, and with it, put on an air of arrogance that was almost palpable. He rode right through the middle of the slave encampment, his horse's hooves stabbing at the grass as he told them all that there were to be no fires after noon. If they had any reason for a fire, they needed to get it done before then. His message delivered, he turned his horse to get out of there as fast as he could. He was forced to stop when he came face to face with his little sister. Chelsea was standing next to Nick, staring up at her older brother. A long, cold moment of silence passed between them.
"You look like you're feeling better," he said.
"A little, yes."
He nodded. Perhaps he wanted to say that he was glad, but something held him back. He lifted his chin and said,
"Good. At least we can finally get a little work out of you. Now stand aside."
"Wait,"
Nick asked. "Why can't we have any fires afternoon? What's going on?" Walker looked down his nose at Nick and seemed to debate with himself for a moment whether it was beneath him to answer a slave's question or not. His horse pawed at the ground impatiently. Finally, he said,
"The herd is coming back. Our scouts think they could be here as early as this evening, but probably sometime in the morning."
"The herd?" Nick said. He looked over at Jacob and Kelly, the alarm plain on his face. "Why aren't we moving then? We should be getting out of here." Again, Walker seemed to debate with himself about how to handle this slave and his questions. His new mantle of authority wasn't fitting well.
"That ain't for you to decide,"
he finally said. Studying him more closely now, Jacob noticed the discomfort in the man's voice as he forced himself to say ain't instead of is not, like he was wearing shoes that were too small. It was a reminder to Jacob that Walker had received the same education Chelsea had. There was a civilized man on top of that horse, and he was teaching himself to be a barbarian, to survive, even if it meant letting his own family be damned. To Jacob, it was disgusting.
"Stand aside,"
he ordered Chelsea and Nick.
"There's a free man coming through."
Jacob watched him ride back to the far side of the encampment, and it amazed him that Walker and Chelsea could be so different. It had taken Chelsea much coaxing, and their repeated assurance that her secrets were safe with him for her to finally open up about the home she'd known before becoming a slave. She told them her home was on Galveston Island, though her people called it Temple and not Galveston. That made sense to him, coming from Arbella. You can't build a new world without new names, because naming is building the world anew. Even the Bible taught that. Hadn't Adam been called upon to name all the things in his world? But there was more than new names for old places. What Jacob's people commonly referred to as the first days, Chelsea's people simply called the war. Jacob and the others, especially Kelly, peppered her with questions about where her people came from and how they'd managed to become so advanced as to create airships like the ones they'd seen. But her answers were frustrating. For as clearly amazing as her education had been, she was only 11 when the Aeroflot she'd sailed on crashed, and her memories were that of a 17-year-old girl looking back on a world she knew only as a child. To Kelly's questions of, "But how do they work? What powers them?" and "How come they don't make any noise?" Chelsea could only shrug.
"I don't know," she said. "Chris took some engineering courses. I remember him saying how much he hated those. He could probably tell you more. But the Aeroflots aren't the thing I miss the most. I remember we also had these really pretty clipper ships that would sail around the Gulf. My parents were both scientists. Well, everyone that lives in Temple is some kind of scientist, and I remember my dad telling me that those clipper ships sailed all over the world. I thought they were so beautiful. Sometimes, when my classes let out for our morning break, I would see them out on the water, unfurling their sails. It was gorgeous."
Everything she said generated more questions. But it was Kelly who was the first to ask them. "How did they lead the zombies away from us?" Kelly asked. What did you call it, the Aeroflot? How did it lead the herd away from us? That was amazing."
"Oh,"
Chelsea said.
"I know that one. Basic morphic field theory is one of the first things they taught us about zombies."
"Morphic field theory?" Kelly said. She'd made it into a question, but Jacob had known Kelly a long time. He recognized when the snarkiness in her was about to surface. Chelsea nodded eagerly.
"Mm-hmm. The idea that a neuroelectric field in the reptilian core of the brain links all sentient organisms is the basis of all zombie research. Once the higher brain functions are destroyed, all that's left is that reptilian brain core. The zombie becomes little more than a pawn, open and receptive and completely dependent upon the morphic field that connects it with every other zombie out there,
Control that morphic field, and you control the zombie.
Kelly trailed off. She was chewing on her lip and bouncing like a kid who has to go to the bathroom. Jacob couldn't help but smile. Knowing her as well as he did, he saw that she was log-jammed. There was so much in her that she wanted to spill out, it was getting caught up in her throat. He decided to play her straight man. I was under the impression that morphic field theory was junk science, he said, like astral projection and astrology. Kelly, still trying desperately to bring herself under control, managed to nod.
I don't know what astral projection is, Chelsea said, but morphic field theory isn't junk science. It's a proven fact, same as geologic stratigraphy and geometry and evolution. Calling it a theory simply means we're continuing to define our understanding of how it works. Not that its truth is in doubt.
Yes, but what facts are there to support morphic field theory? Kelly said. That idea's come up before, and there's nothing to support it.
Of course there is, Chelsea said. You've seen the zombies form into herds. That's why. It's also the reason why headshots kill them. Knock out the reptilian core, and you knock out the source of the morphic field that connects an individual zombie with all the rest.
But there's lots of reasons why.
And you felt it yourself, Chelsea said. Remember when the Aerofloit went over us? You heard that deep humming sound it made? You felt the way it pulled you? That's morphic field theory at work.
Once she got talking, she couldn't stop. She looked around the circle of new friends and beamed a radiant smile at them.
All of those Aerofloits are equipped with morphic field generators, she went on. That's how they managed to control the great herds. I remember my mom telling me that they steered herds away from human settlements whenever they could. I always liked that. It's a lot like what you said, about how you always watch the other guy's back.
Jacob had nodded to that, even as Kelly dug in with more questions. Remembering what she said made him think of Chris Walker's warning that the herd was coming back. It was possibly an opportunity to escape, and he said as much to the others.
How?
Kelly asked.
Won't they just send out a rider to shepherd the herd around us, like they did in Sykeston?
Probably, he said. We'll just have to find a way to bring them to us.
You're saying bring the herd down on this caravan?
He nodded. That'd be suicide, Nick said. Or a way out, Jacob countered.
But how?
Kelly asked.
Make a loudspeaker or something? I wouldn't know how to do that. And even if we did, the family would shut us down before we could do any damage.
I was thinking a smoke grenade.
A what?
Kelly said.
Remember when I used to cheat off your tests in chemistry?
He said. You're the smart one. Figure it out. What do you get when you mix potassium nitrate and sugar together? She thought for a second.
I don't know. Low-grade gunpowder?
Which sends up a lot of smoke, right? She nodded.
Yeah, I guess so. But where would we get potassium nitrate?
He pointed at the bird shit. Mother Jane's flock makes plenty of it right here.
Yeah,
she said, suddenly excited.
That's right. It would make really weak gunpowder. But that's exactly what we'd need. It would make lots of smoke, but no bang.
He could see the wheels turning in her head. She was already running through the procedure.
The only thing is the sugar. Where are we going to get that?
I don't know. Jacob turned to Chelsea. Any idea where we can get some sugar around here?
Maybe. How much do you need?
Jacob considered that for a moment. Possibly, 5 pounds?
Not even that, Kelly said. You don't want too much sugar or the mixture won't set. I'd say less than a pound.
Oh, well, that's easy then. I thought you'd want like 50 pounds.
They have that much around here?
Kelly asked.
Sure. The slaves aren't allowed to have any, but they've got a whole trailer devoted to stuff like that. They've got sugar, baking soda, cornstarch, flour, whatever they need to cook with.
Any chance they have a cast iron skillet?
I don't know, but I can check.
You can get in?
Sure. They're supposed to keep it locked, I guess, because there's a padlock on the door most of the time, but nobody ever fastens the lock. I guess they're in and out too much to worry about it.
Kelly glanced at Jacob, a huge smile on her face.
We just might be able to make this work, she said.
Before Jacob could answer, they heard a man's screams of rage coming from the far side of the caravan. Then the screams gave way to fists beating on the sides of an RV. Jacob and the others started to head that way, their curiosity baiting them. Though the dividing line between slave and freeman was sharply drawn, it was a small community, and gossip spread quickly across social lines. They'd made it maybe halfway to the far side of the caravan, where Mother Jane and her boys had their quarters, before they started to hear whispers that neither Casey's wife nor their unborn son made it through childbirth. Mother Jane's eldest son had just lost everything, and he was in a rage to beat the devil.
I don't think we should get much closer,
Kelly said. Agreed, Jacob said. And I think now's a pretty good time to leave this place. 28. They worked throughout the morning, gathering bird shit and bringing it back to their part of the encampment in the pockets of their clothes. Within a few tries, Kelly got good at eyeballing the right amounts. 2 handfuls of bird shit mixed with a scant handful of sugar, cooked over coals in a cast-iron skillet, yielded a gray, pancake-looking disk that needed to be dried under the sun, but otherwise looked to be exactly what they needed. All they lacked was the right opportunity to deploy them. It would have to be timed just right. Too soon, and they risked the chance that the herd could still be shepherded around the caravan's hiding spot. Too late, and the zombies might not see them. There was also the chance that the herd would pass them by in the middle of the night. That was what the family wanted. Jacob was sure of that. The caravan would be dark and quiet, and the herd would have nothing to draw them in. Morning would come with the news from the riders that the herd had safely passed them by in the wee hours of the morning, with none of them the wiser. It was a very real possibility, and one that would certainly write their death sentence if it happened. For Jacob knew, and had indeed heard rumblings from the others, that Casey blamed him for the death of his wife and son. He had come begging for help, and while Jacob spoke truly that none of them had the medical knowledge needed to see his wife through the delivery, he was certain that Casey didn't believe a word of it. All he would need was the thinnest of excuses to kill Jacob and the others, if not for justice, but for some misplaced need for revenge. The short answer was that they needed the herd to come through the area at morning's light. Everything rested on that hope. 29. A curious quiet had descended on the camp. Their evenings were usually filled with the yelling and laughing of the freemen from the far side of the caravan. The family liked to drink, and they got rowdy once the sun went down. But that evening was the first quiet one Jacob had heard. There was no singing, no fighting, no drunken fornicating. None of the normal noises. A sort of cowed quiet pervaded the community, as though everyone was stunned by the death of a mother and child, and laid low by the surprise of it. To Jacob, that seemed ironic. He wondered how a people so eager to cause the deaths of others could be stunned by the death of one of their own. It seemed like an exercise in hubris to him. But then, that didn't shock him. Mother Jane and her boys were barbarians. Surely they had no trouble believing the world revolved around them. Yet, hadn't he been the same just a few days ago? That thought caused him some disquiet. As a lifelong citizen of Arbella, he'd known a life of comfort and confidence that all around him shared the code. And he'd gone forth into the wilderness believing that the code would carry him through any situation, and it would be his spiritual guide. Yet, in the span of a few days, he'd stood by while a woman was raped and while another died in pregnancy. Did it matter that he was at gunpoint during the former, or technically unable to do much for the latter? He wanted to believe that it made a difference, but a part of him had doubts, especially about Bree's death. Justly or unjustly, he couldn't quite shake the idea that he was no better than these savages. Wasn't he just a brute of a different stripe? Those were the thoughts that haunted him as he stood the first watch, straining his senses against the night, listening for some sign of the coming herd. No sign came, and at the end of his 3 hours, he glanced from Kelly to Nick. Nick was sleeping with an arm around Chelsea, and that made him frown. Since their early 20s, Jacob had more or less realized that Nick had a thing for the younger girls. Not the really young, not the little girls, because that would be sick and wrong, but for the girls on the edge of womanhood, around 16 and 17. Kelly had even noticed it. She'd seen the attention Nick lavished on Chelsea, and to her it was troubling. "He likes 'em young," Jacob said. He'd meant simply to agree with her, but she'd gone on the offensive. "It's not cool," she said. "She's a child. He has no business getting intimate with her. It just seems, I don't know, ew." His first instinct had been to defend his friend, but something made him stop short. It was a trend he'd first noticed right after they left school. At 18, they'd been farmed out as shadows to the various trades Arbella had to offer. Jacob had gone into salvage. Nick, because of his drawing ability and fantastic memory, had been pulled into the cartography school. Their evenings had been spent drinking and carousing with a bunch of girls just starting out on their new jobs. Jacob and Kelly had fallen together that first year out of school, and it had been fantastic. But Nick had remained fascinated with the younger girls still in school. At first, it was just the novelty of hanging out with the post-graduation kids that got him the girls. But as he got older, he got smoother. And soon, at every party, every gathering, he had the latest cute girl from school on his arm. That had gone on throughout their 20s without Jacob saying anything. After all, Arbella was a small community, and there simply weren't that many available people with whom to have a sexual relationship. But by the time they'd entered their 30s, even Jacob had stopped thinking it cool that Nick always found some cute 17-year-old girlfriend to bring to the parties. He'd never said anything, nor had anyone else to Jacob's knowledge, but Nick eventually stopped bringing the young ones around. At the time, Jacob simply assumed Nick had finally grown up and was going after girls his own age. But now, watching his friend with his arm over the girl's shoulder and his body spooned up close to hers, he wondered. He knelt down next to Nick and said, "Hey, buddy, time to wake up." Nick started and twisted around in his sleep. He blinked and then stared wide-eyed in alarm. Beside him, Chelsea stirred. "What's up?" Nick said, through a cloud of sleep. "Wake up, man," said Jacob. "It's your turn." "Huh?" "For watch. It's your turn." "Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it." "You got it? You sure?" "Yeah," Nick said, sitting up. He ran his fingers through his black hair. "Yeah, sure, I got it. Go to sleep, man. I'll wake you if I hear anything." "You sure?" "Of course I'm sure," he said. He yawned and stretched. "Go to sleep, man. I'll wake Kelly next." And with that assurance, Jacob let himself drift off to sleep. 30. Jacob woke to sunlight on his face. It took him a moment to mentally drop into gear, but when he did, he sat up in a panic. Nick was asleep again, still pressed up against Chelsea's backside. Kelly had curled up in a ball and pulled a frayed and muddy blue tarp over herself as a blanket. He shook Kelly first, then Nick. "Nick, what happened? Did you fall asleep?" "Huh? What? Oh, crap. Oh, man. I'm sorry." "You're Crap! Jacob ran to the edge of the slave encampment and stared down the length of the caravan. Up near the road they'd used to come here from Sykeston, he saw members of the family walking in quiet groups. A horse-drawn trailer with a pair of bare pine wood coffins on it, coming along behind the procession. Crap, he muttered. He ran back to the others. The family is going out to bury Casey's wife.
Oh no,
Kelly said.
That was our window.
I know.
So what do we do?
Jacob listened, hoping beyond hope to hear at least the distant tramp and moan of the promised herd. But there was nothing. Only the sound of the wind whistling through the trees. Do you hear that? He asked.
I don't hear anything,
Kelly said. No dogs barking. There were at least 60 that Jacob had seen around the caravan, and you could rely on there always being one or two barking at something, be it one of Mother Jane's ravens, or chasing after some kids, or just out of boredom. He went to the other side of the caravan and looked toward the corral. There were horses there, but at least half were missing. They must have sent riders out to shepherd the herd and taken the dogs with them. Nick, they said the herd was expected to pass east of town. What's out that way?
According to the map, just open country.
And the town? How big is it? How far across?
Well, we're to the northwest. Straight shot across Highway 60, it'd be about 1.5 miles to the other side of town.
Okay, so not that far. If the herd was over there, and if they saw the smoke, we could see the first ones within, about 30 minutes?
Jacob,
Kelly said. The way she drew out his name, he could tell she thought he was grasping at straws. Do we have any other options?
I don't know. That just seems like a mighty thin hook to hang our chances on.
When are we going to have a better chance, Kelly?
Most of the family is at least 10 minutes away. They'll be on foot.
And most of the men who aren't at the funeral are off guiding the herd.
This is our best chance.
We light the smoke, get some horses, and make a break for it. With any luck at all, we'll be well south of here while the family is trying to save themselves from the herd.
Kelly had seemed excited about the plan the night before. But now that it came time to put it in motion, she looked absolutely ill.
Nick looked doubtful too. Only Chelsea seemed unperturbed. But then he figured that made sense. Neither Nick nor Kelly had gotten used to life as a slave yet. Chelsea had. She had seen how brutal and nasty and short life as a slave could be. But for Nick and Kelly, and for Jacob too, this all still felt like a horrible nightmare from which they still had a chance of waking. We have to do this, you guys, Jacob said. This is our last, best hope. He looked at his old friends and gradually saw their resolve taking shape. He stuck out his hand between them, the way they'd done back in school, and Nick smiled. He put his hand on top of Jacob's, and Kelly followed a second later. Nick gestured at Chelsea, and she did the same. All right, Jacob said. Let's do this. 31. Jacob, Nick, and Chelsea went around the caravan as discreetly as possible, planting the gray pancake-like smoke grenades in place where they wouldn't be easily found. Kelly was the best rider of the bunch, so she went to collect horses for them. Jacob couldn't believe how careless the family was. Perhaps it was because they were so preoccupied with the funeral and the passing herd, but it shocked him that they had left the camp virtually deserted. And as they planted the last of his smoke grenades, he thought how very sad it was that none of the other slaves had thought to use the opportunity to escape. Maybe it was true that some people learn to love their chains. He stood and walked to the edge of the caravan, trying to look like he was busy fixing something whenever a free man or woman would pass. 50 feet to his left, Chelsea did the same. Up near the head of the caravan, Nick, too, was finished and waiting for the signal. And then he saw Kelly step into view. She gave him a nod, and he nodded back. They'd each taken a box of matches from the pantry trailer Chelsea had shown them, and as Jacob drew a match and knelt down to light the first grenade, he couldn't help but think of Sheriff Taylor. A flood of emotion came over him. Here, reduced to a simple stick of wood, was his George Washington, his Sam Houston. Everything he knew and valued and thought worthy of praise could be summed up in this simple matchstick. Somehow it seemed overly simple and obscene to reduce such a great man to something so banal. And yet at the same time it seemed elegantly appropriate. Sheriff Taylor had literally meant the world to him. And now he was fit for burning. For the first time since watching Sheriff Taylor die, Jacob felt like he was doing exactly what the grand old man would have done. There was a sharp scratch, and the blue spurt of the match catching, and he touched the flame to the grenade. It began to hiss right away, and the flame caught a moment later. Within seconds, a thick, gray, sulphurous-smelling smoke rose from the grenade, and as the flame spread, so did the smoke. Jacob ran to ignite the others, and within minutes they had a full cloud of smoke rising from under the line of vehicles. The quiet caravan turned into chaos. Slaves ran in every direction, most of them screaming, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The few free men and women left in the encampment were no less frantic. They clearly had no plan for dealing with a fire, and after a confused few seconds, falling all over each other, most ran to the open fields outside the caravan and turned to watch the thing burn. Meanwhile, Kelly came up with the horses. She stopped in front of them and handed off the reins. "I found 2 rifles," she said. "Outstanding," Jacob said, as he and Nick climbed onto their horses. Only Chelsea still stood on the ground. "What's wrong?" Nick asked. She looked uncertainly at the huge animal standing by her side. It was already jittery from the foul-smelling smoke drifting across the field, and it was picking up Chelsea's obvious fear. It beat at the ground with its front hooves, and Chelsea let go of the reins and backed hurriedly away. Kelly rode up beside the animal, grabbed the reins, and calmed it. "Come on," she said. "You have to get up." Nick jumped down from his horse and helped her up. "Just hang on," he said. "Keep your knees tight against its sides. We'll help you." As he was about to get back on his own horse, one of the slaves ran out from between 2 vehicles and tackled him. The man immediately started yelling for help, just as Chris Walker had done when he tackled Eli. "Get off me!" Nick said. "Fuck no!" the slave yelled. "Help! Help! They're trying to escape!" Nick twisted away from the man and jumped to his feet, but the slave wouldn't give up. He charged Nick with his arms spread wide for another tackle. Nick stepped into the man's charge and slammed his elbow down on the man's face, shattering his nose. The slave gave out and sank to the ground. But even with his face a bloody mess, he refused to let go. He threw his arms around Nick's knees and squeezed. Nick punched at the man. He drove his knees into the man's face, but still the slave held on, like a drowning man clinging to a pier. Finally, Jacob dropped from his horse, slid one of the rifles Kelly had been able to steal from the saddlebags, and brought it down on the back of the slave's head with a sharp crack. The man collapsed, groaning, but still wouldn't stop. He rose drunkenly to his feet and lunged for Nick. But Nick sidestepped the charge, and the man tumbled into the front legs of Chelsea's horse. The animal was still skittish from the smoke, and immediately began stamping and punching at the man with his front hooves, catching the slave in the jaw with one of the strikes, and snapping his neck like a twig. The man went down hard, arms and legs bent every which way, and his head wedged over against the top of his shoulder. Blood ran from his mouth and nose, pooling in the grass beneath him. Jacob and Nick both jumped onto their horses. "You should have just shot the son of a bitch," Nick said. Before Jacob could respond, they saw more slaves gathering around them. "Oh, crap," he said. Jacob turned his horse toward the head of the caravan, and through gaps in the smoke saw free men with rifles running toward them, ducking behind cover every few yards as they came on. "They're behind us, too." "Jacob, got a plan?" Nick asked.
Not really.
Smoke drifted into Jacob's eyes, and he turned his face away, squeezing his eyes shut. When he opened them, the slave with a broken neck was climbing to his feet, his head still tilted over at a painful-looking angle.
"Oh, crap. We got problems,"
Jacob said. Nick looked back at Kelly. "You got her?" Kelly had Chelsea's horse by the reins. "I got her. You guys just find us a way out of here."
"Let's go this way,"
Jacob said, directing them back through the maze of vehicles. The smoke was thick. They kept bumping into things, and the horses were difficult to control. Waiting for them on the other side were 2 male slaves, both of them with big sections of metal pipe in their hands. Jacob leveled his rifle, aiming for the head, and instead shot the first man in the neck, the other in the chest. "Are we shooting now?" Nick asked.
"Might as well,"
Jacob answered. "Not like we're going to give away our position." But then, a gust of wind cleared away the smoke for an instant, and they saw the family running toward the caravan from the road. And Casey was leading the charge. Jacob heard several shots and turned toward the head of the caravan. Free men with pistols and rifles were trying to get a bead on them through the smoke. On horseback, they made a target big enough for even an untrained shooter to hit.
"Come on, this way,"
Jacob said, and turned them back toward the slave encampment. Jacob took the lead. They charged into the slave encampment, blind in the clouds of smoke, only to find themselves crushing headlong into a mass of slaves. Snarling faces, twisted with rage and desperation, swarmed all around him. Hands clutched at him, pulling at his clothes. Jacob twisted and kicked and punched with a rifle, but there were too many of them. They finally managed to pull him from the horse, and he fell into a wail of kicks and punches. As he went down, he saw Nick and Chelsea pull down as well. But once he hit the ground, he threw his arms over his head and pulled his knees in tight to protect himself from the kicking. And then the kicking stopped, and Nick was pulling him to his feet. "Come on, we gotta go." Bleeding and bruised all over, Jacob tried to make sense of what Nick was saying. His vision was a blur, but he saw Nick pointing to the west. Through a hazy screen of dissipating smoke, Jacob had a view of a large group of zombies advancing through the tall grass, their feeding moans so loud they could be heard even over the gunfire the free men were directing toward them. Jacob looked around for Kelly, but couldn't see her. All he could see were zombies closing in, pulling slave and free man alike to the ground wherever they found them. Through the drifting screens of smoke, Jacob saw Casey climb to the top of an RV and pull Mother Jane up behind him.
"Nick!"
he yelled.
"We need to go up!"
There was another RV nearby, and Jacob covered them with a rifle as Nick pushed Chelsea up to the roof. A zombie staggered toward him, smoke curling off its back. Behind it were 3 more coming up fast.
"Nick, hurry!"
I'm going!
Jacob raised his rifle and fired into the advancing zombies. He dropped 2, but only winged a third. It spun halfway around and stopped walking, but then turned his direction, straightened, and stumbled forward again, its left arm hanging limp as a flag from a nasty shoulder wound.
"Jacob, get up here!"
He glanced to the roof of the RV and saw Nick with his hands stretched down to him. Jacob slung the rifle over his shoulder and caught Nick's hand. Nick pulled him up to the roof, just as a crowd of the undead clutched at his feet. Jacob kicked their hands away, gave it one last push, and landed hard on the RV's metal roof. He rolled over onto his back and caught his breath.
"Damn, that was close," he said.
Nick laughed. "You ain't kidding, brother." Jacob got to his feet. The smoke grenades were starting to burn out, and big gaps in the smoke clouds started to appear. The crowd of zombies surrounding their RV was large, but there were many gaps in their number. They seemed to have gathered around a number of trailers and RVs, wherever the living had taken to the roof for shelter. Looking across the line of vehicles, he caught another glimpse of Casey and Mother Jane. They were both busy pulling members of the family onto the roof of their RV, which was filling with people. Looking off to his left, toward town, he saw the main body of the herd coming down the highway. It was a black river of bodies that spread out to the horizon. Moving through the zombies crowded around their RV, Jacob saw several members of the family. They were trying to find a way up, and a few were trying to get up on their RV, including Hank and a few free women he was trying to rescue.
"Help me!"
Hank said, extending a hand up to Jacob. He was holding on to the sides of the trailer, already halfway up. Jacob glanced at Nick, and an understanding passed between them. He leaned over the side and met Hank's desperate gaze.
"Help me!"
Jacob kicked his hand, causing him to slide back to the ground with a scream of pain. Zombies closed in on the noise, narrowing their circle around him.
"What are you doing?"
Mother Jane screamed at him.
"Help that man!"
Jacob made a point to meet her gaze. And then he kicked Hank in the face, knocking him flat on his back. These zombies, the first of the herd to descend on their encampment, were the freshest and fastest of the bunch. When they attacked, they were vicious predators, snarling and tearing like dogs in a fight. They ripped into Hank with their teeth and fingernails, pulling him apart in seconds, his screams echoing over the roaring moans of the herd. Other free men and women were trying to climb up as well. Nick and Jacob went around the edge of the RV, smashing with their rifles any free man or woman trying to gain the roof. And then a smoke cloud dissipated, and Kelly was there with the horses. She motioned for them to hurry. There was still a gap in the herd, Jacob saw. They could make it. "We have to go now," he said to Nick.
"How?"
Nick said.
"There's too many of them."
"It's now or never. Do it!" Nick nodded. He waited for the zombies to fall on yet another member of the family, and then slid down the side of the RV. He turned and motioned for Chelsea with an "I'll catch you" gesture. When Chelsea was down in his arms, Jacob turned to see what was happening with Mother Jane and Casey. The two of them were staring daggers at him. He gave them both a "go fuck yourself" sign with his fingers, and slid down the side of the RV. A zombie lashed out at him, but he managed to grab its arm, catch the back of the zombie's right foot with a sharp kick of his left leg, and sweep the dead man's feet out from under him. The zombie landed flat on his back, but Jacob didn't stick around to continue the fight. He jumped to his feet and ran for the horses Kelly had managed to hold on to. Once he was mounted, the group turned to the south and took off. Part 4. The Wreck. 32. They rode hard for as long as Chelsea could handle it, which wasn't very far. Even with Kelly to help her, the poor girl could barely stay in the saddle. She was getting thrown all over the place and tiring fast, and to Jacob it looked like they were about to lose her. He came up alongside Kelly and gave her the sign to bring it to a stop. Kelly nodded, and as they slowed to a trot, Chelsea slumped forward, her shoulders sagging. She looked beat to a pulp. "We're out of sight now," Jacob said. "Let's stop here a second and figure out what we're doing." Nick came up alongside Chelsea. "Hey, you okay?" Chelsea tried to smile at him, but didn't quite manage it. She was out of breath and limp as a rag doll. "You did good," he said. "For someone who's never been on a horse before, you held on real good." "You've never been on a horse before?" Kelly asked. Chelsea shook her head. Kelly traded a worried look at Jacob, and he knew exactly the thoughts playing out in her mind. Were they really about to take a hell-bent-for-leather ride through the wasteland with a little girl who had never even sat on a horse before? "You've got to be kidding me." He shared her concerns, but didn't let it show. The horses had found a muddy rainwater stream running across what was left of the road, and dipped their heads to drink, their sides still heaving from the hard run. Nick said, "She'll do fine." He pulled a canteen from the saddle, shook it, and heard liquid sloshing inside. He handed her the canteen and said, "Here, have a little water." Chelsea took it, unscrewed the cap, and drank, and promptly spit out. She coughed and spluttered and jutted the canteen back in his direction with a horrified and disgusted look on her face. "What is it?" he said, taking the canteen.
Ugh! That's whiskey.
Nick frowned at the canteen. He took it, smelled it, and flinched away from it.
"Whew," he said. "That's some good lighter fluid."
He took a sip and shook his head.
"Yep,"
he said, wincing, his voice suddenly strained.
"The good stuff."
"Give me that,"
Kelly said. She took the canteen, sniffed at it, and drank anyway. Coughing, she replaced the cap and gave it back to Nick. "That good, huh?" Still coughing, she started to laugh.
"That's absolutely awful. That's not bathtub whiskey. Somebody made that in a toilet."
With a chuckle, Nick poured it out and looked down at the stream from which the horses were drinking. "What do you think?" he asked, rattling the canteen. Kelly looked at the muddy water and shook her head. "Yeah, I didn't think so either." Chelsea's horse had drifted away from the stream and caught a whiff of the swill Nick had just poured out. The mare shook her head and whinnied. Unable to control the animal, Chelsea got scared again. Kelly came up next to her, grabbed the reins, and settled the horse.
"It's okay,"
she said to the young girl.
"Here, lead him like this. No, use your legs. Squeeze, like this."
With help, Chelsea got her horse turned around, and they headed back to the stream.
"That's good," Kelly said. "Yeah, like that. You got it."
Chelsea's horse calmed and fell in line with the others. Kelly released the reins so Chelsea could take them up.
"How is it possible that you never learned to ride a horse? Back where we're from, kids are taught to ride as early as 5, and it's part of school from day 1. You got this fantastic education, but no horseback riding lessons?"
"It never came up,"
Chelsea said.
"I mean, we've got horses in Temple. I remember watching them run along the beach. But I never had any real need to learn. Temple isn't that big. You can either walk or ride a bike wherever you go."
"What about when you need to carry things?" Kelly asked. "You know, like a bunch of stuff. What do you do then?"
"Well, we have electric cars, so, you know."
Chelsea shrugged.
"Electric?"
Kelly's mouth fell open in shock. She seemed to have no idea what to say, which, in Jacob's experience, was definitely a first. He chuckled quietly. Kelly glared at him, and rather than try to respond and make a fool of herself, she turned her horse to the north and studied the horizon for signs of pursuit.
"Can we stop here?"
Chelsea said.
"Just for a little while. We must have ridden like 10 miles.
"Not half that far," Nick said. "I'd like to put about 25 miles between us and that herd before I'd feel good about stopping. What do you think, Jacob?" The countryside around them was flat and green, broken frequently by stands of trees and ponds and little rainy weather creeks like the one they were currently using to water the horses. There had been a state highway here at one point, but the years and the vegetation had long since reclaimed it. Now, only rusting and leaning metal mile-marker poles remained to show where the road had once been. Jacob panned slowly around, taking it all in. In their short but hard ride, they'd seen more deer and birds and wild hogs than he'd seen during his entire time in the wasteland. And far off to the east, lost in the shadows of the trees, he saw a line of large, bulky animals that he couldn't make out because they were too far away. He thought of the elephants they'd seen on their trek up Highway 55, and what Owen Webb had said about all the zookeepers during the first days who had released the animals under their care to roam the countryside. And he could only stare in amazement. It was such a strange world they'd stepped into.
beautiful and terrifying all at once.
"We can't stop," he said. "Not yet."
But I'm exhausted,
Chelsea said.
"I know," Jacob said, "but it's not safe."
He turned to Nick. "All the animals we've seen, they've all been going south."
To keep ahead of the herd is my guess,
said Kelly.
"Mine too."
"Nick, what are we going to find if we keep heading south?" Nick thought for a second, recreating his maps from memory. "Well, let's see. Assuming we've gone about 5 miles, we probably have another 5 to go before we reach Burney. About 15 miles after that, if we keep going south, we'll come up on Malden. Malden might be a good place to head, actually. Highway 62 runs through there, and that would give us more or less a straight shot back to Arbella.
"How far?"
3 days, maybe, if we push it." Jacob looked back to the north. The smoke was gone from the sky, but he knew they weren't very far from the herd. Their only hope was to put as much distance on the herd this first day as they could. Jacob and the others were limited on how far they could travel by horseback. Kelly had picked some strong animals, but even the hardiest of horses had limits. 25 or 30 miles a day, especially over the rough and overgrown country they were traveling, was about the extent of what they could reasonably expect. But the zombies, moving on foot, would travel much slower. The fastest of them could do maybe 3 miles in an hour, and probably closer to 2. But they never stopped walking. They never tired, never slept, never stopped. Just kept on walking one step in front of the other, slowly, but inexorably making their way to their next meal. Any distance they put on the herd would be swallowed up during the night, while Jacob and the others were forced to rest. It was going to be close.
but I'm exhausted,
Chelsea said. She nodded. Jacob nodded to Kelly. "What do you think? Can we make Malden by nightfall?"
You said it was, about 20 miles?
She asked Nick. "About that."
I think we can make that, she said. The land is pretty flat, and I bet at least some of the road will still be usable.
"Okay then," Jacob said. "Let's head home." 33. Kelly was right about the road. Another mile went by, and they began to see bare spots in the high grass, and soon the grass gave way almost entirely, leaving only sand and patchy clumps of weeds here and there. In some places they could even see asphalt. They made Malden 2 hours before sunset. They were so far ahead of schedule that they even debated using the extra time to push east along Highway 62. But Kelly said the horses needed resting. They'd worked them hard, and they were going to work them hard again in the morning. Best to let them rest. And so they rode out on Highway 62, just east of town, and stopped at a deserted farmhouse. During his salvage team days, Jacob had learned that commercial buildings, like gas stations and truck stops, tended to make the best choices for temporary shelter. Because of their industrial construction, they tended to hold up better to the ravages of time and weather than residential homes, which were more often than not made with wood frames and therefore subject to termite infestations and wholesale rot. And because the architecture of commercial buildings was defined by their customer access function, they tended to have points of entry on only one side of the building, making them easier to defend against an undead attack, should that ever become an issue. But the farmhouse they found just outside of Malden was remarkably well preserved. It stood atop a slight rise, commanding quite a good view of the surrounding countryside, and its animal enclosures were hidden from the main road and still in pretty good shape. And best of all, there was a huge flock of feral chickens foraging in the yard. 70 or 80 birds at least. "Oh, God," Nick said. "I am so hungry." "Me too," Jacob said, watching the flock peck at bugs around the yard. He remembered nights of chickens and quail roasting in bacon fat on a cast-iron skillet, and his mouth instantly started to water. Kelly laughed. "You're going to try and catch a bunch of wild chickens? This I gotta see." It's no problem, Jacob said.
Oh, I'm sure it isn't. Not for a couple of tough guys like you. What's a couple of chickens up against you two?
Is that sarcasm?
Oh, never,
Kelly said. She cast a mischievous smile his way. For a moment, in the low light of dusk, it made her look 17 again.
I'd never dream of doubting you, Jacob.
Jacob rolled his eyes at her, and then he and Nick went after the chickens. They charged into the yard, thinking the feral variety couldn't be that much different from the domesticated birds they'd learned to catch, pluck, and field dress in their animal husbandry class back at school. But after the dominant cock spurred Nick, putting a nasty gash in his right arm and almost lopping off his left ear, and Jacob lost the hens when they took to the top branches of an ash tree, they realized they needed a better plan.
We ought to just shoot them, Kelly said.
She looked up at the tree where about 50 of the birds had taken shelter.
That's only about 25 or 30 feet.
It's an easy shot, Jacob agreed. It's the noise that worries me.
We haven't seen any signs of zombie activity all day. And the noise wouldn't carry that far, would it?
A few miles, Jacob said.
At least that, said Nick. Well, do either of you have a better idea? We're all really hungry.
That much Jacob couldn't argue with. He stepped back from the tree, raised his rifle, and fired 6 times before the birds took to the air and flew to a nearby tree. They didn't stay there, though. They took to the wing almost immediately, and when they reached the next tree, repeated the process. In a matter of minutes, they were out of sight.
I had no idea chickens could fly like that, Nick said.
Me either, Jacob said. He motioned toward the fallen birds. Come on, help me with this. I'm hungry too. Kelly found a package of sea salt in the kitchen and brought it out.
I didn't trust any of the other spices, she said. But salt is a rock, so...
Sounds good to me, Jacob said. They made a small fire and salted up the 5 birds Jacob had managed to hit, and cooked them on a spit roast. Jacob knew they were taking a chance with the smoke, but there was no arguing with their hunger, and the smell of the roasting meat was enough to forgive the bad tactics. Forgive, but not ignore. As soon as the birds were ready, Jacob got a bucket from the barn and filled it with water and threw it on the pit. Once the fire was out and the coals soaked to stop them from smoking, they went inside and tore into the birds, the 4 of them eating from plates Kelly found in the kitchen. For Jacob, it was one of the best meals he'd ever had. He sat back in his chair, and a plate full of bones stripped bare, and stifled a burp. Oh, man, that was good. Kelly laughed. She was seated on Jacob's left, Chelsea right across the table from her. Jacob, who knew Kelly pretty well, and who could tell Chelsea's comment about the electric cars had been bothering her all day, couldn't help but laugh when she finally brought it up.
How is that even possible? In Arbella, we had, like 3 gas-powered trucks that we could use for big projects. But usually only one was working at a time, and that because we had to cannibalize parts from the other 2. I mean, the scale of production alone is just astronomical. Galveston Island isn't that big, at least from what I remember on the maps. There are a limited number of people who could live there, right? Just like in Arbella. How could your people create the industry necessary to build electric cars? And the aerofloats we saw? And the clipper ships you described? How is that possible? I don't know, Chelsea said. I was 10 when we left. But I know that my parents had one, and most of the families I knew growing up had one. Incredible, Kelly said. It's just so hard to imagine.
Jacob couldn't help but smile. Poor Kelly. She was beside herself with a mix of wonder and jealousy. It's no more difficult to imagine than those huge airships we saw, Nick said. Aerofloats, Chelsea corrected him. Aerofloats, Nick said. Sorry.
You said your people renamed Galveston Island the Temple, Kelly said. Is that like a religious thing?
Are you Mormons or Jewish or something?
Chelsea shook her head.
There's no religion in Temple. And it's just Temple, not the Temple. The founder of our community was a man named Dr. David Knopf.
She looked at the others for some sign of recognition. But when it didn't come, she said,
After the provisional government fell and it looked like the war was a total loss, Dr. Knopf led the surviving research teams and their families from Ohio to Galveston. Really, he was our town founder. There's a statue of him in front of our public administration office.
Why Galveston? Nick asked.
Because it's an island, Kelly said. They thought it'd be the safest spot to build a new community.
Makes sense.
And the Texas A&M Maritime Research Campus was there,
Chelsea said.
When Dr. Knopf and his teams moved into the campus, they started calling it Temple. I don't really remember why, but that's what they called it. And eventually the name just stuck for the whole island.
What about the aerofloits? Kelly asked. Why are they so big?
Well, they need to be to run the morphic field generator. That thing is huge. And plus, there's a whole community living inside. All the scientists and their families. That's where I went to school, where we grew our food, where we went to the movies. You know, lived life.
Jacob and the others traded a glance.
What?
Chelsea said.
Did I say something wrong?
No, said Nick. All of us have heard our parents talk about the movies, but none of us have ever seen one. Not one that we can remember, anyway.
Oh,
Chelsea said.
Sorry.
Kelly, not wanting to lose the momentum of Chelsea's account, plowed on.
Tell us more about the aerofloits, she asked. Those huge wings are solar sails, aren't they?
Oh, yes, Chelsea said. They provide nearly all the power the ship uses.
Amazing, Kelly said.
She looked pleasantly lost, like one caught up in a daydream. Jacob said, What do their engines run on? Are they powered by the solar sails, too?
I don't know,
Chelsea said.
Partly, I think. Chris would know more than I do. But I do know they can stay in the air for months at a time, and they travel all over the Americas, monitoring the great herds, testing the land and the zombies they capture for signs that CDHL levels are going down.
You know about CDHLs?
Kelly asked.
Of course, Chelsea said. They taught us about them in school. Plus, my dad was supposed to be a big deal in researching them. I remember him and my mom talking about them all the time, so I got it twice as much as the other kids.
But it wasn't CDHLs that had Jacob fascinated. It was something else she'd said. Chelsea, you mentioned the great herds. What can you tell us about them?
Not much, really, she said. We didn't get a whole lot of that in school. But I do know from listening to my parents that there's the Plains herd, which is the herd we just got away from, and the smaller herds up along the East Coast. Those are smaller because of all the barriers put up during the war. They've got all sorts of names, but I've forgotten most of those. And let's see, there's the desert herd on the other side of the Rocky Mountains, and a few more in Mexico and Central America. But the really big one is the great Texas herd.
Jacob was almost afraid to ask, but his curiosity wouldn't let him avoid it. How big is really big? Chelsea shrugged.
Nobody knows exactly. The numbers change pretty much all the time. Some zombies rot away, others get lost and drift off. And all the while new zombies are made from the recently dead and find their way into the herd. Their numbers probably vary by several hundred or maybe even thousands from day to day. I do remember my dad saying once that he thought the great Texas herd might be 50 million, maybe more.
The full magnitude of her answer didn't seem to scare her at all, but it sent a chill down Jacob's spine.
Your home sounds like such a wonderful place, Chelsea, Kelly said. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. An entire community built around scientific research.
Chelsea licked the last bit of chicken grease from her fingers and nodded.
Incredible,
Kelly said, shaking her head. To Jacob, it looked like someone had just sold her on a picture of paradise. With the meal finished, they wandered off to find places to sleep. Jacob took the first watch. The house had several rooms, and he spent an hour walking the place, getting a feel for the layout. Kelly had found a spot in a small side bedroom and had managed to clear most of the dust and accumulated trash from one corner of the room. Nick had talked Chelsea into sleeping in his room. Several times Jacob passed the closed door to their room and heard the girl giggling. But when he heard the giggles change to moans of pleasure, he couldn't take it anymore and went outside. 3 hours passed by as silently as the stars that wheeled overhead. And when his time was up, he went back inside and woke Kelly.
"Your turn,"
he said. She sat up without seeming groggy at all, like she hadn't even slept.
"Are they finally done in there?"
she asked, and nodded toward the bedroom Nick and Chelsea shared. "I didn't hear anything when I came in," Jacob said. Kelly frowned at the closed door.
"That's not right," she said. "She's just a little girl."
"She's 17, Jacob said. "Girls younger than her get married in Arbella 2 or 3 times a year."
"She's not getting married," she said. "She's getting used by a horny 35-year-old man. It's not right. It's disgusting."
Jacob thought on that, and deep down he suspected that she was right. It felt like she was right. Still, that was Nick in there, his best friend, the man he trusted. "What do you want to do?" he finally asked her. It seemed like the easy way out. Put it back on her. But he couldn't think of anything else to do.
"I don't know if there's anything we can do,"
she said after a long and thoughtful pause.
"You can't tell a 17-year-old girl to stay away from a guy."
Suddenly, she was looking at him with a mix of anger and something akin to regret. It caught him by surprise.
"I know that as well as any woman. Tell a girl that age that a guy is no good for her, and she'll run to his side faster than a rumor in the night."
Jacob sat there in the dark, stunned and hurt. Was she talking about Nick and Chelsea? Or about them? There had been a time, so many years ago now, but not so long ago that he couldn't remember every day of it, that they'd been Arbella's hottest couple. All the mysteries you could open up for the first time at 17, they'd opened up together. It had been a wonderful, magical, and ultimately heartbreaking summer. Or so it was in his memory. He'd always assumed it had been the same for her. But memory was a form of relativity, wasn't it? It depended upon one's point of view, both in time and space. The past, the present, hunger, desire, regret, they all played a part in building different vistas on the same battlefield that is teenage love. And what had seemed real and powerful and touched by an irresistible gravity to him, and, as he'd always envisioned it, for her as well, could be something else entirely from another's point of view. The epiphany hit him like an earthquake. It hurt. It hurt badly enough for him to turn a shield toward her. "Has he violated Arbella's code?" he asked her. Even in the weak, silver starlight that leaked in through the open windows, he could see that the sudden hardness in his tone caught her off guard. She started to speak, but managed little more than a stammering and inarticulate mutter. "Has he?" Jacob demanded, growing colder and sterner by the syllable. "Has he done anything against our laws?" Kelly swallowed nervously.
"No,"
she said at last. "Then drop it," he said. "We're done talking, and it's your watch." With that, he rose, turned, and left her. He went off to his own little corner of the ruined farmhouse for a few hours of dream-haunted sleep.